For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.
Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk. All right, good morning and welcome to the Fulton County Board of Commissioners meeting. Today is November 16th. It is 12:01 a.m. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Chairman Rob Pitts.
Present.
Vice Chairman Liz Hausman.
Present.
Commissioner Bob Ellis.
Present.
Commissioner Lee Morris.
Present.
Commissioner Natalie Hall. Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr.
Present.
Commissioner Khadijah Abdul Rahman.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
All right, please rise for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we give you thanks for this day, for your grace and mercy upon our lives. We pray now your peace and your power upon your people. Give them now your comfort in times like these. Lord, we pray at this holiday season that you give folk your traveling mercies. Be with each and every family member who are coming near and far. Lord, bless this commission. Give them your wisdom. It is in your name we humbly pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk.
On page 2, consent agenda. 22-0835, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the recess meeting agenda for separate consideration.
All right, any items on the consent agenda? Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, I'd just, for just discussion purposes, pull off 220838, which is the top of page 4.
Page 4.
So,
Which number?
0838.
0838. All right, for discussion.
Yep.
All right. Any others? All right, entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended. Motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 6, recess meeting agenda, 22-0853, adoption of the recess meeting agenda.
All right, any items on the Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, I'd just like to offer up for consideration now versus bringing it up later, but item 220866, which is the presentation of the proposed operating budget. I know we received the details on this, but we didn't, judging on my email, we didn't get to this till about 10:30 last night. I might suggest that we move this to the next meeting until after we've had a chance to review this so we can have a better discussion around it versus, I don't think any of us have had a real chance to give this a material look. So I just offer that up for consideration to hold that until first meeting in December. This is item 220866. on page 9, middle of the page.
Could I ask a question about that before we, is there going to be a presentation? Is there something that we would benefit from today, just listening to?
We do have a brief presentation, commissioners, but it was a presentation item for the board today, not expected any sort of action item today.
I'd be okay with hearing that.
All right, presentation. All right. Presentation only, no action expected. Anything else? Now, are we getting an update on the election at all? No? Okay. Anything else?
We need an update on the election. So I would do a motion to add that.
All right, because that's timely. I think we need to know how we fared and so forth. So we'll add that, an update rather, on the election in preparation for the runoff. The motion to add that requires a majority vote on that.
And it would require us to let Ms. Williams know.
Yes.
Yeah, well, in particular, I want to update on the early voting and no Saturday and what days. I believe that we could get to do an additional 3 days. So someone needs to speak to that.
Okay, so to amend the agenda, adding an item rather to the agenda, which would be an update on the election in preparation for December 6th as well. Is that your motion? Motion to amend it accordingly by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Commissioner Houseman? Did you want? All right, let's vote, please. This is add. It's time sensitive.
To add.
Yes. Come on, Madam Clerk. All right. The motion on the floor is to amend the agenda to add an item. It's an emergency situation. Those in favor say aye. Opposed, noes. It's approved. Thank you. Anything else? Now on the agenda as amended. Let's vote. Are y'all with me?
And the vote is open.
All right, let's vote, please. Motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Please vote.
And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0854, ratification of minutes, recess meeting minutes, October 19th, regular meeting post-agenda minutes, November 2nd, 2022.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0855, presentation of proclamations and certificates. The first proclamation is recognizing Caring Works, Inc. Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
All right, it is 10:08. And those who are receiving proclamation, I would appreciate it if you would limit your acceptance speeches to 2 minutes in the interest of time. Thank you.
The first proclamation will be recognizing Choices Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
Yeah, please. Come on.
No, wait. She's Caring Works. So wait, Troy. You standing with Troy? All right. It is an honor and a pleasure to present this proclamation. Chef Ashley Keys is well known in the community. She feeds thousands of people from our Oak Hill Family and Child and Adolescent Center on Metropolitan. And she is doing a turkey giveaway, Thanksgiving meal turkey giveaway this coming weekend. But the biggest thing that I noticed that I've never seen anyone else do is the partnership with DoorDash to ensure that the seniors and those who are disabled would be able to receive their meals and have them delivered directly to their homes. And that is commendable. My team and I always deliver to people's homes on our own. We never even thought about having somebody like DoorDash do that, so that was a great idea. And so the proclamation reads, whereas the mission of Choices, the center helping obesity in children end successfully, is to promote healthy lifestyle change for the clinically diagnosed and at-risk children of obesity. And whereas Choices was formed in 2002 and provides large-scale mobile food pantries and teaches families how to prepare healthy foods at home, and also collaborates with partners who address systematic changes in order to promote food as fun and as medicine. And whereas Choices works to address the complex interrelated issues of food insecurity, poor nutrition, obesity, and diabetes through culturally responsive programming that is intergenerational. And whereas Choices values equity, collaboration, and innovation and focuses on serving families with low incomes who live in metro Atlanta food deserts, who face socioeconomic barriers to accessing and preparing affordable, nutritious meals at home. And whereas as of September 2022, Choices has served 33,147 children and adults with support from community partners and the selfless support of an average of 500 volunteers each year. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Choices for its innovative programs that continue to combat childhood obesity and for 20 years of dedicated service to our local communities, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, November 16th, 2022 as Choices Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations. Yes. And I'm looking forward to the partnership this weekend on the turkey giveaway. Come on over.
Hold on, I just gotta say, look, Choices is so good. We did a food giveaway. Not only did they bring one truckload of food, they brought 2 truckloads, and we gave out fresh produce and groceries. And Chef Ashley is a great cook. The food tastes real good too. So thank you.
Well, thank you again, Commissioner Hall and Commissioner Arrington and the rest of the Fulton County Commissioners. Choices is excited to be in partnership with Fulton County and Project Dash with DoorDash. This coming Saturday, we will be feeding 2,000 families, providing them with the means to cook and prepare a healthy Thanksgiving meal by not just giving them the food, but also giving them educational videos and teaching them how to cook the food that they will be provided in a healthier manner. This Saturday, we will be at Atlanta Technical College providing these items to families. We ask families to pre-register if possible to save time in line so that families who do come will be able to move the line efficiently. So you can find more information about our organization on our website. And we again thank you guys so much for this honor today. We will be serving about 600 DoorDashers this weekend, families with the food from a 10-mile radius of Atlanta Technical College. So we will be keeping the food inside the Fulton County and inside the city of Atlanta.
I only need 30 seconds to say I'm Vanetta Keys. I'm the mom. I started Choices 20 years ago for childhood obesity as a concerned mom. I had no idea that God would bless me to share the vision of my daughter growing up and feeding the families here in Fulton County. So thank you.
The next proclamation is recognizing Caring Works, Inc. Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
No, that's all right. I'm so glad to see you this morning. You know, we met years ago through my late boss, Fulton County Commissioner Joan P. Garner, and it has been a friendship made in heaven. And I just look forward to supporting everything that you do. It's so outstanding. And the proclamation reads, whereas homelessness is a devastating condition that affects the physical and mental health of anyone who experiences it. However, the cycle of homelessness can end one person at a time. And whereas since 2002, Caring Works Incorporated has demonstrated that men and women can escape homelessness and lead healthy, productive lives built on the single idea that all people should have a chance to improve their quality of life. And whereas Caring Works Incorporated has served 10,000 clients through its 20-year history and has grown exponentially to become one of Georgia's leaders in providing permanent supportive housing, behavioral health services, and a myriad of support services. And whereas while the yearly cost of chronic homelessness is nearly $40,000 per person, Caring Works Incorporated can provide housing and services for less than $13,000, resulting in substantial savings. And whereas under the leadership of Dr. Carol S. Collard, President and CEO and co-founder of Caring Works Incorporated, more than 90% of clients continue to be stably housed 1 year after they entered the program in 2021. Now therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Caring Works Incorporated for breaking the cycle of homelessness one person and one family at a time and celebrates with Dr. Collard and her team on the occasion of their 20th anniversary of operation and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, November 16th, 2022 as Caring Works Incorporated Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations, Carol. Always allowed to hug.
As instructed, I will keep this very brief. I think we're all aware of the crisis that currently exists with affordable housing, and it's become even more crucial for those who have that intersection with mental health and mental illness. And so it is an honor and a privilege for me to have had this opportunity to lead this organization because the work is so very important. Thank you.
The last proclamation is recognizing Chief Meteorologist Glenn Burns Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
I'm going to ask at this time if my colleagues would indulge me. If I can get the county manager, can you please stand with us if you don't mind? This is a great day in the county. The commissioner-elect, would you please stand with us as well? You can come forward. Judge Johnson, would you please come stand with us? This is a great day in Fulton County. Chief Wade, I know you're on duty up there, but if you'd like to come stand with us, I would appreciate it as well, because this is remarkable in that this is what I want to call a family member here. Before I get all the way into it, and let me just apologize to the chair. I'm going to take 1 minute or two extra, Chair, so please indulge me if I can get the gift. Sometimes when you lend your family out, the public doesn't know, so we want to give Mrs. Burns these flowers on behalf of Fulton County because, like I told Glenn, she's the real power behind the throne. And so I want to start off with this. Everything that's really worthwhile in life came to us free: our mind, our soul, our body, our hopes, our dreams, our ambitions, our intelligence, our love of family and children and friends. All these priceless possessions are free, but the things that cost us money are actually very cheap and can be replaced at any time. This is a quote by Earl Nightingale, and I want to say, I think about you and your family because you all have given so much to the community, many things that many of us don't know that you and your lovely wife have done and will continue to do. So I don't really believe it's going to be full retirement, but I wish you well. Going into the proclamation, whereas Glenn Burns has spent his entire adult life protecting his fellow citizens from severe storms and disasters by providing critical, timely, and life-saving weather information when it has been needed most. And whereas after more than 40 years of keeping people safe in North Georgia as the chief meteorologist at WSB-TV, Glenn Burns will retire on November 22nd, 2022 from Channel 2 Action News. And whereas Glenn Burns is a member of the American Meteorological Society and holds its seal of approval and began his broadcasting career at the young age of 14 in Miami after receiving a journalism degree with a minor in astronomy from the University of Florida, Glenn interned at the National Hurricane Center in Miami, and whereas after his early days in the SEC, Burns went up to Big Ten country for his postgraduate work in astrophysics at the University of Minnesota while working as chief meteorologist, for KARE-TV, during which he created a weather school for students and teachers, which yield him the Minnesota Teachers Award. And whereas Glenn Burns has earned numerous accolades and honors, including from the American Red Cross, Civil Defense, and Coast Guard, Best of Atlanta magazine, being named the Associated Press Weathercaster of the Year, and has been nominated and won multiple Emmy Awards for team coverage and Best Newscast from the National Academy of Television Arts and Sciences. And whereas Glenn's work goes beyond his day job, he and his lovely wife, Susan, work for many area charities, including the March of Dimes, Boys and Girls Clubs of Metro Atlanta, the Center for Family Resources, and the Starlight Foundation. And whereas Glenn is the last to retire from the iconic Atlanta Fab Four. I'm showing my age now. Those who know the Fab Four include award-winning television anchor team of Monica Kaufman-Pearson, John Pruitt, Chuck Dowdle, and of course, the famous Glenn Burns. Now, therefore, it is with immense pride on behalf of this body and the chair, be it resolved that the Board of Commissioners of Fulton County commends Glenn Burns for his unselfish willingness to give of himself to millions of people over the last 40 years when they needed his expertise most, and does hereby proclaim Tuesday, November 22nd, 2022, as Chief Meteorologist Glenn Burns Appreciation Day in Fulton County.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Kadisha and Commissioner Hausman, Commissioner Ellis, for this honor, and I am greatly honored. I also want to say right now, Caring Choices and we have Caring Works. Thank you for what you do. We have 2 volunteers here. We're going to have a little extra time on our hands. But I know I only have 2 minutes. I normally get 3 minutes, however,
get three.
At night. But again, thank you so much. I don't want to say Atlanta's weather is difficult, but in the last 5 days, we had a record high 82, heat index 86, thunderstorms the following day. A partial hurricane moved through northern Georgia, followed by a bitter cold Arctic outbreak, and we're going to be 25 degrees. in 5 days. So a little difficult to forecast here, but I was going through some video last night at work of the downtown Atlanta tornado in 2008, which was very close to here, and seeing the CNN windows knocked out, and it was during the men's Final Four basketball tournament, and we tracked that tornado, and it's the commitment at WSB to have our own radar to track that storm, and nobody got killed and nobody got hurt. So we were very fortunate, and I am deeply grateful to be, for 40 years, the chief meteorologist here in Atlanta. It is an honor and a privilege, and I'll be back from time to time as chief emeritus for some of the bigger storms. And I want to thank my wife. She has been the backbone and the rock here, has taken care of the kids. It's been, hi, honey, there's a tornado coming. I'll see you later. Good luck with the kids. But again, it's been quite an honor, and thank you so much. I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk.
On page 7, public hearings, 22-0856, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment will be allowed to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom video conferencing or by submitting their comments in writing online by registering on the county website, www.fultoncountyga.gov. Priority for public comment will be given to Fulton County citizens and those individuals representing businesses or organizations located within Fulton County. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 30 minutes. In the event the 30-minute time is reached prior to public comments being completed, public comment will be suspended and the business portion of the BOC meeting will commence. Public comment will resume at the end of the meeting. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we will start with speakers here in Assembly Hall. We have received 6 speaker cards.
6.
6. Will all 6 speakers please come down? Judge Kenya Johnson, Linda Adams, Derek D. Blassingame, Micah Herskin, Roberta Tony Myers, and Devin Barrington Ward.
All right, before you begin, 2 things. First of all, when you have 2 minutes remaining, strike that. When you have 15 seconds remaining, I'll simply say 15 seconds. That's your key to begin to terminate or conclude your remarks. Second thing is the 2-minute limitation on public comments does not apply to elected officials.
Good day, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and our honorable citizens. My name is Judge Kenya Johnson with Fulton County Probate Court, and I'm joined with members of my leadership team. I first want to thank you all very much for your support of probate court in the last 2 years of my administration. We've made great strides with appointments, launching e-filing, enhanced Odyssey, and many other services that have sped up and increased the customer service experience. Today you will consider a legislative package which includes a bill for a technology fee capped at $5 for all probate civil filings. These funds would be dedicated for the improvement of probate court services and technologies. When I came into office in January of 2021, we found there were typewriters with ribbons, probate records being kept on index cards, and a multi-million-dollar budget being managed with hand calculators. It is very important for us to not only increase the customer service and remote experiences of probate court, but also to assist in the internal management and accountability of our work in probate court. We ask for your support. We're very thankful for for all that you have done, and we think that Fulton County citizens deserve not only better access to probate court, but we hope to be leaders and build the probate court of the future. Thank you for your consideration.
Good morning. My name is Linda Adams. I am a resident of the historical Vine City neighborhood. I bring you greetings from the community as well as the neighborhood center, New Horizon. Let me first say thanks to all of you who ever had a role in the change of leadership at the New Horizon Center. I have seen much improvement in the seniors participating in the community, in the activities and the programs. I want to say thank you so much. I'm here because I understand that there is a possibility that the contract for the services is ending in December. Fulton County Neighborhood Centers plays a vital role in keeping seniors connected, active, and engaged in the community, much different from the multi-purpose centers. Many Fulton County seniors have supported the county throughout their labor, taxes, and vote. Therefore, they deserve the best services made available to them. Although seniors appreciate the services provided at the neighborhood centers, there is a lot of room for improvement. We urge the Board of Commissioners to select the most qualified entity to manage these much-needed neighborhood centers. Entities that have experience and expertise should be chosen to ensure the center are run with excellency. We need innovative programming and qualified and caring staff to work closely with the site councils and the center participants. Without this, the seniors will not be willing to come back to participate.
15 seconds.
And we have chosen you all in our vote. Please make sure your choice is in the best interest to select the entity that's capable of bringing the centers back to where they used to be. Thank you.
Good morning, Derek Blasingame, City of Atlanta. Today, I'm here to urge this board to not renew the contract for Dover Staffing. They were the staffing agency that was hired to administer the hiring for poll workers during early voting. I'm also requesting that you all do not give Interim Director Nadine Williams the permanent role of Director of Registration and Elections. I have several issues with her. There's gross incompetence throughout her department, including her. She colluded with Dover Staffing to deny me employment during early voting. I am more than qualified to be an election worker. I've been working on elections since I was 18 years old. She refused to accept my availability to work at Georgia Tech for early voting on October 26th. As a result of these unlawful actions, I have filed a complaint with the EEOC against Fulton County. On November 8th, the interim director retaliated against me due to me filing an EEOC complaint by having me leave, forcing me to leave the poll early, suggesting that the white poll manager who referred to me as a nigger was correct in his actions toward me. I have requested her to give me an indication of how I will be compensated for my time that day. She has ignored all of my emails and telephone calls. She's refused to acknowledge public records requests that I've sent her as it relates to Dover Staffing and their hiring practices. She also lied to me about hiring part-time workers, that they were not hiring part-time workers. I have several documents that proves that they did hire part-time workers this election through Dover Staffing. I also notified Kathy Woolard, the chairwoman of the Registration and Elections. She has refused to, and has not given me any response. I have sent multiple emails, again, about the compensation that I'm entitled to. Slavery ended in 1865, and the Blasting Ames, we do not work for free. So I have a final message in my last 15 seconds.
15 seconds.
I have a message to Kathy Woolard and Nadine Williams. Write the check, bitch.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Micah Herskind. I'm a policy associate with the Southern Center for Human Rights, and I am back again today to talk about the proposed lease of ACDC to Fulton County, and specifically the current staffing crisis in the Fulton County Sheriff's Office and its relevance to the lease. So back in August, when this lease was being considered, one of the key points, as stated by both the mayor of Atlanta and the county, was that this deal was sort of contingent on the Sheriff's Office hiring more staff, that in order to bring a bunch more people over to ACDC, in addition to Union City staff, new staff would be needed. About a month later, after it passed, Sheriff Labatt stood here on 9/21 and said that in that time he had hired 397 people, but that he had lost 437 people. So he had actually lost staff in that period. Back on October 10th, so about a month later, Sheriff Labatt again stood here and said that they had about 155 staff vacancies in his office. And then just this month, of course, Fulton County opened the Alpharetta Jail, which, as was noted a couple weeks ago, they also do not have the staff in order to maintain. And really what all of this adds up to is that when it comes to this lease, the question is no longer, is this something that Fulton County wants to do, but rather, is it something that Fulton County can do? Is there the staff? Do you even have the capacity? And the fact is that unless something has drastically changed in the last week, Fulton County, the Sheriff's Office simply does not have the staff to move forward with this lease, and it's going to put so many people at risk. It's going to increase the deaths, it's going to increase the incidents, the contraband, it's going to increase the danger for everybody. A phrase that Sheriff Labatt has been fond of in the last couple months is that everyone is entitled to their own opinion, but no one is entitled to their own set of facts. And the set of facts, as offered by Sheriff Labatt himself in recent weeks, is that they do not have the staff to make this deal go forward. And so I urge you to please back out of this deal, focus on staffing, focus on decarceration, follow the ACLU report recommendations, and really solve this problem. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Roberta Myers Douglas. I'm the Vice President of State Strategy and Reentry for the Legal Action Center, a national nonprofit law and policy organization that is committed to fighting discrimination, building health equity, and restoring opportunity for people with arrest and conviction records, substance use disorders, and HIV or AIDS. Our organization is a member of the Community Over Cages Alliance, a group of over 40 organizations that want to see ACDC repurposed to serve as a human services hub for the metro area. Our organization is also committed to having Atlanta and the state of Georgia end its over-reliance on incarceration. Where is your plan for how the county will stem the flow of people entering the criminal legal system? Where's the commitment to bail and court reforms that would clear the constant backlog of cases where people are being forced to remain incarcerated for over a year without seeing a judge? When is the plan to reduce the number of people with serious mental illness, substance use disorders, or experiencing chronic homelessness from entering the system? Keeping people incarcerated who do not pose a substantial risk to the public is the problem. It is impractical, costly, and ineffective public safety practice. We urge you to consider the proposals the Southern Center for Human Rights and ACLU, also Women on the Rise, have offered to help reduce your jail population, none of which rely on utilizing beds at ACDC. And you heard Micah talk about some of the challenges I know you all are familiar with that's currently at play in terms of staffing. Find other ways to collaborate with the City of Atlanta and other jurisdictions to address root causes of crime and conditions within the community that cause harm. Arrest should not be the predicate for receiving vital services. Please do not move forward with the IGA to lease beds in ACDC. It is not going to help the situation. There's so much more that you all can do. Thank you.
Devin Barrington Ward with Communities Over Cages and the Black Futurist Group. I appreciate you all giving the proclamation to Glenn Burns today. He's one of my favorite weather people. I grew up with him being a lifelong resident of Atlanta. But I don't think that he could have provided a more accurate forecast than we have provided to you all as community advocates about if you don't do the reforms that we have been talking with you all for years about, that this would be the situation at the Fulton County Jail. We have met with you all going back almost 5 years about this exact situation. We have said do bail reform. We have said expand pre-arrest diversion. We have said we need more mental health services. And unfortunately, you all have not listened. And the lack of listening has led to listeria outbreaks at the jail, lice, people dying, assaults, all of these things that were preventable. The ACLU has given a very detailed report. Georgetown University Law Clinic has given a very detailed report. Communities Over Cages, ATL, has given a very detailed report. You will receive another detailed report from a government entity that you all agreed to create with the city of Atlanta. When are you all going to start listening? Because the lack of listening is costing lives. It's costing money. You're not even listening to your own sheriff who is saying he doesn't have the staff to manage these facilities. So the best thing to do is to pull back from this deal. The best thing to do is to follow the reports of the experts, because you all were elected not just to do what you think is right, you were elected to listen to your constituencies, and you're not listening.
15
we keep
seconds.
saying the same thing over and over and over again. I'm tired of coming up here and sounding like a broken record. Pull out of the deal. The fact of the matter is that the sheriff does not have the capacity to manage ACDC, and you all will be sued. That's a forecast that you can take to the bank.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have 2 speakers on Zoom.
Two.
Good morning, commissioners. The first person to speak is Ben Howard.
Good morning, Commissioners. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. I have 2 topics today. Topic number 1, the millage rate. When first the words were heard, roll back the millage rate, Office of Aging Management should have called a special session of the Commission on Elder Affairs and say to them, we're going to have a fight on our hands. They're going to cut back on senior transportation and raise the rates to ride. They're going to cut back on home repairs and food deliveries for senior citizens. They're going to put a freeze on hiring of staff for senior centers and put a freeze on raises and bonuses for them. But in this go along to get along world, that special session about the millage rate did not happen and still is not happening. Topic number 2, the Council on Aging. When the Commission on Elder Affairs met a week ago Friday, the chairperson of the Commission on Elder Affairs, her words are on tape, asked who is being recommended to replace the Council on Aging. Instead of telling instead of saying that we are going to go into executive session and talk about which 4 organizations will replace the Council on Aging, the chairperson was told we can't talk about it until we talk to the commissioners. We cannot have that. Stay tuned.
The next person to speak is Matt Rowan.
Good morning, Commissioners. Something needs to be clarified and corrected from the last meeting in regards to the MOU between the county, the Illegitimate Performance Review Board, and the Carter Center. A couple of you made the point that the Fulton Board of Elections did not seek out the Carter Center. Is that relevant? Do we need to go over what an MOU is? Or should I mention that the board had to vote on it? If someone asks you to commit a crime and you do it, are you going to say at your trial, he made me do it like a child? Mr. Arrington, you said that the board was forced, suggested, or recommended. Well, 2 of those words are not synonymous. Was it forced or was it recommended? If it was forced, then why did they take a vote? If it was recommended, then it was a recommendation. And I would think an attorney like you would be able to know that distinction. No one accused the commissioners of bringing in the Carter Center. The accusation lies with the Board of Elections, but this board has been put on notice of this illegitimate action. And Mr. Harrington, for you to suggest that residents lack credibility and haven't done their homework, and even to go as far as to suggest they are crazy, takes some gall. You often go on your illogical rants. I'd suggest your ridiculous behavior should be a little bit more professional, because you're the only one that's making illogical comments. Lastly,
15
this board should be
seconds.
notified that a member of the United Nations has been searching our election workers' information, including LinkedIn. Well, let's see who and what organization is closely tied with the United Nations. So this is a serious concern and it needs to be addressed immediately. Thank you.
No further speakers.
And this concludes our Zoom public comment.
No emails?
No emails.
All right, thank you. Continue, Madam Clerk.
Continuing on page 7, County Manager's renewal items. Under Open and Responsible Government, 22-0857, Finance. Request approval to renew an existing contract to provide annual audit services.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis. It is seconded by Commissioner Hall. Any questions, comments? All right, please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0858, request approval to renew existing contracts, provide printing and mailing of county water and sewer bills.
Commissioner Ellis?
Just one quick question on this, for the billing folks. You may not have an answer, but I think we bill, what, every 2 months right now? Yeah. If we looked at moving to monthly billing?
We haven't. We are in the process, and we'll implement it in the latter half of 2023 with a new upgrade to our system. I think we're a little more hopeful for getting paperless transactions with customers, so we don't have to bill out as many. In concert with that, we could look at going to monthly billing. I know some of the other surrounding counties, including where I live, also
Yeah,
do
if that's something
monthly
we could look at and get some feedback, I could get some individual feedback on at some point.
Okay.
I'd appreciate that.
Absolutely.
You know, and kind of where an outlier, and also with that sort of comparison to what, you know, all the metro areas are doing around us, and are we an outlier with 2-month billing versus 1-month billing?
Yes, sir.
So,
Yep, commercial,
okay.
we do monthly, residential is every other month, yes.
Okay, well, if you could give me some more detail back on that, I'd appreciate it.
All right, any other questions or comments? We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall. It is seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 8, 22-0859, Real Estate and Asset Management, request approval to renew existing contracts to provide cleaning services.
All right, a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall. Is there a second? Is there a second? Or seconded by Commissioner Ellis. No questions or comments, please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0860, request approval to renew existing contracts to provide on-site landscape, ground maintenance, and lawn care services.
All right, a motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Is there a second? All right, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Under Health and Human Services, 22-0861, Public Works, request approval to renew an existing contract to provide water meter vaults.
All right, a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall is seconded by Commissioner Morris. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0862, request approval to renew an existing contract to provide building code, administrative services, construction management, and planning services.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Abdur-Rahman. Any questions? All right, let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 9, under Infrastructure and Economic Development, 22-0863, Information Technology, request approval to renew an existing contract to provide countywide wireless communication services and equipment.
All right, a motion on the floor is to approve by Commissioner Hall. It is seconded by Commissioner Abdur-Rahman. Any questions? All right, please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0864, County Manager, presentation of the Fulton County Operational Report.
All right, Mr. Manager.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. We do have a lengthy operational report, but it does include a number of items that would have been individual agenda items for your consideration, so hopefully you'll find this to be efficient, as well as the material itself is something that you can refer back to, obviously, post this report. The focus of today is only 4 areas, despite the length of what we provided. It's Project Orca update, the FACURA bond projects, because I wanted to ensure that you had a good understanding of that overall program, which is $135 million in investment in our facilities, more than not in the Justice Agency buildings, but also here at 141. The strategic area report for open and responsible government, so we appreciate the help that we've gotten from the commissioners in preparing that report, and we'll bring it forward. And then what we restyled after COVID was in more recession was a quarterly report from the Board of Health, which will span a number of subjects, obviously including COVID, but others. In addition to all of that, we have submitted the 2023 budget recommendations on 11/15, and we'll provide you an overview today, along with these operational highlights that I'll discuss briefly. On Project Orca, again, as much for the public benefit as yours, we have now removed 85,000 cases from the backlog, and we've now begun jury trials, which will accelerate the work on the remaining cases. But given the overcrowded jail conditions, and I think the agenda items, Mr. Chairman, you've placed on the agenda for today's discussion, we have to have a sense of urgency in securing additional space at the Atlanta Detention Center, emphasizing performance of both the district attorney as well as our judges, and managing through the data available, particularly from a public perspective. So hopefully all of that will be beneficial for your discussion today. We are also taking actions. You may have seen the article in this weekend's paper about public defender attorneys that were not available. Of course, your actions to secure C3 attorneys, and Alton will provide an update on that, have been helpful to that situation in Fulton County. Again, on the FACURA bond program, as we discussed that, it is $135 million in projects. As you'll recall, the basis for that was the independent review conducted by an outside company, Faithful Gould, on all of our facilities. There was a critical set of infrastructure investments here at, again, 141 and in the Justice Center complex. So you should notice, and hopefully the public will notice, improvement in everything from elevators to bathrooms, but also things that they might not notice, like the fire alarm system, which now works flawlessly, the HVAC components that were at the point of failure, as well as, of course, the visible improvements to the Slayton County Courthouse facade, as well as the government entry plaza, the room that we sit in, and well as the atrium. So I think all these projects have improved our ability to serve citizens, but also improved the county's image. Bill Mason and Joe Davis will, again, lead that brief discussion of what's been a multi-year and very significant effort. In the strategic area report you'll see today, we've continued to focus on improving service and process, retaining as well as recruiting skilled employees, and providing open data for public review. I think one of the things we want to underscore today, and Commissioner Hall, you've brought this up a couple of times, and I think in preparation for this, you also brought it up, and that's the public's access to our data. And we want to spend some time today to ensure that we're giving a good summary of all the ability that the public has to access our data, because I think it's as extensive as any local government is providing, and hopefully we'll do a better job today in communicating how to access that data. One of the things that you'll see in this report is, of course, the expected things coming down the pike, and in particular, the central warehouse being completed and then the animal shelter are two huge accomplishments planned for 2023. So they'll allow us to serve clients better, but particularly the central warehouse is going to be the nexus for all of our elections activity. And again, I'm very excited about, confident in putting elections all in one place, both their administration, their technical support, and the machines themselves will give us an end-to-end process ability that we have never had before. And so I anticipate that that's going to further our ability to execute elections in a professional manner. So you'll see a discussion of that today. You'll also see in this report that we continue to really fight for the retention of talent as well as the attraction of talent. So I want to thank you in advance and underscore the tools that you've provided to us. The performance bonus, which we started with several years ago, a pretty significant cost of living increase last year. The key classification program, which was very highly targeted and I think very effective, which you'll see. So we'll talk a little bit about that again in the context of this report, and Mike Rowicki will lead that discussion. Dr. Paxton, which I'm not sure I see yet, but she should be here momentarily, will actually be here today in person to provide this quarterly report. There's a lot of data and a lot of charts in her report. Of course, it starts with COVID, since we still have remnants of that, but it gets into the flu, RSV, monkeypox, and really opioid abuse. So it covers the landscape, I think, and will provide you plenty of opportunity to ask questions, seek to understand, and of course, help the public have a perspective. Also, though, I'm going to ask Dr. Rochelle just to make some opening comments, because Commissioner Arrington, your resolution that was passed and you and I discussed last night in the last meeting to declare a public health crisis, I think is very appropriate and one that requires a holistic response. Dr. Rochelle is going to take the lead for us, working at both the federal, state, as well as with local providers who might be potential. You've named some in your resolution or certainly in your comments. And all of those things, I think, will meet somewhere at a point where we have, again, a significant response to what is now very much a gap in the healthcare coverage. And again, as you and I were talking about, it may be more hospital-centric than anything else, but nonetheless, it's very significant. I do view this as our responsibility, and one that I'm sure Dr. Rochelle will once again shine at in terms of pulling something holistic together. I'm not sure what the City of Atlanta's comments in today's paper have to do with anything, because it is our responsibility and our role to perform. With everything, of course, that we have in front of us, we have worked hard to develop a balanced budget. As indicated several times now, as well as we've covered with department leaders on Monday, there is not a focus on enhancements, rather the focus is on stable operations. So there is no disruptive actions that are contemplated in this budget in terms of layoffs, reduction in programs, or the like, but neither is there much to address the enhancements request, as we talked about. There is not a hiring freeze contemplated. There is a reduction in the monies that are available to fund vacancies that exist, and I just point out to you as we get to that discussion, we have been running at 15 to 16% vacancy rate for the entirety of 2022. Not that that's optimal, but it is factual. And removing some of that funding should not hamper folks to both fill critical positions in a priority order and continue to maintain, again, stable operations. So I'll play timekeeper somewhat, even though I've started this, but we'll ensure that we have, of course, time for your questions and discussions. But again, it is lengthy, but meant to be comprehensive. So, Mr. Chairman, we're ready to move forward, and we'll start with Mr. Adams providing a ORCA update.
Okay, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, you have a question at this or comment?
Just a quick comment, Chairman, thank you.
Take your time, because this is important information here that's contained, and so we need to take as much time as possible.
And I'm glad you said that, Chairman. This is pretty much almost a 100-page report. And I know technically in the past, we've always gotten these reports the night before, the morning of, or what have you. Is there some kind of way going forward that maybe my colleagues or the county manager, things of this magnitude, I think we should get a little earlier than the night before? And so, not to be a thorn in anyone's side, but even Commissioner Ellis said earlier, you know, getting the budget. When we have stuff of this magnitude, I just think we may need to look at it a little differently. And so I just wanted to put it out there that this is serious business. And we have a lot of things on our plate, and I don't know going forward. You know, I do know the reasoning behind it, because a lot of times our executive staff is working late in the, late at night and making sure, but this is a lot, Chairman. And the public has a right to be able to access, have questions. We have to be able to answer questions. I receive questions that I can't answer until I get this, or I prefer not to answer until I get this. And so I would just ask moving forward that we look at maybe revising the time that we get these, because we need this information as soon as possible. Thank you.
Mr. Manager?
Yes, sir. I think that message has been received. So we'll attempt to get both something like this document, which is routine, and there's no reason for us not to be able to do so by Friday, which would then put it in the package. And then I think on the budget, that's somewhat an anomaly, but I also hear you on that as well.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Ms. Whitmore, were you going to add something?
No, sir, Mr. Chairman. I would just reiterate what the manager said.
All right. So, Mr. Adams?
Good morning, Chairman Pitts and Commissioners. I'm going to take you through fairly quickly, since we do have a lot to cover, and then obviously be happy to answer any questions. Page 5, please. There we go. To date, as the county manager mentioned, we have disposed of 86,514 of the cases of the 149,000 that we started with in December of last year. Next slide. What we have on the next slide shows the progression, and specifically for the last 3 months. I want to point out that we have been averaging about 10,000 cases reduced per month over the last few months. It slowed down a bit in October, and in discussions with our justice partners, one of the things that is happening, and we expected this, we knew that we were not going to continue at the pace that we were at, is that as we start to move cases from the DA to Superior Court, or from the solicitor to state court, and they actually turn into trials, it will take longer for those cases to be disposed of. And so we continue to make good progress. We think, on the other hand, one of the things that will help us is that on October 30th, for the first time in 2 years, we resumed selecting juries in courtrooms. And so that's going to allow us to continue to expedite these. But we'll continue to see a bit of slowdown as these cases are charged and they move to their respective courts. The next slide talks specifically to our progress over the last, I'm looking at the dates here, but the last few weeks. And as you can see, again, a bit of a slowdown, but because of the cushion that we built up in the first year of this project, we continue to run positive to what has been defined as a pretty straight line plan. Next slide talks to disposed cases by judge. And as you can see, most of the most of the judges are in fact below what we'd consider to be the target line or the average line. As you can see, about 4 of the judges of the 15 are tracking a little higher than we would like in terms of disposed cases, but some of those cases were in fact inherited, and so it's hard to say that that's a reflection of productivity as much as it could be a reflection of how those cases were given to them when they moved into office. State court, next slide, talks to disposed cases for both civil and criminal by judge. And here again, pretty much the same thing. You tend to have a number of judges who skew to the left in terms of their disposal. Here again, some of these individuals started with a higher number of cases. I think the thing I would point out is that for the most part, most of the judges are tracking below what we consider to be our average, our target line, but obviously we have some work to do in terms of getting everyone there. The next slide, and here again, the county manager alluded to this. There was an article in the AJC, I think this past week or past weekend, talking about the challenges of public defenders across the state and the funding impact of state reductions in funding public defenders. In fact, public defenders are some of the, until recently here at Fulton, some of the lowest paid attorneys in the state system. And as a result of that and other things, there have been challenges over the years in terms of having public defenders staffed. And we had the same problem until recently, until the Board of Commissioners made some changes to their salaries. But it's particularly important now because of the multi-defendant cases that requires conflict attorneys to represent each one of those individuals. And unless you have attorneys for each one of those individuals, the actual court cases cannot move forward. And so as a result, it became a crisis in the state. 6 months ago, we started working with Judge Brasher and Ms. Ali on trying to find, and with our public defender, Maurice Kenner, to find a way to see if Fulton County could in fact step in and make sure that we were having the ability to move these cases. And as a result of working closely with them, we made a commitment and funded the ability to have C3 attorneys, independent attorneys, come in and be part of this program. So 54 attorneys have expressed interest. We actually have brought on board and in the process of executing contracts for about 20 of those. This is going to allow us to start moving some of these multi-defendant cases forward. And as Judge McBurney stated in that particular article, this is really meant as a stopgap because this is really a state responsibility. However, it allows Fulton County to move cases that otherwise would not be moved forward. The other thing I'd like to point out is that here again, because of the decisions by the Board of Commissioners, we increased the salaries of our public defenders a few months ago. Our public defenders are the highest paid public defenders in the state, and per Mr. Kenner, we have filled almost 95% of the roles that were open before we made the changes to their compensation. Next slide, please. We continue to add capacity or find ways to use our physical plant more effectively as we ramp up the volume and try to continue to accelerate cases in Orca. Two big things. One, we have 2 courtroom spaces that we finished in Sloppy Floyd. These are going to be used primarily by state court for bench trials, and they have been set up, however, to accommodate jury trials. The second thing we're doing is actively and more aggressively deploying our CMS software, which allows us to actually schedule courtrooms that are not being used at a particular time by a judge. That's going to allow us to have more capacity in our current footprint, and here again, allow us to continue to move cases. Next slide, please. One of the big areas of focus and the largest category of expenditure in Project Orca is people. This slide talks to where we are in terms of hiring. We tend to lag in terms of the actual offers that have been made and have it show up in the actual onboarding and then hiring. However, what I will say is that for the most part, the DA, the solicitor, the public defender have in fact made considerable progress in bringing on board the individuals or the positions that have been allocated as part of this project. We continue to have some challenges, particularly, as you know, with the sheriff, and this is really a microcosm of what's happening more broadly. But for the most part, if you look at the hiring, all of our agencies have a bit more runway to go in terms of onboarding and getting to full capacity when it comes to hiring. Next slide. Here again, as we talk about what are some of the things we worry about and continue to focus on, obviously the jail population, which I'll talk to in a minute. The fact that we have more violent felons in our jail today than we did 5 years ago creates some challenges in terms of moving cases through the system as quickly as we would like. I've talked about the sheriff and the recruitment. Uptick in COVID cases don't seem to have a real issue at this point in time. However, as you'll hear from the presentation from the Board of Health, the flu, along with COVID, has created a crisis from a hospital standpoint, and obviously that creates some concern for us within the confines of the jail. The next slide talks specifically to where we are with our population at the jail. Today, as we sit here, or I guess a week ago, we were at roughly 3,500 individuals. At this point in time, we have approximately 500 individuals who are sleeping in boats on the floor. That includes individuals at Rice Street as well as individuals down at our South Annex. And it continues to be a bit of a high water mark in terms of the number of individuals that are in fact not able to sleep on a bed in our jail. Next slide talks to the detainees by judge. Not really a lot to say here other than the detainees are spread across all of our judges in Superior Court. We have the same challenges, I think, in terms of judges who are able to be more productive and perhaps move through the system faster than others, and that is cause for a number of factors. But this allows us, obviously, to track and see how we are performing and how these, in fact, detainees and the performance of the individual judges affects the throughput at the jail itself. So I will stop there. I am happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Hall, please.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Alton, you said that what's not reflected in these number of cases are the number of cases that were inherited, and I'd like to see that so that we can have a clear picture of what each of these judges and each of these offices, the Solicitor General, Magistrate, State, District Attorney. Well, actually, the District Attorney is the newest member of that group, so she may have inherited some cases. But at least for all of those that did inherit, please provide those number of cases that were inherited so we can see how many did they actually have to deal with coming in, and then what was added on top of that, because it does make a big difference in their progress. Thank you.
We will do that.
Thank you.
All right, I see no further questions.
Next in your deck is the consolidated financials for the COVID response, as well as and by the way, since we're going through the budget, I'm not sure that now's the appropriate time to discuss monthly financials, but both are in here. So Madam Vice Chair, if there are any questions about those, glad to entertain those, but we'd not planned on presenting them.
So Sharon, you don't have anything to add?
I guess the only thing that if I were going to highlight something on page 18 of the deck, I did want to point out that we did receive the additional $17 million in funding of the ERAP reallocation from, that was reallocated from Cobb County. We've added that to the report. It's identified as ERAP 6, and through the 13th, and the last report that we received from our partner PNN, we had already expended $12 million of that.
And we're still waiting on the FEMA reimbursement?
Yes, we are.
Do we have any idea when we're going to have an answer to that?
The applications are in, they're under review. We did receive word that they were going to release funds for one of the applications. I believe it was the smaller one, the balance pending on the Mercedes-Benz project. So we're still in the process of taking questions, providing additional information if they ask for it. But at this point, it's mostly us waiting on their process to complete.
But every indication is that we're in good shape.
As far as I know, yes, they've had, some questions. They have disallowed a few costs. They've been relatively minor thus far. So, we're just continuing to answer their questions as they arise.
All right, thank you. Seeing no other questions, continue, please.
We've also included in your deck, and not intending to present, but all of the emergency purchase orders that you've normally seen, as well as, and this would be a new item that we would have each month, is any of the contracts under the authority that you granted to the county manager, 100,000 and below, that I have approved. So if you look at that page that says county manager contract approvals less than 100,000, you would see those. And Commissioner Morris, we were thinking about some of your emphasis in particular. I think these are pretty straightforward. These are the C3 contract attorneys predominantly, as well as an executive search. But anything that would be approved in the future would appear on this this deck, whereby you would have knowledge of anything that had been approved in between meetings. Any questions about those?
I have a brief question on the page 28 where it's got the other emergency procurements listed. These are out of the general fund or the water fund or some of our regular funds, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Standby type items?
Yes, ma'am. These would be the more, pre-COVID, these would be the more routine public safety or public health type items that we would have brought forward under our existing emergency purchase order process. We've included them in this report as well.
I think that's great. I think that's great. Thank you. All right, moving right along, as they say.
Thank you. Now we'd move to the Procure Bond Program. Again, we'll ask Bill Mason, who's been leading the charge in terms of project management, and Joe Davis, if Joe wants to also make comments about this. But again, very significant set of undertakings. I'm proud of what this team has done. A lot of work, again, that you don't see, a lot that you do. But for the public's benefit, I think this is, again, a very significant set of projects that are being delivered. And Joe, I'll turn it to you to introduce this.
Good morning, Commissioners. The Urban Redevelopment Bond Program has been one of our most successful capital programs. Beginning in 2016, the county manager realized that there needed to be a significant investment in our facility infrastructure. And in order to map a course forward, we contracted with a company by the name of Faithful and Gould that completed a facility condition assessment on approximately 120 buildings. That assessment provided the roadmap or path forward for what you're about to see now in this presentation led by Mr. Mason that is known as our Urban Redevelopment Bond Program. And now with that, I'll turn it over to Bill.
Thank you, Joe, and good morning, Commissioners. I'm Bill Mason. I'm Facility Program Manager in DREAM, and I direct our Procura Urban Redevelopment Bond Capital Improvement Programs. As you can see here, we have three Procura programs underway. They total about 40 projects, of which the vast majority of them are completed and have been since 2018. They total approximately $135 million of completed projects and projects under construction. Next slide, please. The two oldest Procura bond programs, 2017 and 2019, are dedicated to infrastructure improvements on really our downtown facilities, Government Center, Justice Center, Juvenile Justice Center, and Medical Examiner's Office. And as a part of those, the funds appear to be allocated and the projects delivered based upon these percentages. About 63% of the total $90 million is dedicated to the Justice Center, 32% to the Government Center, and so forth. And we feel like this is, a representation of our commitment to our Justice Center and our judicial process, as well as our commitment to our administrative government center. Next, please. These are our completed projects. They total about $56 million, and they're spread all through our downtown properties, per se. It's a mix of projects dedicated to interior and exterior improvements, mechanical upgrades, life safety, and some code compliance items. Next, please. We have 7 projects in these 2 bond funds that are currently under construction. They're substantial in nature, and they total in excess of $30 million as such. Most of them are mechanical related, and about half of them will be completed here at the end of the year or in the first quarter of next year. So our construction activity will gradually decline over the next year. Next, please. This is a very simple financial analysis of where we are on these 2 programs. As I mentioned, they started with $90 million. As such, there's some additional interest income that has incurred over time. And we have about $4 million of unencumbered, unobligated funds left in these 2 programs. We have a proposal in front of you today to reprogram approximately $2.8 million of that and transfer it for our cost needs at the Animal Services Facility. Assuming that that would be approved, we would have a remaining balance of about $1.2 million in our 2 original Fulcura Urban Redevelopment Bond Funds. Next. There are 4 areas where I think our completed projects really fall, and they all take care of the most critical items that were produced in the Faithful and Gould report. One is certainly the enhanced public image. We see that here in the Government Center with our atrium, the entry plaza, which is our really first impression at our front door as such. Certainly this facility, there was a real need for an upgrade here, and the renovation, I think, has been successful as such. And then the 2 bookends you see here are the Justice Center Tower and the courthouse. The courthouse has an extensive facade restoration, and the tower itself had a major exterior improvements. And I think it's a much better representation of our Justice Center now when you see, a news report or what have you in front of one of these buildings, something we can be proud of. Next, please. One of the other areas, and certainly a focus, was our improving our building performance. In our downtown properties, we've essentially replaced all of the major mechanical components of our HVAC systems. And that includes controls, chillers, terminal boxes, you name it. That work is still continuing, particularly in the Justice Center complex, and will through next year as such. But we're hopefully beginning to see some real improvements in terms of efficiency here. These were equipment that is well beyond their useful life and had been subject to some inconsistent maintenance over time. So big improvements here going forward. Next. Upgraded life safety. We replaced the fire alarm system here in the Government Center, which was a much-needed improvement. We have upgraded the same system in the Justice Center complex, these things are absolutely critical to the occupancy in our buildings. We've also modernized our elevators, and I include that here because it's greatly reduced the entrapments and accidents that occurred by leveling and door closing problems. So this is one of the projects that I think serves multiple uses here, in that it's certainly an improvement in performance and looks, as well as its safety aspect. The final area on the next slide was really meeting some code compliance requirements, and more specifically ADA. The county was under a demand requirement from the Department of Justice to correct ADA deficiencies in the Justice Center complex. And this required the renovation and construction of approximately 117 restrooms and family restrooms and nursing rooms in order to meet this. These facilities were in dire need beyond ADA because of just age in the materials there, and a real need for finishes. As part of that program, we also upgraded the common areas, and I think if you're in the Justice Center Tower, or courthouse for that matter, you'll certainly see a difference now in the common areas throughout those facilities. And again, a better representation of who we are. Next. Our third bond fund is the one that was placed in 2021. It's dedicated to our build-to-suit projects, which include the Animal Services Facility and the Public Safety Training Center. It totals approximately $55 million initially, with a hopeful add to cover some additional costs. Next. The Animal Services Facility is by far the largest project that we have ongoing. It's new construction. Many of you are familiar with it. We are fortunate and have good weather, which has put us ahead of schedule in terms of grading and site development there. Feel very fortunate about that. Foundations are underway. You can see some plumbing improvements when you go out there. So we're approximately 22% complete at this point in time, and see no reason now that we won't be complete in early third quarter of next year as programmed. We do have an outstanding request for some additional reprogramming funds that we'll discuss later. We have veterinary equipment, other FF&E underway, and we're waiting full execution of some GDOT agreements in order to begin some improvements to the Fulton Industrial Boulevard. And we will be joining our colleagues with emergency management on December 7th at your meeting in order to be a more detailed presentation on the Animal Services Facility at that time. Next, please. The other large project that we have that is not as far along is our Public Safety Training Center. We are through the programming phase on that project and have worked with our partners at the police department and the sheriff's office in order to get through the programming. We have some cost issues with this project at this point in time that we're analyzing. We're hoping to move forward on the project early next year, but we're taking some approaches such as pursuing other alternative sources of funding, grant funds, and investigating purchasing existing assets. Other county sites are under consideration. So we're really taking a multi-based approach here to try to move this project forward. Are there any questions about any of our Procura programs? Glad to answer them.
Thank you for that very detailed presentation and the beautiful pictures of your good work. Appreciate that. Commissioner Morris has a question.
Certainly.
Yeah, you all do a terrific job on all this stuff. It's not glamorous. Maybe some of these buildings were, and I think the Slayton exterior was glamorous, actually.
Thank you. Yes.
But a couple of things. One is on page 42. We have in the 2021 bond fund these three projects. The third one down there, AHU's replacement swap, 5.1 million.
Correct.
Does that have anything to do with the ones on page 36, the AHU refurbishments, replacements, 5 million?
It does. This project was a project that was swapped out of the 2019 bond fund in order to pursue the Assembly Hall renovation at that time. And the funds that appear now in the 2021 fund are replacement funds to repay those.
Okay. And I was going to ask about the Public Safety Training Center because it's a big gap.
Yeah.
What, 19 million versus 12 million? Was it?
Correct.
Yeah.
It's
we'll just have to wait and see the results of that work. And obviously we'll hear more when we get to the item on the agenda about the animal services facility issue. You know, we always know that as projects move on, they tend to be, the costs never seem to go down. They tend to, things tend to crop up that are additional. And so maybe that $1.2 million left over in the 2017 and 2019 fund. Obviously, on page 36, most of the 2017 and 2019 projects, as you've indicated, are going to wrap up at the end of the year or early next year. So maybe there won't be a lot of call on additional costs for those out of that 1.2 million.
correct.
So
We only see one coming down the line right now, so we don't expect many more.
one out of the items
Yeah.
on
Correct.
2017 and 2019?
Yes.
But not to the extent of 1.2 million, maybe?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you. The courthouse is phenomenal. Obviously, Assembly Hall looks a lot better too. So thank you. And I don't know if you all have colleagues have been over to the courthouse and seen it, but the signage is spectacular from the different buildings. I don't know how I ever found court before, but it is very easy now, particularly for those that don't frequent the court, right? So I'm very thankful of that. I am a little confused though. So I heard you say we were out of compliance with ADA, and then it says attained ADA, building code, and OSHA compliance. So we were also out of compliance with the building code and OSHA requirements?
In a variety of areas. In some of the mechanical areas, the mechanical rooms, the cooling towers, so forth, did not meet OSHA requirements, for example. There were some fire alarm areas that were not within code, so forth. So that was a variety of things where we moved across and took care of those issues.
Well, it looks great. We need to check on those big screens. One of those screens. The last time I was over there, the big screen was out, but
Okay.
the signage is amazing.
Okay. Very good.
Thank you. Any other questions? I just want to make one comment. Having been here for 12 years and remembering when I walked into this place for the first time, just how bad the facilities were. From the front door, as you mentioned, and trying to, engage the community, keep Atlanta beautiful to help us, we worked on that, Commissioner Hall, for 4 years, 5 years. So what we have transformed these buildings to is phenomenal. The scaffolding around the courthouse forever that people thought we were just working on stuff, I don't know if people realize that was designed to keep things from falling down and hurting people.
That's right.
And so to see those news reports and see the Fulton County logo on the walkway and all that, it's really, really great to see. And then to know that people can come in these buildings, find where they're going in a safe manner is just really gratifying. So thank you for your good work.
Okay. Thank you.
And then I guess, anything else? Is that, we still have more of this report?
No, ma'am, just a wrap up. First of all, thank all of you for supporting this, because without $100+ million in investment, this couldn't be done. And we did not have that, and only when we brought it forward as a bond issue and you approved it were we able to do this. Thanks to the team that have really, I think, executed superbly in terms of delivery. There is still more to come. You've asked Commissioner Hausman about 4700 North Point, so we're going to be accelerating the efforts on that. Now that the central warehouse is complete, we'll be moving out all of the inventory that we had in that facility sometime in the first quarter to the central warehouse. It will then, and Dr. Rochelle can certainly comment on this if you're interested today, on the programming for that facility. That then will kick off that construction, leading to, I think, as well, the commitment that the board has made, at least verbally a couple of times, that if we're doing that, we also want to do a like center in South Fulton for both senior as well as other services. We have additional ideas in that. So that's two big things to come. As well, there was some confusion, I felt like, in maybe the last meeting when we were talking about, or the one before on reimagining the workplace. There was some question about the Justice Center side of that equation. And that's where I wanted to not only present this to show you that most of this investment has gone to Justice Center buildings, but also that we're going to do the same analysis that we have done on the 141 prior side for that side. In other words, what are the departmental needs? What are the space requirements? How much is going to be remote working, work at home, and need to accomplish that with technology versus in-office building refinements. But as that work is done, and then Commissioner Morris, as we do the sorting on this public safety training center, because I think that's been a combination of under-scoping up front, some problems with the topography, and then construction cost accelerating. But we know that we don't have an option, because, of course, where we're holding that function today is at Wolf Creek Amphitheater, which will transfer to the city of South Fulton. What Sharon and I have been discussing is if you put all of that together, in other words, additional needs in the Justice Center, the potential of, again, some more dollars for a public safety training center, the issue that you brought up, Commissioner Hall, in the last meeting relative to additional bathroom coverage that we did not have programmed. We're working through all of those to determine, is there another FACURA bond issue that we will need that would still be in that range of acceptability of about 50 to 55 million. So we're in the early stages of that with a lot of things in front of us, but I think that's the next cycle to go through. Is that, hopefully that makes sense? Okay. The next, if we're ready, Vice Chair.
I see Commissioner Hall is in the queue.
I just wanted to thank you, Vice Chair Hausman, for remembering that project that we diligently worked on with so much care. And I want to thank Joe and, oh, they're gone now. Well, I want to thank them for the hard work that they did. Oh, I see you guys hiding in the corner. Thank you so much for all the great work, and I look forward to the continued work. And yes, Commissioner Arrington, the court looks amazing. It is really amazing. Thank you.
All right, continue.
Yes, ma'am. So now we'll cover the open and responsible government priority area report. Mike Rowicki will lead this. Again, thanks to Commissioner Ellis and Hall, who both are the service board liaisons, helped with this report and gave us guidance as we put it together. So Mike, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, there we go. Okay, Mike Rowicki with Strategy and Performance Management, here today to discuss with you and brief you on the Open and Responsible Government Priority Report for this board meeting. Next slide, please. Our liaisons for this priority area are Commissioner Ellis and Commissioner Hall, and I'd like to give them the opportunity to take a few minutes here before we begin to give us any comments about this priority area.
I don't need to make any comments. I made them all to you and Sharon, and so you can mention that in your presentation. Thank you.
Just be open and responsible in your remarks, Mike.
Okay. Okay, next slide, please. And again, I'm excited to be here today to give you guys the briefing on open and responsible government. Up in front of you, what you see is a list of some of the accomplishments of Fulton County over 2021. I'm just going to highlight a couple of these items for you. Number one, again, External Affairs did an implementation of a successful outreach program for COVID-19 with a Vax Up program, which is a huge success with some of the numbers and everything that you'll see later on in the Board of Health report. Our Finance Department received a Distinguished Budget Presentation Award, again, relevant with the budget discussion that you will be having later on today in that presentation. And then also our Purchasing Department received an Achievement Award for Procurement and was recognized for organizational excellence. Another successful program that actually began with our ADA programs is our Belonging program, including toolkits to expand what the workplace is inclusive and focused on diversity. So that was a huge success for some of our departments. Next slide, please. What you see before you are the summary of what the focus is on open and responsible government as our vision. And then for our 2021-2025 strategic plan, the objectives that we have there are build a diverse, engaged, inclusive, and resilient county workforce, improve the efficiency of facilities across the county, maintain and improve citizens and customers' trust and satisfaction with county services, deliver efficient and effective county services, improve the trust in county operations and services by providing open information and data, which we'll focus a little bit on later on today, and then ensure fair, convenient, open, and accurate election services. Next slide, please. So on the horizon on this area, a couple of areas that we're going to focus on a little bit more today are our continuation to enhance IT infrastructure for our remote workforce, improve county elections process with full utilization of technology and updated on our training models, continue to attract and hire and retain the talent that we have with our key classification and employee compensation programs, reimagining the county's workplace, which is a presentation that you guys had at your last board meeting, the completion of the central warehouse for the consolidation of services, and we'll get a little bit more detail on that later on, and then continue to increase and improve our open data and transparency information. Next slide, please. The first program that I'd like to highlight, which is passionate for me, it's on our area, is our Inside Fulton County's Transparency. We have, over the past several years, developed transparency pages on our open government portal. So if you go on our website under Inside Fulton County, you will see this page. On this page, the citizens have a way to get information that is detailed about the services, the kind of performance that we've been doing, and just general information about how we're doing on projects such as capital infrastructure, our justice system, our performance on departments, and some of our emergency rental assistance and our CARES Act and budgets. Next slide. So with that, what I want to do is kind of highlight a couple of the transparency pages that we focused on and have out there available for the public to view. One of those is our open budget page. Our open budget page is available for citizens to review. They can see actually what the revenues are, line item by line item, and actual expenditures, line item by line item. With that, they can break down, go in and search each of the departments, where their actual expenditures are based on each of the line items, kind of roll through all of that information. They can create different graphics. They can create bar charts. They can create pie charts, anything that is available out there. They can get the detail on for our budget across the county for the last 5 years. Next slide. The second transparency page we'd like to highlight is our open checkbook page. This is, you get a lot of questions from departments about vendors or payments and who's gotten paid across the county. What are we spending our dollars on? This is an open data site that has every check or every transfer of funds that the county has done to an outside agency. We have it for the last 5 years. What you can see is vendors can go in and search if they've received a payment. It gives them the check, the date, the amount that was paid, the fund that it was paid from. Also on this page, you can see the top 5 departments that have been used those types of checks or transfers, the top vendors that have been paid, and also the top expense categories that have been paid across the county. Again, with all the data, the citizens can go through, get into the detail line item by line item of what our budget actually exists from and what those checks have been issued for. Next slide. At the last board meeting, there was a question asked about our state and local fiscal recovery funds, and if we had a page that would give people the detail on those hundreds of millions of dollars that we have spent. And the answer to that is yes, we do have a transparency page for our ARPA funds. On this page, people can see what we use the funds for, all the projects that we funded, some of the performance of those projects. An example of that is our community services contracts that we funded with ARPA. You can break down exactly where the money went to, how many agencies were funded, how many people that they actually served, and we even have some of the information broken down into how many people or how much funds was spent in each of the cities or jurisdictions or commission districts. Next slide, please. Another big transparency page that we have been focused on is our justice dashboards. This is out there on our open performance page. People can actually go to this page and get information about our judges, how many cases that they have in terms of criminal cases or non-criminal cases. They can get clearance rates by judges, and they can see that comparison that is there overall. This page is not specific to ORCA. This is the overall across the system and does not break out between ORCA or non-ORCA cases. Next slide. One of the other highlights we had was our IT improvements for our workforce. What we wanted to do is make sure that we highlight that the IT team has been working with all the county employees over the past several years on this remote work and the change in our employee productivity that has been maintained or increased in some areas. We have kind of standardized and normalized practices in terms of work from home and remote working. Also, IT is continuing to work with our different services such as the libraries to help them actually improve services for citizens that are using those technologies in the new libraries that we have funded going forward. Next slide. The elections process improvements. Again, major issues as to what we've been going through over the past couple of years, but we've made improvements in this area. We have continued to do enhancements on the training modules that will increase the knowledge, skills, and abilities of our poll workers. We have improved the end-to-end memory card delivery. As you can see in this last election, we actually met the deadline for the state under SB 202. Full utilization of our elections inventory system, which is a huge help to us to track exactly where the equipment is going, where it has been delivered, make sure that everything is on time so we do not have those issues that we had a couple years ago. Again, the other one would be that we're going to expand voter education and poll worker recruitment that, again, improve the public trust in our elections process. Next slide, please. One of the key things that the county manager stated earlier was our key classification and employee compensation program. Again, this was key to helping us attract talent and retain talent across the county. And with some of those items that the board approved, we actually have been able to reduce the turnover rate from 24% down to 7% in the last 5 months from implementation. And then also the vacancy rate went from 31% to 16% over the past 5 months. Next slide. Reimagining the workforce. Again, this was one of the presentations you had at the last board meeting. Key focus here is looking to how we make our workspace safe, how we modernize it, and make it collaborative and effective as to how we operate currently. Next slide. Central Warehouse is a huge project that we have been doing. We are taking 600,000 square feet of warehouse, and we are consolidating 6 to 7 different departments inside of that area. Again, the one big area, half of this building will be for our Election Central, where we will actually have all the activities for elections coming from 3 warehouses currently into 1 location to make it more effective in terms of operating. We will actually reduce the overall number of leases that we have and that we manage, and the move-in date is expected in the beginning of January. Next slide. Next slide for you guys is basically a highlight of what the budget for this priority area looks like in terms of about $184 million, and then that is in comparison in the pie chart to what the other priority areas actually are funded in our budget. Next slide, and then I believe we have all this information and the report are available online at our performance.fultoncountyga.gov website. So if anybody wants to download that, get information about departments under this priority area, it is available for the public to view. And last slide is for any questions.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Ellis.
Just real briefly, Mike, thanks for the report. Just a comment on these in general. There's a lot of great detail here, but just observation just from sitting back and listening to it and looking at it and trying to be able to step back and look at it from a citizen perspective. It's a, I don't know, lack of a better term, it's a little dense, I mean, in terms of the information. And one of the things I think is we just sort of think about how we present this, not to us necessarily, but the stuff that we've got that's sort of external facing is what are the key messages that we're trying to convey? And one thing that really struck me as we were going through the loss negotiations, part of it was probably self-serving, it was from some of the other parties that were negotiating, but there was a lot of misinformation, particularly that was highlighted relative to, Fulton County finances, right? And, even in looking at this, it wouldn't necessarily tell really the story of, how we've managed our finances. So, things like, before you get into budget dashboards and this, it's like, okay, what has been our track record, right? I mean, what's our millage rate history? What's our expense rate history relative to inflation or some other measure? What are our bond ratings? Those sort of kind of like initial headline stuff for the average person that would look at to try to be able to understand and be able to articulate what's been, our trends with, number of employees, that sort of stuff. That's another, red herring that gets bannered around. It's, I mean, Fulton County has so many employees, but really I think our employee count's gone down like 25% over the past, 10 years or something like that. So there's some components like that I think that would be better in terms of just for the citizens to actually see and understand. It's like, some statements may be made in public, but they're factually wrong, right? But we don't necessarily tell as good our own story very well. And it's not our story, it's facts. We don't put the facts out there. So some of those things, and then just looking at how we frame it up differently, and maybe just, some headline stuff that's a little more crisp, and then allows you then to jump off into the various dashboards, and people can, look at those to the extent they want to dive in and look at them and do their own analysis. That's fine, but what sort of the headlines, if you will, behind the different dashboards that we think are relevant for the public to understand. I think this may be something we can kind of just work on as we kind of move into 2023. So that's my only remark.
Commissioner Khadijah.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I just noticed on page 63, it says priority repot link. And so I think that's supposed to be report. So since we all know reading is fundamental, I just wanted to make sure that we let the public know that's not something that just we came up with. It's a typo.
Okay.
All right.
All right, thanks again for this report. Is this entire thing online already? This entire operational report? It is? All right, thank you. All right, thank you very much for that detailed report. Next item or continued?
Yes, ma'am. As Dr. Paxton makes her way forward, I wanted to ask Dr. Rochelle just to make some comments on what we've asked her to take on in terms of holistic response to the public health issues that result from AMC closures. I'd also just remind you that this board, through public health, behavioral health, as well as support of the Safety Net Hospital, invests and is investing in the 2023 budget recommendations close to $80 million. So we are significantly investing in these areas, and Dr. Rochelle has been asked to develop a more holistic strategy. So let me just let her make a comment before Dr. Paxton begins.
Thank you, Dick. The board at the last meeting took a very important action to urge a state of healthcare emergency in the county. And so using that action, what I'm working on is a strategy with state, local, and federal partners to really drill down into what resources are available to the county with improving access to health care. As the county manager indicated, the county is already significantly investing in health care, but this strategy will move that needle even further into improving access. So what you will be hearing about is our approach to this using the social determinants of health framework. The reason that framework is so important for the county is because we already touch Fulton County residents where they live, work, and enjoy and play and enjoy their life in general. So this framework will provide a very comprehensive and coordinated way for us to continue to improve access to health care using some of the safety net services that we already provide throughout the county. You will be hearing more about how you as commissioners can help with this strategy. We'll be reaching out to you to get involved with our community engagement efforts. You'll be hearing more about our access or providing access to services through mobile services. And so as the county manager indicated, with that $80+ million, we were already providing access to health care through funding to Grady without any urging from anyone. We have since 1970, have provided over $1 billion to Grady in support. And so, again, you will be hearing more about how the county will continue to provide access to not only public health, but safety net services. So now I'll turn it over to Dr. Paxton, who will provide her update and a situational awareness on several public health issues.
Okay, thanks very much. Well, it's been quite a while since I've stood up in front of you here, and I'll only be doing it on a quarterly basis from here. But don't let that lead you to believe that we haven't been active over at the Board of Health. We've been involved in all sorts of things, including even a 2-day exercise with FEMA and other organizations to prepare for, it was a simulation of like a nuclear event taking place over I-75 in the Chattahoochee River. So how we would decontaminate and all sorts of things. So we are still operating, even though you don't see us as much. What I'm going to talk about today, of course, I'm going to bring you up to date about all of our pandemics. COVID, monkeypox, influenza is becoming a big problem for us, as is RSV. I'm going to have our newly appointed chief epidemiologist, Sasha Smith, is going to cover the influenza part, and I'll talk about the rest. I have noticed, because I do pay attention when you all contact me, that a number of you have asked about the opioid program. So I asked our emergency preparedness staff, which oversees that program, to give me a few slides on the opioid program, and I am here to talk about that. And of course, about anything else that we're doing. We've been involved recently with the Atlanta mayor brought together a group of stakeholders to talk about how are we going to move forward after the closure of Atlanta Medical Center, and that's an ongoing thing. So we're going to be doing a lot in that area as well. But let me just move forward through the presentation. So if I can, we'll go right to the COVID-19 update. If you can just flip forward, thank you. Next slide. Okay, this is just where, where cumulatively, where are we in the United States? And as you can see, we're closing in on 100 million cases of COVID in the United States, and we're already have been over 1 million deaths in the United States since the beginning of the epidemic. In Georgia, we've had a number of cases and deaths as well. But when it comes down to Fulton, you'll see that we have had about over 11,000 hospitalizations and about over 2,000 Fulton County residents who have died. Next slide, please. You are not expected to pay too much attention to this other than to look at the sort of the categorization of the bars. This is just showing us the different variants. Everyone hears about new COVID variants because viruses mutate, and this is what we're seeing. The predominant virus right now is still the BA.5 variant. And that's important because I am going to mention about the fact that we have a newer booster that has been tailored for the BA.4, BA.5 variant. I can say that preliminary evidence shows that it looks like it's affording, that tailoring was good, that it is affording more protection. We are having, but we always keep an eye out for what new viruses are coming down the pike. So that's all that is showing here. May I have the next slide, please? Okay, now I want everyone to understand what the current recommendations are for vaccinations. I hear all the time people say, oh, the COVID epidemic is over. It is not over by any means, but it is still, we can still prevent the worst aspects of COVID by vaccination. And we've been very, very busy with that. We just had a big vaccine event, very well attended, I must say, at Greenbrier Mall. We vaccinated over 300 people in that, in a very short period of time. We continue to work with CORE, we the Board of Health, and we work with the state team, and we're doing 8 to 12 mobile vaccination events per week, and just this week we're doing 4 school events. So we're busy working on this. And I want to call attention to the fact that all of this information about, for people who want to know where are we doing the vaccine events, and what should they be doing for themselves, it's all up on our website, which is fultoncountyboh.com. We're really proud of it. It looks really good. And as I just mentioned, we have the new bivalent booster, which is better tailored to the circulating viruses. And so here's what the recommendations are. And again, you have this information in your packets. We have it all up on the website. But in short, for children between the ages of 6 months and 4 years, they should get their primary vaccine series, okay? For those who are over 5 years, they should get their primary series, of course, and the booster dose recommended for them by CDC. And again, that's on the website, so you can see whether or not they're recommended for that. For those who are ages 5 to 11, it is now, they will get the original booster shot. And the reason for that is because it hasn't yet been approved for the bivalent hasn't yet been approved. It's coming down the pike, but it has not yet been approved. So we say, don't wait for that. Go ahead and get your booster with the original monovalent booster. However, for those who are 12 and older, the bivalent booster, the one that's tailored for the circulating stance, has been approved. And so in fact, we no longer give out the monovalent for people 12 years and old, so you should go ahead and get it. And for that age group of 12 to 17, you can get the updated, again, it's been approved for over ages 12, the updated bivalent booster. And it's not on this slide, but people ask me all the time, well, am I due for a booster? And it's a very simple calculation now. If it's been more than 2 months since your last booster, or if you had a natural infection more than 2 months ago, then you should go ahead and get a booster. We are about to move in. Winter's coming. We are moving into the cold and flu season. We are expecting, dreading of course, but we're expecting to see a rise in cases. May I have the next slide, please? Okay, so we continue in Fulton County to be proud of the fact that we've gotten so many people, vaccinated. We need to do better. And what I put, this is up here because I want you to see that although we have, over 70% of our residents have gotten at least one dose of the vaccine, and 64% are fully vaccinated, we're not doing so well with the boosters, in terms of only about 34% have had an additional dose. And we know the importance of that booster. And so I want to encourage people, go out and get boosted. It's easy. We make it as easy as possible. It's free. Please. Women tend to be a little bit better on getting these boosters, but we want everyone to get vaccinated and boosted. Next slide, please. All right, I have to show this every time because when people come to me and say, "Oh, but you can still get COVID if you're vaccinated, so why should I bother?" and all that. This shows why you should bother and why you should get vaccinated. That red line is showing our case counts by vaccination status and by booster status. So you see that people who are unvaccinated have much higher rates of getting COVID in the first place, okay, than somebody who has gotten their primary series but not vaccinated, versus those who have gotten, vaccinated. And what I have to point out here is that this time sequence here actually doesn't really reflect the newer bivalent booster that I've been telling you about, which has indications that it is performing even better than that. And it's the same thing for what we're completely worried about in terms of people getting hospitalized and actually and dying from this. There's a huge difference between whether or not you're vaccinated, whether or not you're fully vaccinated but unboosted, and whether or not you're boosted. Okay. Next slide, please. And here's what it comes down to. As a doctor, as a public health physician, the 88% of the people that we are seeing who are hospitalized or who are dying are unvaccinated. I mean, what more do I need to say? Vaccination is a lifesaver here. And as you see here, that even among the people who are fully vaccinated without the next category, which is only about 8% of those people are fully vaccinated but without a booster. But those who are fully vaccinated with a booster, they only account for 4% of these deaths and their hospitalizations. And when you look closer at who are these 4%, unfortunately, they tend to be people who are older. They tend to be people who are immunocompromised and the like. So it's like this again just argues again, please get vaccinated. And of course, if you are at higher risk, be working with your doctors. We do have things that people who are at higher risk can take and can be used, like Evusheld and other things. But please talk to your doctor if you are at higher risk. But most importantly, get vaccinated. If you've been vaccinated, get boosted. All right, next slide, please. Okay, this is not for anybody to click on right now, but we have a number of resources, and that these are readily available, including all of our epidemiology reports and the like. So I encourage you to use that. Now, the next slide is we're going to talk now about flu, and so I'm hoping, Sasha, are you on, ready to go through this?
Good morning, good afternoon, Dr. Paxton and Board of Commissioners. I'm on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. Do I need to turn my volume up?
You're not terribly clear. Can you try that again?
I turned my volume up. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Is that okay for the rest of you? Okay, why don't you get started? If you can't, I'll take over, but go ahead, Sasha.
Okay. Is this a little bit clearer?
That's a little bit better.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Sasha Smith, and I am the Chief Epidemiologist for Fulton County Board of Health. And today I'm going to be presenting on influenza-like illness surveillance. Next slide, please. So this map is from the CDC's weekly influenza surveillance report. Most recent data is from influenza week 44, which was last week. And the ILI activity on a scale minimum to very high, the Southeast has extremely high activity. So that's the purple area. Next slide, please. This graph that is shown is from the latest Georgia Department of Public Health influenza-like illness report. And out of all the clinical specimens that are sent to our laboratories in Georgia, the highest percentage that are positive are influenza, which confirms there is increased influenza activity in Georgia. Next slide, please. So this graph is also from the Georgia Department of Public Health influenza report. This graph shows the percentage of influenza-like illness outpatient visits for the current season, which is 2022 to 2023, comparing it to previous influenza seasons. And so even the outpatient visits, we've had over a 200% increase compared to last influenza season, 2021, 2022. And we received notification from FCMA that the Fulton County Hospital bed availability has been its lowest since the start of COVID, and the culprit is definitely the increased influenza activity. Next slide, please. So CDC, this was about a week or two ago, CDC released a HAN, which is the Healthcare Alert Network, about increased respiratory virus activity. So that includes RSV, adenovirus, and influenza-like illness. So there's been an increase in RSV detection from the lab specimens. There's also been an increase in emergency room visits and hospitalizations due to RSV. The highest levels of influenza activity, again, have been found in the Southeast, and particularly in children compared to previous flu seasons. So as the Board of Health, we are recommending and offering flu vaccinations to persons age 6 months and older. We're recommending hospitals treat suspected or confirmed influenza with antiviral medications. And then, of course, we're telling everyone to take preventative actions every day, covering their cough, staying home while they're sick, wearing their mask around immunocompromised and high-risk persons to help decrease the spread of the flu. Next slide, please. This graph is also from the CDC. It just shows the RSV surveillance, and this was the week ending October 22nd. And the yellow bar graph shows the number of actual PCR tests, which appears to be low. But what we're concerned about is the red line, which is showing even though the number of PCR tests are low for RSV, it's the actual percentage of the tests that are positive, which is extremely high, which confirms what the reasoning behind sending out the HAN, and that's because of the increased flu activity. So again, make sure you all are getting your bivalent booster, getting your seasonal flu shot, and staying home while you're sick, and covering your cough, and wearing your mask when necessary. Thank you.
Thanks, Sasha. And again, we're going to be open for questions at the end of the presentation. I'm almost through. But basically, the point of this, we are getting walloped by RSV. You might have read in the papers that CHOA, Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, has had to basically open up tents to handle all of the kids that they're seeing. And on a more personal level, one of my former colleagues from CDC, who's obviously not a child, she's an older person, died last week. And then I'm not completely sure, not exactly sure, but we do know that the day before she died, she called in to say that she had been diagnosed with RSV. So, I mean, this is real. And there is no vaccine yet, although they're trying. There's no vaccine against RSV. So therefore, what we want to do is we want to sort of protect around it. That's why get your flu, getting your flu shot, doing things getting your COVID vaccination, anything that's going to reduce your susceptibility to other respiratory infections should also help with RSV. Okay, so now we're going to move on to yet another epidemic. Monkeypox, please. Next slide. Okay, yeah, go ahead. Next slide. Okie doke. All right, so monkeypox. I'm happy to say this is one of our epidemics that's kind of starting to ebb, which is wonderful. But anyway, As of the end of October, about 6.6% of all U.S. cases were here in Georgia, and out of those, 42% of those were here in Fulton County. So we were looking at a little close to 30,000 in the United States and about a little under 800 in Fulton County. Next slide, please. Okay, now this is the kind of graph I want to see at least because it's got a tail end. It shows that we had, as you know, during the summer season, we had the big spike in cases, and but that is now coming down. Like now in Fulton County, we're seeing maybe a case a day or so. Next slide, please. Now, this is an epidemic that has, surprise, surprise, has disproportionately affected certain groups over others. And so most of the cases that we have seen, about 79%, have been in Black or African American men who have sex with men. And we here in Fulton put out, from day one, we knew that this was going to be an issue, and so we really pushed our equity efforts to reach as many as we could. And this just shows you, this is looking at the second dose, because the monkeypox vaccination is a 2-dose series, okay? And actually, with the second dose, we've had a little bit of problem with that, particularly in African Americans, because it does cause a mild, it's weird, I had it, it causes a sort of a local reaction for some people. And so you get a bigger bump for two weeks or so, maybe up to 2 weeks. And we've had a couple of people who are not comfortable with that visible change or discoloration. So we did see a little bit of a drop-off in getting the second dose. So that is sort of reflected here. But as you can see, we were able to have our relative vaccination rates. We were able to vaccinate about 50% of our vaccinations were in Black or African American men, and the ethnicity is most of the recipients are non-Hispanic. We have about 6.5% who are Hispanic. Next slide, please. Okay. Now we're going to move over to opioids to answer a little bit of some of your questions about that. Next slide. So, a lot of questions. People, you hear it in the news about fentanyl. A lot of people don't know what is fentanyl. Okay, so I'll just give you a few little facts about that. I'll talk to you a little bit about what our overdose statistics are here in Fulton, and particularly about among adolescents, and let you know what are we doing at the Board of Health about this. Next slide, please. Okay, basically, fentanyl is just a synthetic opioid. Opioids include things like heroin, and so this is a very synthetic, it's a synthetic version of that. But it is strong. And don't let me get me wrong, this is a very useful drug. It's used all the time in anesthesia. I mean, it's a drug, it's been very, very useful. But unfortunately, now that it is out in the community, and a small amount, even 2 milligrams of fentanyl, and I don't know if any of you are on any kind of pills or for any things, a 2 milligram pill is about that big. And if you look at that picture, I could not tell the difference between the authentic pill and the fake one that are out. I mean, I wouldn't be able to tell. Tell a difference. Also, it's used often to cut some street drugs, so it can be extremely dangerous because you're taking a drug, but you don't know what's in it. And if you've got fentanyl in it, you are playing. It's like a medical Russian roulette. With that, you can't smell it, you can't look at it, you can't taste it, and notice any different. And so it's very difficult. It's extremely difficult to tell if you're dealing with out on the street with these drugs. You don't know whether whether it's fentanyl laced, or if somebody's selling you a real prescription drug. It's a mess. May I have the next slide, please? Okay. So this is what it's been looking like. This starts off in 2019. This particular graph. So you see that fentanyl-involved ODs have been increasing over the last couple of years, since 2019. So this is even before the start of COVID, and then it really picked up after that. Next slide, please. Now, we're all worried about adolescents, you know, because we are. And so we have seen that since 2019, we have seen like an 800% increase in fentanyl-associated overdoses. We've seen, of course, as you see, we've seen an increase in any drug of 142%, and just other opioids of, or you know, more than twice. But fentanyl is really blowing every of the drug out of the water. It's been a huge change. Next slide, please. We have had some clusters, and you shouldn't be surprised at the fact that overdoses tend to cluster. They can cluster because people have got access to the same bad batch or something. They can cluster because it's the same. It's a group of people who are friends or drug buddies who are together. So what we have seen is that we've had this number of suspected overdoses, in January, June and up to September of this year, and so it's just telling you the number of clusters and where they have been located. So you see Northwest Atlanta, North Atlanta, those are the zip codes. We've seen in North, Central, and South Fulton. So this is not sparing any particular part of the county. Next slide, please. So what are we doing about it? Okay. Well, we're doing a lot. We're doing a lot in terms of getting together with various focus groups to improve our general response to overdoses in Fulton County. So it's important to talk to people who are using. It's important to talk to people who are responding so that we can improve our responses to this. We are partnering with a number of community organizations. And they're listed up there, like the one, Johns Creek Coalition. I believe we have a photo in the next slide of Vice Chair Hausman, who has been attending some of these. No, I guess, well, you can go back, but I do know that I saw her there. We are providing Narcan kits and training. Narcan is a reversal agent for opioid overdose. And so if somebody has overdosed, you can give them a shot of Narcan, which will block the receptors and can help with this, to stop the overdose. It does have to be sometimes repeated, and we have to get these out to more people. We're partnering with the Department of Behavioral Health and Disabilities and the Georgia Public Safety Training Center, and we at the Board of Health have been given a quarterly supply of Narcan that we are distributing to first responders. I want to see us going actually and getting more of these kits to actual users, because similar to what I've heard about, like when a flood happens or a natural disaster, who gets to you first? It's the people around you. They're your neighbors are your first responders. It's sort of the same thing with overdoses. And so having your fellow users who have access to this could also help prevent some of these deaths. Next slide, please. This is also about, this shows just a picture of some of our focus groups that we have done in partnership with our partners, getting a lot of information that is very useful. Next slide. We do lots of community outreach, in association at places where we hope that people are going to go to, like dance concerts and exhibitions and the like. And yes, you can't quite see Vice Chair Hausman, but I think you're in the bottom photo there on the left. So there's been a number of meetings about this. There's Beatrice King, I think I'd see her there. She is our person at the Board of Health who is most involved with these things. The other thing, which I don't really see mentioned here, but I will mention it, is that there is we also have fentanyl testing strips, which is we're trying to get those out so that people can have the ability to be able to test a suspect drug that might be in front of them about whether whether or not it might contain fentanyl. But I don't see that on this slide. May I have the next slide, please? Okay, yeah. So these are just things that we're doing. Lots of outreach, lots of education to the public about overdoses and what to do. Next slide. And as I mentioned before, we're doing Narcan training for first responders. And so this is just an example of some of the generic name for Narcan is naloxone. So that's the same thing. Narcan, naloxone, you'll see the same. It means the same thing. And next slide, please. So this is sort of the things that we ask people who are interested in this, like what can they do? So here are some of the suggestions. You can actually get involved with some of these community organizations, recovery community organizations, and get involved with harm reduction. Harm reduction works. And that means all sorts of initiatives such as Narcan. That's harm reduction. Syringe provision is harm reduction. Fentanyl testing strips, harm reduction. Ultimately, though, what we all need to do as a society is to address the social determinants of health that lead to substance abuse and mental health challenges. And so what we also need is we need more funding. Narcan, is not exactly, plentiful, and we have to buy it. So we need to get more funding for that. And then we need to listen to the people who are actual users or who are otherwise impacted by substance use, because they have valuable things to teach us about how we can better deal with this. I'll call it an epidemic. You saw anything that goes up to by 800% over 2 years, I would call an epidemic. I think that's about it for opioids. So can I see the next slide? Oh, yeah, that's it. So I guess now it's open to questions.
All right, that's a lot to take in.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Khadijah.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Vice Chair. I want to commend you. It's been so long since I've seen you without a mask that I almost didn't.
Yeah,
I know you don't have it.
But notice, I actually
you look like a totally different person without your mask on. I want to commend you on this report, especially this section, and the reason why I received some education about harm reduction. I actually went to an event, and it escapes me the person's name, and I hate that because she was very informative in telling me not only the numbers of, because it is at an epidemic level. We're seeing communities of color, young kids, 14, 13 years old, being rushed to the emergency room because they've decided to smoke something that they're sitting around with somebody, and next thing you know, they may leave here because of a lapse in judgment. So it is at an epidemic level. I had the opportunity to go out in the community and actually talk with some of the people who have actually needed to use the Narcan. And so I took it upon myself, after she educated me on the level that it has reached our communities, that we do need to not only educate ourselves, but this is a problem that transcends race, color, economic, socioeconomic. This is really a serious, serious situation that we need to make sure that we not only inform our citizens, but get that information out, get that Narcan out, because, I mean, to sit down and have a conversation with a mother who actually lost her 14-year-old son, who had never been in trouble, had never, been through anything, and just happened to be with a group of individuals that wanted to smoke marijuana. And it was laced with it. Yeah. And I mean, I wouldn't think of having a child that would do that, but you think about a time when smoking marijuana, the worst you could probably do is get the munchies or whatever. And now she's lost her son. And so I'm trying to think I think it was the Atlanta harm reduction.
Yeah.
Martin Sanders. That's who I had the conversation with, a very, very in-depth conversation with. And I do believe that we are going to need to put more emphasis in this area and realize that it's very, very serious. And, until you're in that situation or you're around individuals, sometimes we don't know how close to home it hits. But this is probably happening in every district, in every county, and we really need to pay close attention. So thank you for that very in-depth, and thank you for the work you do. I know sometimes we get so busy, all of us, that we don't take the time to thank individuals that are really working hard in the community. And I just wanted to take this time to thank you for everything that you do.
Well, thank you. And on behalf of my team at the Board of Health, I've got a stellar team. I accept your gratitude.
All right.
Commissioner Ellis.
Yeah, thanks for the report. Certainly the fentanyl stuff is beyond an epidemic. I don't even know what you call it. It's so bad, and there's certainly so many underlying things within it. It's kind of a multifaceted thing, hard to really truly tackle. We've recreationalized drug use of all sorts. People are over-medicated, and it all plays into pretty easy access to this stuff, on the street, and unfortunately, a lot of deaths. But sort of two questions for you within this. Could you expound a little bit upon these fentanyl test strips and whether or not, how easily accessible are they and how effective are they, for whatever drug, whether it's marijuana laced or pills, or will it only work with pills, et cetera, kind of thing?
Yeah. Well, I'll be honest in that I personally we don't have enough.
Okay.
So I actually haven't. Normally I take things and I play with them, COVID tests and stuff like that. I haven't actually even done that because I haven't had a chance to get to it. But I'm Dr. Holland, who is not here today. He has told me that he has, I believe he, was in a situation where he was able to use that to test for some, test something. My understanding is that it's not 100% effective, in terms of, yes, it can miss, some presence of fentanyl, but if something does light up and it's fentanyl, not to use it. What I will do and this should be fairly easy for me to do. I will talk to our guru about that, and I can get you that information about what we know about that. But we don't have enough of the tests. We need to give up more.
Okay. Yeah, if you have some additional information on that, I mean, it's an interesting advancement in terms of whether or not how effective it could be. Certainly would be interested to know that. And then as we go further in it, one of the things that I'd be interested, specifically on this, and I know you mentioned your partner with DBHCD, because certainly they've got a lot of overlapping things, certainly in terms of, treatment on their end and that sort of stuff. But one of the things I would be interested in the two of y'all talking with each other, and then also with, the state, kind of what kind of efforts can we engage in with prevention? And I'd be interested in hearing a little bit more specifically about some of the thoughts on some of the things we could potentially do relative to prevention in this specific arena. So,
yes.
Commissioner Morris.
Just a quick question for the benefit of the public who might be listening or watching. I've had family and children of friends who've really had either bad flu or RSV to the point where they're really afraid and scared. When should a parent think about taking a sick kid to the hospital or to the urgent care if they're running a fever and coughing and so on?
Well, in general, I mean, I'm one of the persons who says have a lower threshold rather than a higher one for that. But certainly, any signs of respiratory distress, you know, if a child is having trouble breathing, or like, for example, with a small baby that can't really talk to you, you look at them. If you can see that they're, you know, the space between their ribs, if it's pulling in a bit, it shows that they're really struggling to breathe. So clearly, anything, you know, that if they have any signs of respiratory distress, they should go and be checked out. Fever in and of itself isn't necessarily, you know, an indication that one needs to seek out immediate care. But certainly, respiratory distress, any neurologic changes, you know, if a kid becomes more what we call, you know, obtunded, you know, they're just you know, like that, you know, then you should go check it out with your doctor. If they have, you know, a lot of severe diarrhea and they're starting to, you know, become dehydrated and all that, then they should get checked out. So I'd say, you know, watch your kid. Most parents are pretty tuned into when something is wrong and something is different with their child. So I just say, people, you know, if you have any doubts, you know, go on in, or at least call call your pediatrician's office. Many of them have a nurse on duty all the time, and they can say, you know, you should go to this. You can handle at home. This you should go and get checked out.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hausman. I was looking at the report and just noticing that it starts in January of 2019. Were we not aware of fentanyl deaths prior to that, or is the report showing that this is when this actually started happening?
You know, as I've been a doctor for a long time, and fentanyl's been a problem for a while. So I do not believe that it was the first time it was ever doing. I did not put this slide together. I think it might just be looking at a prescribed period of time. People often ask, well, what's happened during the COVID epidemic? So I suspect that this was looking at to sort of see what's been happening since the sort of the onset of COVID. But fentanyl has been around and a problem, but it's clearly much more of one now.
I do recognize that because when myself and my team and Jessica Corbett, her team, and many other people who participated in the Joan Garner Walk in Health Fair were in Rodney Cook Senior Park, we literally saw a young man die before our eyes. He was staggering one moment, and then the next moment, I would describe it as the life or his soul just left his body, and he hit the bricks, he hit the rocks by the water like somebody dropping a brick. And it turned out it was a fentanyl death. And so I'm very aware of how serious this is, and my chief of staff was on Joseph E. Lowry Boulevard, and a man was dying, and it was from fentanyl. She had to call 911. So this is something that is happening very close to home. So I appreciate your report, and I appreciate everything that the Board of Health does, because like you said at the beginning of this presentation, you're actually doing even more than what you're presenting before us, and it's all great work. So thank you and your team.
Thanks very much.
All right, I have a couple of questions about the fentanyl issue also. And while I know you're working hard on this, every death is a tragedy, and we don't want to have any more occur, and I know you agree with that. As far as the test strips and the Narcan go, you say you're having difficulty getting both of those?
Well, no, not so much as, we can always use more money for Narcan is not that hard to source. And so that's why, and we are working already with first responders, but we can always, we're sourcing more, because again, it's not just one and done with Narcan. You know, we need to make sure that there are ample supplies out there all the time. So, and again, and I want to see more of a move for our working more. At the moment, there's only a couple of, it's mainly community harm reduction organizations that are providing Narcan to actual users. And so I want to see us at the Board of Health doing a little bit more than that. We're going to always continue to work with our partners, because they're the ones who are spending day to day, with actual users. But I just think that the more we can get out into the community, the better we'll be in terms of having Narcan around to test. And again, I will be speaking with Beatrice King, who is who's sort of the head of our opioid program, about the fentanyl test strips. She had mentioned to me that we had very limited numbers, and so I wanted to find out more about how we can get more of those and get them into the hands of the right people, which is users, people who are out there, using this need to test for drugs.
Well, I mean, as far as having it out in the community, to me, our responsibility is limited not to the entire community just getting something out, but the first responders, and you mentioned the kids. And I know that we partner in our school system on a mental health basis, and each school has a clinic and school clinic nurses. Are we providing them any sort of support with Narcan in the schools?
I do not know. I do, and I will find out a little bit more about it. But you're probably aware that working with some of the school systems and the boards is not always necessarily as easy as we would like it to be. There are many people.
Well, are we talking to them? I mean, are we assuming that it's difficult, or are we trying to get the supplies where they're needed?
We have pretty strong relationships with Atlanta Public Schools and with Fulton County Schools. And again, I will have to see. I'm not at every one of these meetings, so I cannot report personally on how much it's been discussed.
Well, I'd like for you to focus on that, because I think that that's an easy way for us to be effective in working with the school counselors and the school technicians. So, because they're seeing what the kids are going through, they probably know who the kids are that are in trouble or likely to be in trouble. I get asked questions a lot about fentanyl, though. I mean, say you get a hold of one of these fake pills, and I was looking at that slide, I would have guessed that the fake was the real.
I know.
Because it looked better,
yeah,
okay? The real one looked like it wasn't stamped very carefully or whatever, which would, to me, indicate a real pill. How long does the fentanyl take to be detrimental to someone after they take it? Do we know?
They can kill within minutes.
Within minutes? Yeah. So are we participating in the One Pill Can Kill program, advertising that?
I'm sorry, I just don't know. Again, we might be. I just don't know what.
Well, it's an awareness program that the DEA has put out and the CDC. So I would hope that we would perhaps be putting that out on our social media and TV channels and things like that.
It's quite possible we do. I mean, there was a slide in there that showed all the stuff that we have out. But yeah, I will. I can check that, but I don't know for sure.
Yeah, but again, if we're going to go in the area of Narcan, previously we did offer it to first responders. A lot of the cities in our county do that on their own, but I'm not sure if the school system is doing that. So I'd really think that that's an area that we should perhaps investigate and help with. And and the test trips too. Maybe the school systems, that would be a good resource so they know what they're dealing with if they have a problem. So, and then my final question, you mentioned the booster shots. If you haven't had one in 2 months, you should get another one. How long is the booster shot supposed to last?
Well, they've been looking at a lot for the original booster shot, which was really just a lower dose of the original vaccine. It started to wane in terms of protection against actually getting infection by around 2 months or so. Although the effect of preventing people from hospitalization and death lasted a bit longer, okay? It's still too soon to know about, with the new bivalent booster, how long that's going to, do that. All the preliminary indications are that it is not waning as fast. So, it was because it was from those older studies that showed that, it was waning within 2 months that the recommendation came that, if you're more than 2 months out, then you should consider it. But remember, again, we're heading into normal cold and flu season, or we're there.
Yeah, we're in flu season.
We're there already, so, but we really would want to get more people.
But you recommend a flu shot every year. So I guess I'm
Yes.
just trying to make sure that we're clear with the public on what the recommendation is. Is the recommendation to get a booster shot every 2 months? Or is it 6 months? Or, I mean, what should the average person
They have
be
not-
considering?
Yeah, so at the moment, it's like, as data comes in, then the CDC and the FDA make the recommendations about when it's going to come in. So at the moment, it's just, they're only focusing right now, and they're saying if it's been more than 2 months, but they're not projecting out yet to say when or if we'll ever get to the point where it's like a once-a-year booster, if it's going to be every 6 months or so.
Yeah, it's still very confusing to people.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Any other questions? Thank you again for the very, very comprehensive report. I really love the format. I think it's great to have everything in one place, so appreciate that. All right, next item.
We're done with the operations?
Yes, Ms. Clerk.
Okay, continuing on page 9, 22-0865, purchasing and contract compliance. Request approval of resolution to extend emergency purchasing authority of the chairman and county manager for COVID-19 related purchases.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded, moved by Commissioner Hall and seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, Commissioners, it's my understanding that our lunch is waiting for us. I think this might be a good time to take a break for executive session for land, legal, or personnel. It's been moved by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Kadisha. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
We're in recess. Thank you.
Tell them to go to the presentation. 866. They're coming. They're not ready? Oh. Yes, no?
I want to call the meeting back to order. We are now out of executive session. Madam Clerk, next item.
On page 9. Oh, executive session.
Excuse me, we have a couple of action items, Vice Chair, from the meeting.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Is there a motion to approve the request for representation set forth in item number 1 of the executive session agenda?
Motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Kadisha. Let's vote.
And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
And number 2, is there a request, is there a motion to approve the request for settlement authority set forth in item number 2 of the executive session agenda?
It's been moved by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Kadisha. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
And finally, is there a request, is there a motion to authorize the county attorney to notify the city of South Fulton that the county wishes to extend the Wolf Creek Amphitheater lease for a 1-year period pursuant to the terms of the existing lease?
It's been moved by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Hausman. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open.
Thank you, Vice Chair. That's the final item.
Motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. Clerk, next item, please.
On page 9, 22-0866, Finance, presentation of the fiscal year 2023 proposed operating budget.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Sharon Whitmore, Chief Financial Officer. I'll be making the presentation today for the proposed budget. Before I do so, I did want to make sure that I thanked the budget staff for completing the process this year, completing the booklet last night, and having everything ready for today. And I wanted to make sure that the board was officially introduced to the county's budget manager. She took over in February. Sabrina McTier, she is out in the Assembly Hall. So I wanted to make sure that I thanked her for her work over the last several months completing the budget. So we do have this brief presentation for you today to sort of summarize and provide a very high-level review of the proposed budget. If we could go to the next slide, please. We wanted to start by sort of recapping where we're ending 2022, or where we project that we'll end 2022. As Hakeem has presented to you on several different occasions this year around our mid-year projections and our thoughts for how we would close out 2022, we are still looking at ending the year with revenue of roughly $764 million. We began with a $250 million fund balance. That provides us with a little over $1 billion in resources. We had a budget of $857 million. We are expecting to expend roughly $832 million of that, leaving us with roughly $182 million to carry forward into 2023 to help support the 2023 budget. Next slide, please. This slide is a graphical presentation of what the 2023 proposed general fund budget looks like. We have that $182 million in beginning fund balance, projected beginning fund balance, $810 million in revenue, which is composed predominantly of our property tax category with $676 million in proposed property taxes. $101 million in all other revenue, and then $17 million in lost. At the very top of the revenue column, you see a small gray box. That has the $16 million that we've factored into the budget. That's based on a 2% increase, overall 2% increase in revenue. So that's above and beyond what we expect and what we have programmed in for the tax digest growth of 3%. On the expenditure side of the house, we're proposing an $850 million expense budget for the general fund. $378 million of that in the justice and public safety priority area, $204 in open and responsible government, $119 in our health and human service category, $113 in infrastructure and economic development, and $35 million for arts and libraries. With the $182 million in beginning fund balance, $810 million in expected revenue, $850 million in expected expenditures, that leaves us with $142 million in projected fund balance. That does equal 16.67% of the projected expenditures and does comply with the county's fund balance resolution. Next slide, please. This next slide is an all funds view. We have shared this information with the board historically, so you can see for all appropriated funds what our total budget appropriation is. In 2023, the proposed budget indicates it would be $1.288 billion. In the health and human service area, that represents about 15% of that is represented in the health and human service area at $191.8 million. About 31% is in the justice and safety area at $402 million. 22% in open and responsible government at $275.7 million. 29% in infrastructure and economic development, $365.7 million. And then lastly, about 4% for arts and libraries at $52 million. Next slide, please. This next slide is a comparison year over year for the last 3 years of what our total appropriated budget looks like. You can tell that it's been $1.2 billion since 2021. For the proposed budget for 2023, we're at 1.287.9, rounded up to 88. The majority of the change year to year is sitting in the county's water and sewer system. In both the revenue fund and the renewal and extension fund, we have increases in both of those activities. And then of note, you'll see the general fund is actually down $7 million from the 2022 budget. Next slide, please. So specifically, how are we funding the 2023 general fund proposed budget? We shared with you at the last meeting our general plan and all of the major levers that we were looking at using to help balance the budget. And so we'll sort of walk you through those today on both the revenue and the expenditure side. So as you know, the general fund revenue budget is composed primarily of 3 broad categories: taxes, that's property taxes, local option sales tax, and then all other revenue sources, which includes interest income, court fees, license and permits, and various other revenue categories. And then lastly, as a source of funds that we are able to use to help balance our expenditure needs, we have the amount of fund balance that is available to us that exceeds the 16.67% minimum fund balance requirement. The assumptions that we used in developing the revenue budget this year is that the millage rate that will be set in 2023 will be set at a rate that's sufficient to cover the revenue that's appropriated in the budget, and that would also include the additional 2% growth factor that we've included in the budget this year, which equated to about $16 million. We assume that the digest itself, the billable portion of the digest itself, would continue to have that modest 3% growth factor that we've been using for the last couple of years, and that we would continue to collect at least 96% of tax billings in 2023 by the end of the county's fiscal year, which is the end of the calendar year. Next slide, please. Continuing on with the revenue assumptions, in the local option sales tax category, as you all are aware, we recently concluded our negotiation for local option sales tax, and the county's distribution percentage is set to increase from the current rate of 4.979 up to 5% in 2023, and then it will increase gradually to 12.5% over the next 10 years. So the impact of that in 2023 is pretty much negligible. So you'll see that we've projected roughly the same amount in local option sales tax in 2023 as what we're projecting for 2022. In the other revenue category, we did make the adjustment in the other revenue for the board's action to rescind the credit card waiver fee, and so we've increased the revenue in that area by $12 million. And then lastly, once again, we will use a portion of fund balance, leaving the minimum required fund balance of 16.67%. Next slide, please. So what are we funding in the general fund 2023 proposed general fund budget? We are funding all positions that are filled as of November 7th, 2023. We are also funding vacancies, as the county manager indicated during the operational report, but we are doing so at a lower rate than previously. So we've taken roughly a 33% attrition rate for all vacancies that remain and are applying that next year in order to generate some budgetary savings on the front end, rather than having them occur as salary savings throughout the year to be recognized at the end of the year. Departments will, through this method, departments will still have the flexibility to fill their vacancies, but they will have to do so within the resources that they have available, which means they may have to stagger their vacancies through the year rather than trying to fill them all at one point in time. We did not fund new positions if they didn't meet the criteria that we previously identified for the board. We ensured that we funded all of our debt service payments and utility costs. We funded the 2 inmate outsourcing agreements that have been entered into, the one with Cobb County and the one with the City of Atlanta for use of the Atlanta Detention Center. We did fund 1 countywide special election, if necessary. The funds for that countywide special election will be held in non-agency unless and until such time a special election is called. We also are making note that as next year is a municipal election year, the cost to run the municipal elections, if the county's registration and elections department is requested to do so, would have to be paid by the municipalities. We did not provide funding for a performance bonus or other compensation adjustments. And as we reviewed the enhancements, we applied a set of rules to them. We essentially looked to see whether or not the enhancement that was being requested had a regulatory, statutory, or other existing contractual obligation associated with it. If it was an inflation adjustment, if it was an action that the Board of Commissioners had in fact already taken an affirmative action on, we funded it, or if it was something that was unavoidable, like the rising cost of utilities and fuel and things of that nature. We also, as we reviewed our capital enhancement request, we primarily stuck to funding those that met a life safety or security related purpose. Next slide, please. We've provided funding for some vehicle replacement, but not all of the requests that we receive for vehicle replacement. We provided the funding for the hardening of our security access points, the recommendation that came out of the sheriff and the, I think it's the sheriff, the IT department, and the police department worked together to identify the security measures that we needed to take to harden our access points. We've also ensured that we've met our contractual obligation to Grady Hospital. We've provided funding to cover the basic operating request as well as the debt service on the debt that is outstanding. It's important to note in this category that 2022 ended the last debt service payments on the Grady bonds that were originally issued back in 1993 and then refinanced, I believe, in 2003 and then in 2012. So that debt service rolled off, while the debt service that the board has approved for the surgical center that they are completing now is what we are providing for now under the debt service contract. So we kept the Grady operations budget the same as last year, and we ensured that we covered the debt service. We've also ensured that we provided funding for the $13.7 million in behavioral health services contract that Latrina presented on and the board approved at the last meeting. Plus, we provided for the diversion contract with PAD at $400,000, same as 2022. And we also ensured that the $850,000 that has been in the behavioral health budget for the operating cost of a diversion center stayed intact. There is, in addition to that, we still have the funds that we set aside in the ARPA fund to cover the obligation that the county has for the agreement, the MOU with the City of Atlanta for the operation of the diversion center in 2023. Funding for community service programs and contracts for services are at the same 2022 funding level that was approved at the beginning of the year. It does not include the additional resources that the board provided mid-year, so it's at that original funding level. We did include funding for the veterans program, the $1 million for the veterans program that the board acted on mid-year as well. We've also provided funding for the lease cost and some other final I guess, moving costs and things like that related to the consolidated warehouse. And then we have some funding built into the budget to support the opening of the new animal services facility when that occurs later in 2023. Next slide, please. So that wraps up the general fund revenue and expenditure overview. We do have some comments on a couple of our other operating funds that are included in the proposed budget as well, primarily the airport fund, the water and sewer fund, and the Fulton Industrial District. And in each of these cases, we've ensured that we've provided funds to cover the ongoing operations in each of these areas, as well as funding to support the expansion projects that are underway at the airport. We've also provided for the pay-as-you-go capital that will be needed in the water and sewer system. That is supported in part by the recent rate increase that the board approved. So the numbers that you see do reflect the effect of the rate increase for the full year in 2023. And then lastly, in the Fulton Industrial District, we've provided funds to support the police department's continued provision of services for the remaining unincorporated area of Fulton County, as well as public works, and to ensure that we have funds in place to support the fire services contract with the City of South Fulton. We've also appropriated funds in non-agency in the FID budget so that we would be able to continue the redevelopment efforts that we have with the properties that have been purchased over the last several years. Next slide, please. With regards to next steps, we did present and submit to you in accordance with the county's budget ordinance, the proposed budget on the 15th. As late as it was, we did get it submitted to you. We're making our presentation today At the next board meeting on the 7th, we will hold our one legally required public hearing, which will then set the stage for the board to adopt the budget in its final form at either of its meetings in January. And we do plan to have a discussion item for the board on each of the next board agendas, simply to give you the opportunity to, once you've had time to review the proposed document, to give you the opportunity to provide us with any thoughts or guidance on changes that may need to be made between now and the time that the board acts on the budget in January. And Mr. Chairman, with that, if there are any questions, we'll be happy to address them now. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam CEO. Commissioner Arrington?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can we go back to slide number 6? Thank you, Sharon. Great job. Thanks to you and your team for pulling that together. Okay, so in the second group, the first bullet point says millage rate set at a level to generate sufficient revenue to balance the budget, including the amount required to cover the 2% increase applied to the 2022 revenue projection. So my question is, what is that millage rate that you assumed in order to reach this budget?
We did not calculate what a millage rate would be. The projection is based off of what the current millage rate generated, plus a 3% growth in the billable portion of the digest, and then that additional 2% was calculated to equate to about $16 million. So we didn't calculate a new millage rate. We used the current millage rate of 8.87, and what it generated in this year's tax billings, and then we made adjustments to that for the change in the billable growth, the 3% billable growth, and the additional 2%. So Commissioner Arrington, it's really hard at this point in the process to say exactly what the millage rate will need to be next year. We don't know what the digest values will be. We've made a growth assumption, which is that 3% growth in billable value. We don't know what the portion of the digest growth is going to be attributed to reassessment. That's the piece that we're required to roll the millage rate back for. So it's difficult to say exactly what the millage rate is going to be. I can tell you what we based it off of. And when we get to the point that we set the millage rate next year, it will be set based on the value in the digest, and a few other assumptions like what we think will happen with appeals, what we think will happen with what we see the growth rate is in all of the tax allocation districts, because we have to back that out. We don't get to bill on that growth. And then ultimately, how much we need to be able to generate in revenue to cover our revenue assumption for the year. And then if the rate, the rollback rate, in effect, if it's lower than where we are currently, but we need a higher millage rate to support the revenue that we're putting into the budget right now, then we would need to advertise a higher millage rate next year. So it's difficult at this point in the process to tell you exactly what the millage rate will be.
Well, I mean, I understand that because we vote on it, right? So, I mean, I understand that it's difficult to tell us what it will be, but to me, for you to use that as an assumption for coming with the budget that you came with, you had to plug in some number there.
Yes, sir. It was 8.87, which is the current millage rate. That was what we started with, because we're using this year's tax billings, which were based on the 8.87. We're using that as the base, and we're making the changes to that using these assumptions. We assume that the value that billing level is associated with is going to grow by 3%. But we use the 8.87 millage rate to calculate what that amount will be.
But just to try to clarify, didn't we also then, taking the board's guidance, add in 2% revenue in addition to?
We did, $16 million.
To your question, and that equates to 16 million? Yes. Something like that? So if a mill is worth 60, then it's probably something like a fourth of a mill or something of that.
If a mill is worth what?
60, how much is it? 60 million? And we've assumed 16 because that's what you advised us to do without necessarily any basis to start from, other than it will be made up of either additional lost revenues, an additional millage rate above where we are today, or some other revenue source like she's talking about with the base growing faster than it normally did.
All right, and then how did we come up with the 2% increase?
That was when you went through the question and answer session back, I think it was 2 meetings ago, and Commissioner Ellis primarily took the lead on giving either asking questions or giving some expectations from the board, and the consensus seemed to be that you all agreed with him then. 2% was the number that we were advised to place into the budget.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, well, I guess to follow up on that point, since you got that slide, really, the general assumed thing in here, if that growth rate turned out to be your growth rate assumption, you assumed that it'd be a slightly higher millage rate than what we're operating at right now, right? If indeed, your other revenue and that sort of stuff was lower, and your assumptions and all that kind of stuff. But you're not really going to truly know what it is until we get the digest next year. But just like last year, when we approved a budget with an assumed millage rate of flat, if we went into it with this, your assumed millage rate with this slight level of growth would probably mean it's a slightly higher millage rate than what we have right now, right?
Yes, sir, I would agree with that.
Okay. Two quick things just in terms of just while we're on the revenue category and more categorization. So you put this credit card fee waiver increase into the all other revenue line? Why? I mean, it's sales tax. I mean, it's property tax revenue, right? So why put it in the all other?
The way the waiver was being covered is the tax commissioner was reducing the commission on property tax collection. And the commission on property tax collection has been categorized in the other revenue category.
So it was a reduction in all other revenue before?
Yes. So he was netting it before he distributed to us.
All right. So that 659, I mean, if 659 this year would be inclusive of all those fees, and then the all other is reduced somehow to reflect the fees. Right? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. In 2022, the 659 projected property tax revenue does not include the commissions, and they're found in the all other category, and they're reduced before they're actually distributed to us.
Okay. And then it's a negligible amount, but am I reading this right that we're assuming no, I know the percentage is about the same, but we're assuming no growth for sales taxes in 2023? I guess it's maybe somewhat of a wash, but is that the way that's the way I read this?
Yeah, we basically kept it at the 17 million, primarily because the analysis that we were provided with when the city made their offer to us, the amount on their page was actually a little bit less than the 17 million. So we kept it at the 17 million, which is what we were projecting for this year. And, you know, we'll see with the
You'll get another, we get the last distribution in early January for like 2022?
for 2022. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So you'll have time, if it needs to be an incremental adjustment, you can
Yes.
do it at that point in time? Okay.
Commissioner, if I may just add something to that also. I mean, we're looking at the potential for downturn in the economy, which might affect the sales tax revenue. So we thought, you know, we should adjust for that in our numbers by just, you know, making the total revenue amount, keeping it at the same level as what we have this year.
Okay. All right. And just another thing, just on presentation, I think it's good that we do this, but just that we sort of breaking out we're pulling out some sort of fixed things in the non-agency stuff just so it's clear to people, pension, leases and debt and utilities. So I like that we've done that. But I don't know if there's a way, I mean, should it be non-agency, other, and then those things under, and they almost make it look like those are subcategories of the 81.6, but they're separate figures, right?
We can do that, Commissioner
You understand
Ellis.
what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
We can make that adjustment.
I mean, I think it's good to show it that way because that helps people understand it a little bit better since it's such a big number. And then I had just a couple of comments on when you get into what are we funding? It's on that continued slide. I don't know what the number of that slide is. This is just Commissioner Ellis talking, but on the fourth bullet point down, under, you move forward one, keep going.
Maybe slide 8.
One more.
Slide 9.
Yeah, or well, I guess, yeah, I'll make my other remark. But the fourth bullet point down, two points on that I'd like for us to consider. Number one, I do think we're double counting on this. We got that fund, I mean, the Divergent Center is not going to be ready anyway, and we got funding in that ARPA-related stuff for effect operations, so I don't know, do we need to continue to have that 850 in there? So maybe that's something y'all could look at. And then, if I read it right too in here, we're putting in another 150 grand into EMA because it looks like the decision's made because Atlanta basically hadn't given us a dime in a couple of years on that, so we're having to self-fund it.
Yes, sir.
PAD to me is a program, it's an Atlanta program, it was a pilot for us. You know, to me, they should fund that, and we should pull that $400,000 out, and they want to continue to do it, they can do it. So I think we should stop funding that. It's their program. You know, and we've provided enough seed money for them to get going, and if they want to do it and it can generate results, you know, for them, then, you know, so be it. But I think we should look at pulling those two numbers out, you know, ending that one contribution or contract, and then I feel like the others addressed already somewhere else. So I'd offer that up in terms of a reduction, and then we say also we're going to fund. We're going to make this assumption that, you know, the cities will fund their municipal elections. I guess that's required, right, by state law. But they'll fund it sort of like the true cost of that. I presume also that we will also work on new animal control numbers so that they're fully funding those costs associated with us providing, you know, those services via IGA on that, right? We're not assuming some subsidy of that, but we're assuming that they will fully fund their cost, and when we'll renegotiate a new agreement on that.
Yes, I think that Matt Kallmeyer is working on that now. I think he plans at the next board meeting to bring forward an item extending the current agreement for one more year until the new facility is really fully operational, and that will allow him the time that he needs to develop what that full cost model for operations will be. Alton, did I cover that well enough? Yeah, so he will actually have an item for the board at the next meeting on the extension. It's really the extension of the agreement with Lifeline as the provider, but he will walk you through some of the issues that we see coming up with animal services and the plan for renegotiating the agreements with the municipalities once we have the facility complete, up, and operational.
Okay. So we'll see. We'll hear whatever that is at the next meeting. Right? Okay. All right.
Yes.
Nothing more on my end.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. As I look over what is this? When we're talking about what we're funding, and it says departments will be provided flexibility on filling of vacant positions, and then it says no funding for new positions that don't meet established criteria. I am concerned about that, and I will tell you that my concern is that we have a tremendous issue with the backlog of not only renters, but individuals who have property, who have went through all the things that they've done to try to get a dispository done on their property. And there's a backlog. I had an opportunity to speak with Judge Kirk, and she explained to me that she wanted to take, I believe, four part-time judge positions and turn it into 2 full-time because she cannot get it filled at part-time. And this would help to alleviate, because like I shared with the chairman, I've been receiving so many calls about that issue with individuals that are still paying mortgage on properties that they cannot rent out or they cannot get back. And we know, dealing with the pandemic, that is a casualty of that. However, I want to know from you if that is something that she deems will allow her to attack that backlog. Does that meet what you all considered the established criteria?
Commissioner, I believe
Can anybody speak to
in
that?
working with Judge Kirk, I believe we will be moving those 4 positions and creating 2 because the impact on the budget, the last I saw was about $10,000. So minimal, and it does fit the criteria of having to deal with some of these statutory requirements.
And so I take that as we're going to try to do it.
That's correct.
Answer, okay. Also, at some point, are we going to get a more detailed, I don't want to make the assumption, will we get a more detailed budget, County Manager, for our review?
Commissioner, we did provide you with the budget booklet, which embodied in it has the
I don't have it. I'm sorry.
it has.
Vice Chair just let me know. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Yes, so we did. They came out late last night, but we did send you the electronic version, and we provided you with
I'll
a
take
printed
Lee's
copy.
or I'll take the Vice Chair. I'll take their copy. Thank you. I appreciate that. And the funding, I see that you have the $400,000 for PAD. If we are having conversations about taking that away, how will that affect? Well, I guess my question to you is this. Can we take it away? And if we do take it away, would it not have a detrimental effect? Now, you don't have to say it's detrimental, but from your perception as to what you think the effect will be if we remove that $400K for PAD?
I would actually probably need to defer the impact question to either Alton or Dr. Rochelle. I cannot tell you that I know off the top of my head the kinds of numbers that PAD has produced. What is running around in my head right now is on the calls that I have been on, comments really coming from the City of Atlanta police representative saying that there were more calls that could have been diverted that were actually being diverted, but I don't know that I'm really the right person to answer that question.
I understand.
So I guess
that's why I put that
would
disclaimer
refer
in there.
that to Alton or Dr. Rochelle.
Commissioner, I can talk a little bit to that. I do think that PAD deserves a bit more of a discussion and perhaps scrutiny about the effectiveness. What do I mean by that? What a number of people don't realize is that PAD is voluntary. Someone gets picked up and they get to make a choice. Do I want to go to jail or do I want to go PAD? They go to PAD and they sober up. They get to walk out the door the next day. It's a bit of a revolving door. There's no tracking of what happens to those individuals. There's no tracking of the rate of recidivism. So in some ways, to your question about how effective it is and what the impact would be, I think it's hard to measure that because we do not have any data. We do not have any insight into what happens to the individuals who get taken to PAD in the first place. So I would offer that, like many of the agenda items that we bring forward, that perhaps we ask Moki to come and present to us and give us a sense of the effectiveness as part of the renewal of that particular item.
Okay, I'm going to have to respectfully disagree. The grant money covers direct services, the people that are diverted, of course, housing, food assistance, and other basic needs. And it is my ride-alongs and my direct interest of not having people arrested to already overburden our already burdened criminal justice system. We already know what the sheriff is going through. We already know what the need is. And one thing I will agree with you on, it requires further discussion because I don't want us as a body to foolhardily make a decision and then we're going to see an increase in individuals being in front of store owners, businesses with defecation on them. Nobody wants to touch them, not even the police. But PAD shows up and gets them where they need to be. And so while I can understand that we are tightening our belt, I do think they would be more than happy to present that data. And I think this requires detailed conversation and comprehension because what I would hate is to remove that funding and then we see the triple effects of it coming behind a pandemic and then we say, oh, I didn't know. So this is very serious in dealing with PAD and what PAD deals with. And so while I respect our need to tighten our belt, I know that if we remove the funding without an in-depth conversation and an understanding of the reason that PAD is in place, then we're going to be like a hamster in the wheel chasing that piece of cheese. So I will ask not only my colleagues, but I will also ask the county manager and his staff to take this very, very important decision, very, very important, seriously, And I would say to the chair, maybe we need to have Pat to come here. APD diversion is to Pat. And so those are Fulton County residents. I understand and I require that the municipalities do what they need to do, but I also believe that we have to do what we need to do if we're going to truly help our sheriff, if we're going to truly have criminal justice reform. Decisions need to be made on facts and not politics. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Hausman.
Yes, and welcome back, Mr. Chairman. Okay, I didn't put my name in the queue to talk about PAD, but since we're talking about PAD, I'm just going to throw my 2 cents in here. Anytime I hear a program that has to do with criminal justice and I hear revolving door, it makes me feel like that program needs to be looked at in general. So I don't know exactly what that comment was implying, but I just have to say that. And then secondarily, I think that just coming off of the lost conversations, we ought to be looking at any program that we're funding that a city's managing. I mean, it just seems like we need to have an overall review of those types of things to determine if it's things we can still afford to do, and talk to the cities about, you know, is it important to them and do they want to continue it, and just have those conversations because, you know, we've clearly delineated that we're not duplicating or sharing services after we went through this lost conversation. So I just want to put that out there. Very pleased to see veterans funding is still in this budget. I was worried about that. So very, very glad to see that. I don't see anything for the library enhancements. I know we funded it with TAD proceeds before. Are we going to do that this time?
Commissioner Hausman, I think we did recommend a few items that were submitted by the library, or that were library related, I'll say, to be funded out of the TAD resources. We still owe you all the full enhancement report and the actions that we took on each of the requests. So we will share that information with you so that you can see it. I don't recall off the top of my head if there was an additional collections request this year for the libraries, but there were a number of others that we did identify as potentials for the TAD funds.
Well, last time we had the conversation, they did indicate they still had a significant backlog, especially in the area of digital. It's the growing area where people really are utilizing our services. So while I won't be here to vote on the final budget, I certainly hope that we're going to put resources in areas that the public has asked for. So I'm just asking that we do look at the $1 million that went for increasing the circulation in our digital area and in our print area, but primarily digital. Also don't see anything about 4,700. Is it in the big book somewhere?
The plan for 4,700, Vice Chair Hausman, is once we are able to move EMA out of there now and the warehousing that we have going on there now down to the new centralized warehouse, then we will begin the build out of that facility. And I know Dr. Rochelle has more of the program content and everything for it, but we did not put anything additional in the budget for 4,700, so we will be working within the resources that remain from the ACCG lease in order to address the build-out at that facility.
Well, county manager has assured me that we have the funds to do the renovations. I just want to see it in writing somewhere. We don't. How long we had that building now? 4 years? Okay, we've had it for long enough, and I know we had a diversion with COVID, but we had plans to consolidate all of our health offerings and add some senior programming and all that there, and so behavioral health services. So I certainly hope that we are on that path. Dr. Rochelle?
Commissioner, Vice Chair, we are. DREAM has completed the programming conversations, they have re-engaged all of the departments, and we will be bringing forth a summary of the plan to move that forward as originally intended.
Good, I can't wait to see it. Hope I'm still here when you present it.
We will.
All right, and then, you know, it's in the paper today, questioning how much we invest in public health. I see a number here, 119.6 million for health and human services. Can someone just give us a ballpark of what all's included in that number? I mean, I'm assuming it's Grady and other things, correct?
We have a summary in the budget book.
You can look at page 15 of the budget booklet, and you can see the departments and the funding by category that goes into that health and human service area. Behavioral health, 18.5 million. The Board of Health, 11.2. Department of Community Development, 10.9. Family and Children Services, 1.7. Grady Hospital, 49.8. There's 1.9 that's sitting in non-agency that's targeting health and human services. Public Works, the water and sewer system portion, 72.2 million. Ryan White, 200,000, that's the general fund portion only. Senior Services, 25.5 million. That totals the 191.
All right, thank you, because I think it's important that we're very clear to the public what we are investing in the area of public health. You did not mention the behavioral health or health services in the jail. So, you know, while it's outside of what the average person, it's still a health investment. So I think that we should make sure that everyone understands just how much we are putting towards public health. And then I think I had one more question. Sorry, I'm kind of... the election, special election, what number did you attribute to a potential special election?
We have 15 million that's set aside in non-agency for a special called election. That would cover both a general election and a runoff.
All right. I've said this 100 times and we'll say it again. We have got to get a handle on how much we're spending on elections. I hope that we are looking at our operations that we just went through with the general election on the cost per vote, whether it's early or absentee or day of, and what sort of adjustments we might need to make and how we're offering our elections, because we can't do $40 million forever.
We are using the data from this election, the municipal election in 2021, and some of what we have from 2020, but more so the 21 and 22 election cycles. And the strategy office has taken the lead on pulling all the data together and completing that evaluation so that we can look at and determine what is the most cost-effective way to deliver those services.
And I understand we're transitioning into a new facility and things should smooth out a little bit, but our actual, where we're affecting the voter, where we're interacting with the voter, needs to be consolidated in some way that's affordable.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Arrington.
So I wanted to speak, I guess, briefly on PAD. I'm fine with leaving the money in there for PAD, but it sounds like from what Alton said, it might need to be made contingency or contingent upon statistics and information being provided as to so that we can keep track of those numbers. I don't know that it's something that Atlanta is only managing, because my understanding is that Atlanta may be handling the front end of it and making the decision of whether the person is arrested or not. But if they're not arrested, then they should be coming to Fulton, somebody at Fulton County, for social services and wraparound services. So there ought to be, frankly, two reference points: the city and their tracking and the county and its tracking, and we should be able to have those track together so that we can make sure that there is some type of impact. And so I wouldn't necessarily want to cut it. I do think there may be a potential to have some. The question is, would cutting it have any impact on the judicial system? And without stats and information, we don't know the answer to that question. There has to be some stats. I can't imagine that there aren't stats relevant to that, okay? The other thing is, we probably need to come up, so I see on this list of what are we funding, and then I see one of the items on here is zero funding for performance bonuses. I think that ought to be on the list of what are we not funding, and maybe there should be a list of what is not being funded rather than adding that into the list of what we are funding. So that may be helpful, and maybe by looking at that list of what is not being funded, that may also help provide structure for as we continue the budget conversation.
We can do that, Commissioner Arrington. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll make it brief for the sake of being in what I consider an open forum. PAD provides emergency respite shelter, model cards, cell phone cards, food assistance, as well as other things. Another thing, the impact. PAD has actually helped individuals to get housing in order to get bonds because they were not able to get out of the jail because they had no address to go to. And so I would just caution us to not make any decision, one, without PAD coming here, doing a presentation so people can educate themselves on actually what is being done by the organization, but more importantly, to what my colleague said, where are the statistics? Where is the information if, in fact, we do decide to decrease or take the funding away, how it will affect us? Now, I would also end by saying, had PAD not been in place, you would have had quite a few people that would have ended up going to jail, ending up overburdening our already burdened Fulton County Jail. You would have had people that would have ended up without food. We know that we have a big homelessness population, and we know that a lot of people, because of criminal trespassing, because we don't have a lot of adequate resources, we see them downtown every day. And some people will commit minor offenses just to get out of the cold. That's a reality. And so we can't take the position of we need a new jail. We can't take the position of we need a new diversion center. We can't take the position that we're going to get people off of the floors if we are not going to give them an opportunity to not ever be on the floor in the first place. So I would just ask my colleagues, let's have PAD to come here and give us an education, since some of us that sit up here evidently don't know what they do. I would say they need to come, they need to make a presentation. Thank you, Chairman.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, let me start off by just commending our county manager, CFO, and county executives on all of this hard work, because it is absolutely hard work to balance this. I want to start off with, it was very important. Thank you, Commissioner Hausman, Vice Chair Hausman, for asking to identify the amount of money that we put toward health, because that has been questioned repeatedly, as well as people questioning, are we even doing anything for justice and safety? And so I want to also acknowledge that in this book called The Proposed Budget, for 2023. On that same page, number 15, it shows that we have allocated over $400 million toward justice and safety, and it shows every single place, every single department and office where we have dedicated funding. So to dispel that myth as well, we seem to have a lot of people carrying a lot of myths and lies, so let's dispel them all. Also on page 31, I want to acknowledge the fact that it says that we are reducing funding across all departments with vacant positions, but it also indicates that these departments have the ability to recruit for their vacant positions, but the reduction assumes that vacant positions will be recruited and filled on a staggered basis, reducing the need for complete funding of vacant positions for the entire year. That's smart budgeting. Thank you. And let's go to page 33, because over the years I have consistently received calls and been stopped by our senior population asking about home repair program. And this specifically shows that we are reallocating $662,401 to the Department of Community Development from the Department of Senior Services to manage and administer the home repair program, and that is also commendable. And let's just go to page 35. I want to thank you for providing those positions for the magistrate court, that they're finally receiving the staffing that they have requested. And let's go to page 38, where I have a question. Who actually manages the security contract?
That would be the police department.
Okay, so why is the funding in the sheriff's department if the police department is managing it?
The sheriff has tapped into the contract and is utilizing some of the armed guards, or has in the past utilized them for some of his posts that he needs to cover in the Justice Center, is my understanding. And the funding for that portion was attached to the sheriff's department. So
Okay, so the funding should be split between the two?
We've tried to consolidate all of the funding for security, but since the sheriff is statutorily responsible for the security of the police department, he is just tapping into.
Wait,
I mean,
did you just say?
Sorry, he's statutorily responsible for the security of the courthouse and the Justice Center.
Okay.
Not for the police department. My bad. He is tapping into their contract to be able to provide the resources that he needs for the security for the Justice Center. But otherwise, we've tried to consolidate all of the other components of the budget for security into the police department. We do have some funding set aside in non-agency because we're still waiting on an analysis of the library security needs to determine how much more, based on an ask that they had for some additional security, how much more we need to provide to the police department so they can increase the security contract to provide that additional security. But otherwise, we've tried to consolidate it all to the police department's budget.
All right. Thank you for that. And I'm showing some decreases, like community development, 9.26 decrease from 2022 allocated budget. I haven't had a chance, because I haven't had this very long, to read it and go through everything, but can you tell me what was removed to create a 9.26 decrease in community development?
It's the netting effect of all of the various ins and outs, but predominantly That's going to be the additional resources that the Board of Commissioners provided last year for the community service program. We took them back to the base level of funding. So the board, during March or April, I can't remember which, provided some additional resources for community development last year for the CSP program.
So when you say the community service program, you mean the grant program?
Yes, ma'am.
Where we award funding to the nonprofits that are our partners who help us do the work in the community that needs to be done that we don't necessarily have the ability to do because we don't have the staffing or the resources, but they actually do that work and it enhances our ability to serve our communities?
Commissioner, the base
That
budget
grant
is still there.
program?
The base budget is still there. What is not there is the additional funds that the board provided out of the non-recurring funding source. But that base budget that we've always had every year is still in there.
All right, can I get a list of all of the things that were under that additional funding?
Yes,
so we
ma'am.
can take a look at. Thank you. And then looking at arts and culture, it shows a decrease of 7.9% from the 2022 allocated budget.
So it's the same issue. Last year, the board provided some additional resources out of that non-recurring funding source for contracts for services. And so this reflects the removal of that funding. The base is still there, so they still have money for contracts for services, but it was reduced by the amount of the additional resources that the board put in from that one-time source of funds.
So I remember us approving an additional $1 million. Is that the 7.9% that you're
Yes, ma'am.
talking about? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and then, but I see an increase of 5.7% from the 2022 allocated budget for the county manager's office. What would that be an increase to do?
The only thing that I recall off the top of my head that went into the county manager's budget was a funding for the license fees associated with the Socrata open government platform. Other than that, it would be anything that was tied to the compensation adjustments that were made last year through COLA, key classification, ICS related. But the only thing that's coming to mind on county manager is the Socrata.
And Socrata is an application that's used in that office, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. It's the application that we use to support the open government platform.
Right, okay. So why is that under the county manager's office instead of the IT department? Being that it's a...
Commissioner, it's part of strategy office. Strategy is funded out of the county manager's budget.
It's part of the strategy office under the county manager's office?
Yeah.
Commissioner Hall,
Yes.
Not every software license is located in the IT department.
That's
So,
unfortunate.
yeah, so there are some that sit outside of the IT department's budget. This is one of them. There are others. So to answer your question about why isn't the license fee in the IT department, when the application was originally acquired, the funding was provided to the county manager's office, and it's just stayed there. We can move the license fee budget to the IT department. That's really not an issue, but I mean, basically that's it. We have license fees that are in various departments' budget, including some constitutional officers and elected officials.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. For better management of all the applications, software and everything, it should be under the IT department, especially licensing, because as you acquire more and more, or should I say as you purchase more and more licenses, you should be getting a better discount because of volume. And if you're not tracking all of your applications under your IT department, you can't, there's no way for you to manage that and identify when you could actually probably get some kind of discount. Just my 2 cents.
So that's actually one of the things as we undertake our contract review.
Yes.
We will be looking at all of the items that we have on the AML list, which are where many of the license and maintenance items show up, and sort of trying to work through all of that. And then working with Lateef and his group as they work through rationalizing applications and looking for, duplication or underutilization of applications that we have. So that is a huge project that we will undertake. In fact, we had our first meeting about it yesterday.
Good.
We will undertake that process during 2023 in the hopes that as we roll through all of our contract renewals next year, we will clean up any duplications or adjust the size of what we have under license and maintenance if we have too much or too little and all of those things. But it will be everything, including contracts like PAD. So they're on the list too of the items that we'll be reviewing as part of our comprehensive contract review process.
Thank you for that. And I'm glad you mentioned PAD because you just reminded me that I was told that the Solicitor General actually diverts more people than PAD to the thousands. And so I think we need to really look at those other offices that contribute to pre-arrest diversion and recidivism. There are many judges across the street who also contribute to diverting people from jail. And those numbers would possibly be staggering and very positive numbers if we looked at them. Let me see if I have any more little tabs in here. Hold on one second. Oh, the clock is ticking. That's right. You got your little report on timing all of our talking. When we get our report for the timing of our talking, does that include when other people are answering us?
No, it does not.
Oh, okay. All right. Does that include the pauses?
No.
Oh, okay. That's very efficient. He said, does that, Commissioner Moore said, does that include the questions? So wait, let me see 1 second, because got a lot of little stickies in my book. Okay, hold on 1 second. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Vice Chair Houseman.
Yes, the IT is another thing I did not plan to talk about, but it just listening to the conversation, if the licenses are spread out through departments, we could easily be paying renewals that we don't even need because they just send you the bills, as you know. So I'm glad you're working on that. There might be some real cost savings there. And then the other thing is we all know how important security is, especially in the courthouse. And listening to that conversation and explanation of who's on first, I'm not really sure I followed it closely, but I just want to make sure that we are not cutting any costs in the area of security in the courthouse.
No matter of fact, one of the things, I'm not sure we highlighted it, but there's $7 million in enhancements that the police department and the sheriff's office work together on, which have to do with strengthening physical access, both doors and at our garage entrances, improved camera coverage, a camera application system that's much more sophisticated than what we have today. So all of that was prioritized for that very reason.
Well, in the courtrooms themselves, and we just had an incident a few months ago that was pretty serious. We've had tragedies in the courthouse years ago. I just want to make sure that we're not, for cost-cutting reasons, not taking adequate security measures over there.
We did not.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on the proposed operating budget? If not, we amended the agenda earlier to get an elections update. Ms. Williams is here now. She has to get back in order to continue preparing for the audit. So if there are no objections, I'd like to hear from her at this time. No objections. Come on down, Ms. Williams.
Good afternoon, Board of Commissioners. For a brief update regarding the general election, just wanted to advise that we had over 2,800 persons vote advanced voting, 113,000 vote election day, over 23,000 absentee by mail ballots, and 700 provisional ballots that were accepted. We're preparing for the December 6th runoff. At this time, we're planning on having 24 advanced voting locations, and we will start advanced voting on Sunday, November 27th, and it will run until December 2nd. And we are still preparing for a hand recount that is scheduled for tomorrow at the Georgia International Convention Center for the Secretary of State contest. And I will take any questions at this time.
All right, questions? Commissioner Vice Chair Houseman.
You rattled that off pretty quick. Can we get that in writing so we have an idea of exactly what we had?
I can do that, no problem.
Thank you.
All right. Any questions? Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Do we have a, and I may be asking you something that you may already have an answer to, and you have relayed to us, because I know the county manager let us know about the Saturday voting. But I also know that there are legal cases going on right now as we speak. Do we have a confirmed plan of action should that Saturday voting be handed back to us to make sure that we can respond to it in a timely manner?
Yes, so if the Saturday voting is permitted, if it is permitted, we will adjust our schedule and start voting on Saturday. So we are advising staff that it could possibly start a day earlier if it is permitted by the SOS. But at this time, we have been advised that it cannot start on Saturday, we will start on Sunday.
So if perchance that does happen, you all will be able to get immediately on top of it, correct?
Yes, we will start on the 26th and be open from 7 to 7 p.m.
Okay, thank you.
All right, this is an add-on, that's why it's not coming up now. So back to Vice Chair Houseman and Commissioner Morris.
Yeah, you said 24 locations for early voting?
We have 24 locations that'll be open from Sunday, the 27th, until Friday, December the 2nd. If we're able to start on Saturday, those 24 sites will be open on that Saturday. And we're also doing 2 college outreach locations for 3 days each at Georgia Tech and Morehouse College.
And there's one question on the ballot?
There is some local races, and there is one question on the ballot, but we are expecting a high voter turnout, so therefore we have 24 locations open.
Yeah, it just seems a little excessive to me, but, you know, I know you've already said it, but it just seems like a lot.
Okay, Commissioner Morris.
Yeah, it seemed to have gone pretty flawlessly. Congratulations on that. That was very important. I did visit a number of precincts just to see how things were going in volumes. I ran across 2 or 3 where there were 4, you call them poll pads, but 2 of the 4 were out in a couple of places, and then there was a voting machine or 2 here, out here or there. But no, apparently I didn't run across any situations where machine malfunctions caused any delays. They said that they still, in those 2 places, they still had 2 working poll pads and there were no long lines, so it really didn't delay any voters. Was that the case?
Yes.
As far as you know, everywhere?
Yeah, so, you know, of course, with everything, nothing is perfect, so therefore we do have extra equipment in case something malfunctions, there's a backup system. So that's why you see additional poll pads at the location to account for that possibility. And again, we have 24 sites to, again, accommodate all voters. During advanced voting, we're still serving over 800,000 voters, well, 750,000 voters for Fulton County, and want to make sure they have somewhere that's accessible for them to vote.
Yeah. And in most, other than at 7 o'clock, where there were a few lines, as people were waiting to get in right at 7. At 10, 11, and in the afternoon when I visited sites, there were a lot more poll workers than voters in most.
On election day, again, the majority of our election day sites have over 2,000 voters assigned. So we have to be prepared for them if they decide to exercise their right to vote on that day.
Well, that was not a criticism.
Oh, okay.
That was not a criticism at all. I thought it went very well, and everybody I talked to, the poll workers, all said that things went well, so all of that was good. I guess did all the poll workers show up? I mean, because they seem to be pretty well staffed. I think a couple of places said, well, a couple of people didn't show up on time, but there were enough other people on time that it didn't cause any problems.
Yes, we did have a good turnout with poll workers, and we again thank them all for helping us with this situation. I mean, with the election, and thank you all for approving the raise that our board approved and you all approved as well, which helped us because again, people can work in adjacent counties if they choose to due to SB 202. So that increase in pay, which they well deserve, was a great help to ensure they came in to help us out with this election.
Again, congratulations on a great job.
Commissioner Ellis?
Two questions, or two sort of themes I was just curious about. What were the average number of votes cast per polling location?
I do not have the exact number. Again, it would vary because every precinct has the number of voters assigned. The average is over 2,000 per location. So I would have to look into those numbers, and I can provide that for you.
Yeah, I'd be interested in the average, and then, kind of maybe the 10 lowest, in terms of votes cast at the 10 lowest locations. And then and my second theme is around, do we know what total costs were for this general election? We have that quantified yet?
No, I do not have that. Well, we probably do, but I do not have that number in front of me.
Okay. And then maybe that's a question for finance. When do y'all think y'all will have that quantified?
To give you the actuals,
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably going to be a few more weeks because we have to wait for all the invoices to come in.
Okay.
So,
And then related to that, will we have all the costs for this runoff in this year?
what we're going to do, we try to work with the elections department as much as possible to allow them to process invoices. So we will process everything that we can, but there may be some items that bleed over into next year, and we'll either take funds and reappropriate them from this year into next that we had intended to spend this year, or we'll have to carve out from somewhere else next year. So we hold, for the elections department, we do hold open and process things as long as we can to capture as much as possible. It really will depend on whether or not they're able to get all the vendors to get their invoices in.
Do you think by December you'll have a pretty good quantification of, at least for this cycle, what the costs were?
Yes, we should. The biggest holdup that we usually have is getting the invoices from the facilities themselves that we utilize on election day. So we'll reach out to all of them, the ones that do bill us, to ensure that they get those invoices on time.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Commissioner Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to address security. I don't know what the total security plan is for the polling places, but during early voting, my chief of staff happened to be voting here in the building, and there was a lady who was in mental health crisis and very irate. She was scaring all the people who were there. It was crowded because one of the polling pads was not working, so the line had just become really full of people, and this woman was in mental health crisis, and she was very angry, very irate, and it just so happened that some sheriff's deputies were voting. They were not there for security, but they were there to vote, and they happened to step in and calm the lady down. But what is the security plan even in this situation for this building and other polling places. And this was during early voting.
Right, so all of our early voting facilities have an officer assigned. Of course, in this building, the security to get in and out of the building is actually more secure than most. Unfortunately, and so we do have security for every advanced voting building. We are going to have rovers for Election Day, and we also had the assistance of the Sheriff Department, also have a secondary group of rovers out as well on Election Day. Where we can assign voters, where we can assign security to be stationed, we will do so. There was a few staffing shortages with obtaining officers that were able to work, but we did have rovers covering all locations on Election Day. And again, for advanced voting, there was an officer stationed at all sites, and we will have one stationed at all sites for the 24 as well.
Okay, so you just said there was an officer stationed at all sites. Where was the officer who was supposed to be stationed here?
I would have to ask the question of when this incident occurred. I was not aware that incident occurred, but there
Her
should have been
name
an
is Anita Harris. She's my chief of staff, and she's right there. You can ask her, and she'll give you all the details.
Yes, I've received no report of that, but yes, I will look into that matter.
All right. And so moving forward, you're still going to continue to have a roving person that's just moving around from site to site, leaving
Not
the...
for advanced voting. There's an officer at all advanced voting locations. There should have been an officer here.
There should have been.
So I'm pretty sure there was, and I will confirm that. But I'm sure there was an officer here, but I will check that information.
You're sure that there was an officer there, but 2 deputies had to step out of the voting line to handle this woman because she was scaring the voters.
Again, I got no report of this incident at all, so I will find out.
I'm reporting it to you now.
Okay, thank you.
You're so welcome. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Thank you so much, Ms. Williams. Again, a job well done. Continue, Madam Clerk.
On page 9, 22-0867, Information Technology, request approval to increase spending authority for the consolidated warehouse construction.
All right, is there a motion to approve? All right, I'll move approval. Is there a second? All right, seconded by, what's? All right, motion to approve. I made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0868, request approval of a statewide contract to provide telecommunications services and products countywide.
All right, is there a motion to approve? Motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Cast your vote, please.
And the vote is open.
Madam Clerk, let's go.
And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays. On page 10, 22-0869, Real Estate and Asset Management, request approval to extend an existing contract to continue to provide without disruption project management service for Fulton.
All right, a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner DeMorris. Please vote.
The vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0870, request approval of the lowest responsible bidder to provide on-site preventive generator system maintenance and repair services.
Motion to approve by Vice Chair Houseman, seconded by Commissioner DeMorris. Cast your vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0871, request approval of a recommended proposal to provide design build renovation services for the Martin Luther King Jr. Library.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0872, request approval of recommended proposal to provide design build services for renovation of the Peachtree Library.
Peachtree Library, motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Cast your vote.
Vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0873, request approval of the lowest responsible bidders to provide on-site maintenance and testing of fire intrusion alarm systems.
A motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Vice Chair Houseman. Please vote.
The vote is open. The motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. On page 11, 22-0874, request approval of the lowest responsible bidders to provide fire extinguisher testing and maintenance services.
All right, a motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0875, request approval of the lowest responsible bidders to provide moving services on an as-needed basis.
All right, a motion to approve by Commissioner Morris. There's a second by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0876, request approval of the lowest responsible bidders to provide lamps, light fixtures, and related items on an as-needed basis.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0877, request approval of the lowest responsible bidder for the purchase of 49 vehicles for various county agencies.
All right, a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. This is a total of 49 new vehicles. So are we adhering to the vehicle replacement policy?
Yes, sir. These are not all new vehicles.
They're not?
No, sir. Most of these are replacement vehicles. Supply chain logistics for this year dictated that we go outside of our normal path, which is through the statewide contract. They were not going to begin having vehicles available until October and the November timeframe. Many of our law enforcement partners were in desperate, dire straits as it relates to getting vehicles replaced. So the county manager approved us to create our own solicitation that you see before you that resulted in 49 vehicles, and these are all for law enforcement agencies within the county. But these are overwhelmingly replacement vehicles.
Yeah, but are they new or used vehicles?
No, they're new vehicles. They're
That's what
just
I'm asking.
replacing existing vehicles that will be coming out of the fleet.
What? Yeah, I guess my question, though, back to the original question regarding the policy that's in place, the replacement policy.
Yes, sir. The current replacement policy for law enforcement vehicles has a twofold criteria. Number one, exceeding 100,000 miles, and number two is 2 years of age, and that's 2 years or 100,000 miles.
And all of these meet the criteria?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir. The motion is to approve. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 12, under Arts and Libraries, 22-0878, Arts and Culture requests approval of the addendum to the fiscal year 2022 Contracts for Services Program funding recommendations.
All right, motion to approve by Vice Chair Houseman, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Commissioner Morris has a question.
Just a quick question. I didn't quite understand. Were these accidentally left off? Is this additional funding on top of the other money? Explain to us, Mr. Manuel.
Hello, Commissioners. David Manuel, Fulton County Arts and Culture. These were an error that was left off. The funding has already been identified. And then the person, Lisa, she had a name change. Her name is now Louise Tuttle. So we just made the adjustments.
Okay. So when you say the fund, did we spend the 2.3 million and these were left off and now we're finding additional funding out of your department?
No, they were included in the 2.3.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, motion on the floor is to approve. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Under Health and Human Services, 22-0879, Public Works, request approval of a statewide contract to provide laboratory supplies.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Morris is seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Under Infrastructure and Economic Development, 22-0880, request approval to extend existing contract to provide air traffic control night coverage services.
Motion to approve by Vice Chair Houseman, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Under Justice and Safety, 22-0881, State Court, request approval to extend an existing contract to provide supervision and case management services for misdemeanor offenders sentenced by the judicial order.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please, question from Commissioner Morris.
Yeah, is this Mr. Adams' issue? He's not here? You know, every year we renew this, we talk about how private probation services are going out of style because there's this, you know, we'd seen the abuses. I'm not suggesting any abuses here with this one, but other jurisdictions there have been abuses where the probationers can't pay the little fee and they get extended and they get arrested and they just pay more and more and more than their original fine because they couldn't afford the original fine. And every year we say we're going to get out of this, and every year we extend it again. Are we moving away from it at some point?
Commissioner Morris, I understood earlier today that Judge Edline was here to speak to this matter. Alton mentioned this to me during the lunch break, and that they just aren't yet. They're working on it, but they're not yet ready to not need the extension. So are you here?
All right, come.
Okay, good.
Just a minute. Come on down. Come on. Just a minute. Hold on. Now, come on up to the microphone, sir. Just give us your name.
Hey, my name is Wes Taylor. I'm the incoming chief
Honorable
for
Judge.
the Fulton County State Court. And I'll be chief in January.
Okay.
Judge Edline had a prior commitment for this afternoon, so she asked me to step in, and I guess I will do that. I have been working, and Commissioner Morris, it's good to see you. I know you and I talked about this years ago, and I have been working on behalf of the state court through this process for years. I will say that the company that Fulton County contracts with currently was purchased by a larger nationwide company. We're still contracting with the same company, but it's now part of a larger company that does these services nationwide. And two things. One, yes, we have worked with Mr. Adams and his team in preparing a potential proposal for the commission on how we could bring probation in-house. It would be expensive, and we're not sure it would be better yet. What we have done most recently is we have met with folks at the parent company, the new parent company, and we have expressed our concerns with probation as it has been in Fulton County. They have promised to work with us, and so far that was a few weeks ago, and so far it has been a really good, the prospects are very good as to our relationship with that company and being able to have probation where probationers are held accountable, where they do what the judges have asked them to do or sentenced them to do, as well as the judges are much more involved and the probation company isn't making independent decisions that got other probation companies in trouble in the past. So I know this is a long explanation a little bit on your question, but there's a lot to that. And it's very important to the judges, obviously, that we aren't over-punishing people, that we aren't making people who can't afford to be on probation pay more or to punish them more than they otherwise would be just because they can't afford it. And I'm just letting you know that we are looking to extend this because of, as I said, the logistics of bringing it in-house and the fact that we may actually have a much better working relationship than we have in years past with this new company. We're actually keeping our fingers crossed that that's going to be a good relationship and that we are, as stewards of public safety, that we are making sure that this company, this private probation provider, isn't doing what got other private probation companies in trouble.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much for the new role you're going to have. Congratulations and condolences.
I know, thank you.
But the fact that you're working on it and the system is working on it is really responsive to my question. It just seemed unbeknownst, without that explanation, Judge, I would just assume that every year we just sort of kick it down the street. But it sounds like you all are working on it, and I'm grateful for that. Thank you.
We are, and I'm sorry I haven't kept you personally or y'all up to date. Maybe Mr. Adams and I can work on the communication part of that, but he has been a great part of our opening up that communication channel, and so it's been a really good addition to have him as part of that, which we kind of had a little bit of him when you and I met some years ago. Right. So that's been very helpful.
Thank you again.
Thank you. I appreciate
Thank you,
that.
Judge.
Thank y'all. Happy to answer any
All right, the
questions.
motion on the floor is to approve. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 13, Mr. Chairman, the next item is Commissioner Arrington's. Did you want to? Okay.
All right, Commissioner Arrington wanted this to be held without objection. We will hold this item. Continue, Madam Clerk.
22-0883, request approval of an ordinance to amend Chapter 101, Article 2, Division 1 of the Fulton County Code of Ordinances relating to budgetary controls for members of the Board of Commissioners by reducing the travel conferences budget for the members of the Board of Commissioners, sponsored by Commissioner Ellis.
All right, I have a motion on the floor to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Commissioner Ellis, you have the floor.
Yeah, this, colleagues, this is a pretty straightforward resolution. You know, certainly we've got more limited funds, and I certainly think in terms of management of our resources, we need to take the lead and signal the right thing to all our departments and so forth. And one area where I think that's appropriate is that presently right now, we all have travel conference budgets of $50,000, so this resolution would bring it to $25,000 and also make it such that these funds would have to be used for those purposes and they couldn't be transferred around and used for other things, just so the appearance that this didn't appear to be a slush fund, so to speak. So that's the essence of what the resolution is. Again, fairly straightforward, and ask for your favorable consideration on that.
Commissioner Abdu-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. This particular item, I agree with. However, because it is going to affect 2 incoming new commissioners, I want to know, is this something that can be tabled for the first vote in January? I agree with everything that Commissioner Ellis has said. However, for me, and a sense of fairness, I know, Chairman, that you know, are going to have some bringing up to speed meetings with our new commissioner-elects. But when you're talking about individual travel, when you're talking about individual budget, I would have problems supporting something unless it was time sensitive and had to be done now. I would ask that it be respectfully held until the first meeting of January because it will affect 2 new commissioners. And so I understand that we have to tighten our budget. Like I said, I don't have a problem with it.
I can support it, but out of sense of fairness, since it will affect not one, but two new commissioners coming in, I am respectfully asking that it be tabled until the very first commissioners meeting in January, so the two commissioners that are coming in that will be affected by it have an opportunity to at least vote on it. Because what we're doing now, we're voting on something that two of our members who have served very well, this has nothing to do with their service, but I just want to say that, and I respect both of them, but they will not be here next year when this takes place. So I believe in a sense of fairness, if we can hold this, if there's no implications, if it's not time sensitive, if it can be tabled to the 1st of January, I would ask for that respectfully.
All right, Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I ran for re-election, some of my colleagues disagreed with increasing this training and travel account. It had been decades since it had been addressed. Even now, the amount that we have it at falls below what's necessary, because as we have seen in many of the things that we are voting on even today, that inflation has increased the cost of everything that we do and everything that we purchase. But it was very interesting to me when I walked the community during my re-election and knocked on doors in Old Fourth Ward and all across downtown and Midtown, and have CEOs of companies and others just asking me, so what is the big deal about a $50,000 training and travel budget? That's not enough to train not one person. So who else is being trained? Does your staff get some kind of other training? I said, no, the staff is getting trained out of that $50,000. And they thought it was crazy. And I had CEOs and people all around Krog Street Market and up and down Midtown and downtown saying that is absolutely ridiculous for anyone to think that they can train a number of people off of $50,000 and do travel. So I think the constituents are even kind of flabbergasted at anyone thinking that we should have less than what we have. But, you know, I have never seen anyone try to take education. No, I take that back. I have seen people try to take education away from people. I think it was them trying to take education away from Black people. Thank you.
Commissioner Ellis.
Chair, I think we all represent constituents, and I haven't had a single one, and I work in the business community, and people looked at this and they said, can't understand why that much is allocated and you have it structured the way that you do. So this is good government in terms of what's recommended here. Be isolated to travel, and it's more than adequate to support all the budgetary needs that each of our individual commission staffs have. And if we get new people on board and they think it's wrong, they can introduce something else to change it and address it at that point in time. So I stand by the resolution as it's presented.
All right, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
I just want to ask the, I guess the county attorney, can I get you to answer a question if you're able to? Is there any implications to the budget as opposing if this passed today, as opposed to passing the first Board of Commissioners meeting?
I'm not sure I understand your question, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Do you mean?
I'm asking, is there any implications to the budget? Would this change the budget in any way, shape, or form if we pass it today versus passing it the first Board of Commissioner meeting in January?
If you're asking whether or not the savings from this resolution will change, whether it's passed today or at a future date, if that is what you're asking, I believe that is a finance question, but I do not understand it to be different if it's passed today versus another day.
Okay, can somebody in finance answer that for
Madam
me, please?
CFO, would you address that? That's more of a financial question.
Mhm.
Repeat the question, Commissioner.
No, I think I'm clear on the
Okay.
question. I'm sorry, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. If the board passes it today, then we'll bring it back as an adjustment when we present recommendations for changes to the budget. If the board waits and passes it in January, we would do the same thing. So it's funded currently at the board-approved level of $50,000. So if it's approved today, then we would need to bring an item back to the board as part of the changes to the budget for the budget then to reflect that change, if that helps you.
I have one more question. So if it's not approved today, for whatever reason, if it's brought back in January, that same action can take place?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hall?
What would be the savings from this, Sharon?
Currently, we put the $50,000 for travel in each commissioner's budget. So if it's passed, then we would reduce the travel budget by $25,000 in each commissioner's
So
budget.
that's just 25,000 times 7, which is $175,000.
Yes, ma'am.
$175,000 to take away training from our staff. That's absolutely ridiculous, but that's okay. We'll see how it goes. Was that a motion to hold, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman?
Well, the motion on the floor is to approve.
Was that a substitute motion?
There was not one made. I'll entertain a substitute motion.
I would like to make a substitute motion.
I'll second
All
it.
right, substitute motion to hold by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Any discussion on that substitute motion? All right, substitute motion on the floor is to hold. Let's vote.
And the vote is open on the motion to hold. And the motion fails, 3 yeas, 3 nays.
Motion to hold fails. Back to the original motion, which is to approve. Let's vote, cast your vote on the motion to approve.
And the vote is open on the motion to approve. And the motion fails, 3 yeas, 2 nays.
Next item.
22-0884, request approval of a resolution consenting to and ratifying the use of Fulton County ad valorem property tax increment for a project located in West Side Tax Allocation Bond District Number 1, Atlanta West Side, sponsored by Commissioner Morris.
All right, the motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Morris.
Yeah, I'll speak to it briefly because there are implications. Again, and for the sake of Commissioner-elect out there, back when the West Side tax allocation district was extended, it had to be approved also by the county. And the commissioners in office then, it was before my time, approved the extension of the West Side TAD, but put a condition on it that any expenditure of West Side TAD dollars had to be approved by the county. And so I bring those to you on behalf of Invest Atlanta each time there's one. And this one is a $200,000 grant out of the West Side TAD dollars for improvements to the exterior of what had been the Herons Restaurant on Lucky Street, for those old enough to have remembered that fabulous restaurant, but is now the Balzer Theater. And so I think the total cost of this project is $1.2 million, and $200,000 grant of TAD dollars was approved by the Invest Atlanta Board and now has to be approved by the commission here. The implication is I'm going to be asking the Invest Atlanta folks to be a little more informative with respect to the development of Select Fulton's request for TAD information. I guess if that doesn't get a little better, that communication doesn't get a little better, we may stop approving these. But this one is a good project, and so I'm going to go ahead and support it as I did on the Invest Atlanta board.
Commissioner Ellis?
Maybe that's a question for our county attorney, the way these things are structured. So are we required in any way to support these individual projects, or obligated in any way to support them? I mean, like some of these come to us, some of them don't.
Yeah, only the west side TAD has that provision. To my knowledge, that's the only TAD that has that provision when this board extended it. That those TAD expenditure dollars have to be approved by this commission.
So the TAD, this particular TAD was supposed to be closed, and then it was extended under the condition that all the projects had to come before us to be voted on?
Yes.
My understanding is that the city wanted to extend the west side TAD, and it got the county and the school board to go along with that extension, and our prior Board of Commissioners did approve it, the extension, with the county's participation in it, but with this condition.
Okay, how long is this TAD extended through? Do we know that?
I think it's 2038.
And when was it originally supposed to expire?
I thought it got a 10-year extension, so I think it was supposed to expire 2028. I may have that wrong, though. I'd have to go back and look.
So it just sort of goes to this issue we were talking about before. We've got whatever, 37, 47 million, whatever it is. It's funds that are getting diverted. And then we've got one that should have been expired 10 years ago. And then we got projects that just keep on, I mean, whether good, bad, or indifferent. I mean, we're overlaid on this stuff. I mean, I can't support it just on the basis of the fact that we're overlaid on this stuff as it is. So why would we sort of continue to, go further in the hole on it? I mean, that's my position on these. I mean, be my position on every one of them that comes forward until we get in some sort of balanced position.
All right, it sounds like there are a lot of unanswered questions, and I'm not hearing anything definitive from either law or finance. Is this time sensitive?
Yeah, may I?
Yes, sir.
The only sensitivity is that they're anxious to do the project.
But other than
And again, my understanding is if we deny it, we don't get the money. It's going to stay in Invest Atlanta's bank account over there for the TAD. Am I correct on that?
Yeah, that is correct.
I'm certain on that.
And in response to Commissioner Ellis's question, the original expiration date was December 31st of 2018. In 2008, the period was extended with the consent of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, and with the provision that all projects financed after the end of 2018 would come to the board for specific approval.
But if we don't approve it, then our funds still sit over there?
The funds do not revert to Fulton County. They're still reserved for the.
That was a great deal we
TAD.
negotiated there. Wow. Well, I still have the position that, somehow we're still not. Can they utilize the funds then? I mean, can they utilize our funds, or would they just sort of sit there unobligated?
They could, theoretically, I would imagine what would happen is they'd bring forward other projects for approval by the board.
And we could continue to deny it, and the funds would continue to sit there until such time that they would close, and then they could revert to us? I mean, is that, I'm kind of curious about what would ultimately play out of
whether
that.
there's a reversion.
Okay. I'd like to know the answer to that, because, I mean, to me, if it's like, oh, well, they're going to sit there, you're not going to get access to them, I mean, we may as well have not had that's put in the agreement to begin with, and they can somehow utilize them. And so I'd like some more clarity on that.
Well, I'm not hearing the answer that this is time sensitive. So the motion on the floor is to approve. I think it makes more sense for us to have the questions that have been raised answered, just my opinion. But the motion on the floor is to approve.
Well, I'll make a substitute motion to hold.
All right, substitute motion to hold. I'll second the substitute motion to hold for purposes of answering the questions that have been posed today. Let's vote on the substitute motion to hold. Madam Clerk.
And the vote is open on the motion to hold. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 2 nays.
All right, next item.
22-0885, External Affairs, presentation of the 2023 legislative agenda.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jessica Corbett, Director of External Affairs, with Ms. Jasmine Campbell this afternoon. This is actually, just wanted to clarify, we are seeking approval today for the legislative agenda that we presented to you 2 weeks ago. And please bring up our slides. Thank you. Commissioners, I will just quickly review this for the viewing public again, but we have not made changes since we presented this to you 2 weeks ago.
So you have not made changes?
We have not. We did not receive items that modifications. We have reviewed this with you prior to last week's meeting. So I'm just going to quickly run through this again for those who did not see it the first time. Next slide, please. So we have 5 legislative agenda items, kind of bucket items that reflect things that are within the county's operational purview that we will be requesting. Next slide, please. The Behavioral Health Crisis Center funding is still number 1. We have continued to engage with the governor's office and their budget office, the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities. We just learned today that they have named a new commissioner to replace the outgoing commissioner. And we've had 2 successful community meetings since we met with you last. So we are hopeful that this will be in the governor's budget when it is released, and that we do have an engagement strategy to advocate for this funding for Fulton County's Behavioral Health Crisis Center. Next slide, please. Property tax reform. We have continued to engage partners around this issue of appeals for large commercial properties that tend to lose value compared to their sales value in the appeals process. Also looking at simplification of the homestead exemption process, one that specifically requires a 2-year renewal that is the only homestead exemption in Fulton County that has that requirement, and we're seeking to eliminate that requirement. Next slide, please. Within the justice system, there were several changes. I'll just go over these very quickly. An additional judgeship changes for the child attorney's office in terms of the scope of cases they can represent. Adoption of Miriam's Law. Also, the retirement system or the retirement plan options for state court judges. This is something that we were specifically asked to support. And I heard Judge Johnson earlier today speaking of the technology fee for probate cases. Next slide, please. Under elections, we are requesting a study committee to review SB 202. I have spoken with a member of the state election board who came out to review our processes on election night, and they are also going to be making some recommendations. Looking at the equipment allocation formula, as it's been discussed, more than half of our voters vote early, and yet we are still placing a lot of equipment in the field on election day, which is a very significant burden and cost. In addition to that, the voter challenge process, there's been a lot of news coverage about the challenges with that and the impact on voters. And then we've also included exploring voting centers on election day that would, and we had some discussion about that last time in seeking that balance. Next slide, please. Healthcare access is something that has been obviously in the news every day, and looking at whether that is Medicaid expansion, waiver programs, or several other options that have been discussed, and also state funding for indigent care providers, namely Grady, which, by the way, Fulton County has supported Grady since 1975 at close to $3 billion, I think 2.75 billion with a B dollars. So we certainly are invested in Grady's success. Also want to look at ending the current subsidy for DFACs and asking the state to fully meet their responsibility in funding social worker salaries. Next slide, please. Just wanted to, I won't go over these. We reviewed them last time, but these are other policy positions that are relative to our priorities and values as a government. We also participated in ACCG's, one of their recent meetings that was hosted in our sister county in DeKalb with several of the metro counties. So just wanted to ask the board's approval today of the legislative package. We are beginning to introduce ourselves to new members of our delegation and want to make sure we can share this with them in advance. Please let me know, Mr. Chairman or others, if you have any questions.
Okay, just an observation. Again, I thought that we were going to streamline our package, and I count some 16 different requests based upon what was on the slide. So that's not streamlining from my perspective. I mean,
Mr. Chairman,
there's subsets of things, but there's still specific legislative requests for legislative action. And the feedback that I've always have gotten recently, that our package is always too long. And I thought we were going to, the consensus was that we would focus in on 4 or 5 specifics.
Mr. Chairman, I recognize that there are some action items within these. Some of these are more administrative in nature, and some of them are ones where we are collaborating with other governments. For example, Miriam's Law is a good example. Commissioner Hall brought that suggestion forward, and it's a collaboration with the City of Atlanta. So we have met with the lobbying team. We really have focused, again, our #1 priority at the Behavioral Health Crisis Center funding. Some of these have we've already worked with legislators, so I appreciate that feedback. I think that what we did try to do is ensure that we focused on areas that are within our specific operational purview and that had a very specific goal in mind. But I can certainly share that feedback with the team so we can further prioritize within this list.
Okay. Commissioner Ellis?
I guess to follow up on the chairman's comment, I think what might be helpful for us to do is to just identify our top 3, no more than 4 things that we're lasered in, focused in on, right?
Mm-hmm.
And yes, I mean, all these do have priorities, but you're right, a number of these things we may not be the lead body taking, we may not be the group that's really taking the lead on it, right? We may be more of a, play more of a support role or piggyback role. But what are the top 2 or 3 where it's really our issue and we want it to happen, we need it to happen, we need to own it, we need to drive it? Might be helpful, so that we've got that in front of us to say, okay, how are we doing on it? Is it going to happen?
Sure. Commissioner Ellis, I think that is helpful feedback. And if you would allow us, I think an opportunity to do that would be to, again, take this list and share with you. Some of these already have a sponsor identified, that we have an action plan in place. As I mentioned, the BHCC funding is in the governor's office. So what may not be clear from what we've shared with you here is that action plan that comes along with that. And I think if we could provide that as a follow-up to this, then I think that would get to the chairman's point of how are we making this document actionable.
Maybe just one thing to add. I think we hear you, and as we talk through it, what we attempted to do is put in orange, if you will, the four big things. The problem then was if those were the branches, there were a lot of ornaments that kept getting hung on these branches. So let us go back and prune some of these ornaments off, because we know that getting the Behavioral Health Crisis Center is number one, without question. On property tax reform, probably equalizing the commercial versus residential. Justice, this is probably debatable, but I think the ability to drive performance through either one judge or some semblance of mandated case management. So in other words, I think we can go back through there, taking your guidance, and boil this down to one big item under each of these four. And then there are, again, some things that kind of got hung on the Christmas tree.
But are you not asking for approval of the package today?
That is what I'm asking today. But if you would prefer that we come back in 2
yeah,
weeks.
I'd say let's bring it back. Again, I think it's the ones that are in orange, but then with some definition outside of that Behavioral Health Crisis Center that we all know about.
So we will not vote on it today.
Is there any reason that we have to, Jessica, vote on it today?
We were hoping to have approval because we have an opportunity to meet with legislators on December 7th, that we hope to be able to share this with them. We certainly can take another swipe if that's the preference. That is why we came forward today, so that we could have this finalized and packaged. However,
just a minute, prior to the legislative reception?
yes, sir. So that is
It's the evening.
When is our next meeting?
on December 7th.
On the 7th?
That's correct.
So could we not approve it on the 7th?
You could. And we're certainly prepared to bring it back that day.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Ellis, I'm sorry, we've not heard.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, Commissioner Ellis.
Well, I mean, I think I don't sense that there's disagreement about what's in here. It's really just more about the packaging components of it and how you want to lead with it and make sure that, it's prioritized and, nothing's getting lost in the message. So I don't necessarily have a problem with approving it today and allowing the manager and external affairs team kind of go back and tidy it up. And, if that helps. I mean, I don't think there's some debate about what's within here.
Agreed. Does that help?
I think if you entrust us to prune this list,
right,
and keep the major themes, that's very doable. And then we'd have the package ready for you to see on the 7th before we host the legislative folks that evening.
Yeah.
And we could circulate it. Thank you.
I'm fine with moving forward and approving it on that basis.
All right. Commissioner Abdu-Rahman?
Thank you, Chairman. I'll keep my remarks brief. I think I understand you, Chairman, as far as the streamlining, but Ms. Corbett, I think I also understand some of these items may be items that we may not necessarily have to have on there because we may or may not have an interest in it, but you are bringing it in front of us. And so it may be things that will benefit us, but we may not necessarily have to, rise to the top of the list. So I can see the quandary here. I would say I would follow the school of thought that Commissioner Ellis and the county manager, I wouldn't necessarily want you to get rid of anything, but just highlight what the priorities are.
Sure.
And then the other things, these are things that we maybe have an interest in, but they don't rise to the top. Am I understanding that, county manager? Because I think that would be better, because when I heard the chairman, I was like, well, wait a minute, what are we getting rid of and not getting rid of? So I don't think we're necessarily getting rid of anything. And Commissioner Ellis, please correct me if my perception of that is incorrect. I think we need to know what we consider, or the body considers, the priorities and the other things that we agree with. And so am I on the same page with you, Chairman, as to what kind of, sort of? Okay, at least I'm close there. I might not be on the street, but I'm at the corner. Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, other questions? All right, what's your pleasure? All right, a motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Abdur Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays.
Next
Thank
item.
you.
22-0886, discussion, Invest Atlanta Board of Directors, October 20th, meeting summary, sponsored by Commissioner Morris.
Yeah, that's a summary of the minutes of the October 20th Invest Atlanta Board meeting. No actions taken, I don't think, on the West Side TAD issues in that particular meeting. So that's just information for you. If you'd like any more information on any of the actions taken, I'm delighted to get that for you.
All right, any information needed from Commissioner Morris? All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
Next item is Commissioner Arrington's. Are we holding this one, or?
I think you can go ahead with this. It's just the update on the activities, and he supplied the minutes from the meeting to all of us.
Okay, 22-0887, update of activities of the City of Atlanta and Fulton County Recreation Authority.
Yeah, and you should have the minutes that he's distributed from the meetings to all of us.
Okay, next item.
22-0888, discussion, ACLU report, There are better solutions and analysis of Fulton County's jail population data, 2022, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
Okay, is Mr. Adams going to be back? I mean, I can't imagine that meeting over there taking more than an hour, so I'm not sure what he's up to.
I have not heard from him, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I ask that this item be placed on our agenda today as well as the next one, so that we can, because I really continue to be concerned about the lack of what I consider to be progress with respect to the number of inmates that we have sleeping in boats in our jail. Not to say that there's not been some progress made, but the fact of the matter is, and the undeniable fact of the matter is, that there are some 500 plus. I wanted to get the exact number from Mr. Adams. I'm hoping he'll show up at some point, what the exact number is today. But again, some progress is being made, but it is a fact that some 500 plus are still sleeping in boats in our jail. And what really bothers me more than anything else is the finger pointing that continues to go on between all parties, including the Board of Commissioners, District Attorney, Sheriff, judges, solicitor, pointing fingers. And while we are doing that, what I'm afraid of is that, because I was here when the consent decree was first imposed upon Fulton County by a federal judge, which went on for some 10 plus years. And I need Ms. Whitmore here to help me with the dates, but some 10 plus years at a total cost of approaching $1 billion, not million, but $1 billion. And what I do not want to have happen is for us to be faced with the same situation again. When we know and we've been told what the problems are, but we discuss the problems in private, that's as far as it goes, private discussions. Now, in my position as chair, I hear it all. It's something like being a godfather where board members will come into my office and talk to me about their feelings about issues, about each other, you name it, which is fine. That's part of the job. Sheriff's deputies will come in and talk about their jobs. Assistant district attorneys will talk about their jobs. Members of the executive team will come in and talk. We all talk about the problem. We all know what the problem is and what the problems are, but talking is not solving the problems. And I recall stating when Mr. Adams, I really need him here, probably a couple of years ago when he proposed a solution that we might not be in this predicament today had this board approved what he was requesting at that time, but we did not for various reasons, including some shenanigans that were going on that really scuttled the project, which would have resulted in a new facility, although temporary in nature, where we would probably not have, or at least the problem would not be as severe as it is right now if we had followed his lead and his advice, but we did not. And I said at that time, if things go awry, the blood is going to be on our hands. In fact, nothing could be further from the truth. 10 bodies, 10 have died. Just count them. I'm not making this up. We all know what the facts are, but we continue to just talk and talk and talk the problem away. Members of the judges came down threatening to quit, and I said then, you can probably make 3 or 4 times more money in the private sector than you make here. Not one left. Not one is going to leave for salary, but in spite of that, the board increased salaries. Same thing for the sheriff. Same thing for the district attorney. You name it. Every time someone comes from that branch, constitutional officers come, we give them pretty much anything that they want. Then they came back asking for raises, supplements for the employees. Again, the board listened and we agreed and made additional funds available for the employees. So has not been a lack of funding on our part, but what has been lacking, what is still lacking, is the accountability. Why do I say that? Because as we sit here today, there are still 500 plus inmates in our jail sleeping in boats or on the floor. So what is the solution? And I've asked the question. Maybe there isn't a solution. If there isn't a solution, why don't the 7 of us admit it, that there is no solution? We're wasting our time talking about it. But we're throwing money at the problem, and so it's becoming really, really frustrating for me because I hear all of this from all of us, but we all talk about it privately and not publicly. We've thrown money at it, $75 million for Project Orca. I admit that some progress is being made, but not enough progress. And if you look at where we are now, and I'm not sure how far we are away from another federal consent decree, and that could be devastating for us from a financial point of view. Remember the 2 numbers that I pointed out at the last meeting, the 26 million in available funds and requests in excess of 200 plus. I don't know where we go from there. There's not been but one commissioner, to my knowledge, who is really interested in a 1 mil, 2 mil, 3 mil, 4 mil millage rate increase. So where's the money coming from to do all this? We spent $1 million to study whether there's a need for a new jail or not and where the location will be. Well, I could have given you the answer to that, but nothing. In fact, and when does the study due in? In about before year end?
Yes, sir, before
year end. Well, I got an envelope in my office where I wrote down what the recommendation for the $1 million consultant was going to be and the location. So on that date, I'm going to open that envelope, and I guarantee you, and I would have done it for nothing. But if there is a request for a new jail, and we all love our sheriff, you heard me say this before, the sheriff's my friend. Sheriff will tell us constantly that he is a constitutional officer, and he is. It's very, very difficult when you're in these positions, when you know people, you went to school with them, you worship with them, your kids play together, and you have to look them in the eye and say no. Y'all hear me say this all the time. It's easy to say yes in these seats, but it's damn difficult to say no. but that's what we're going to have to do at some point. So I'm just concerned that we're going to talk this thing to death, and at our next meeting on December 7th, we'll be in the same situation that we're in now. Now, that takes me to the study that was done by an organization, ACLU, a group that has done great work for Fulton County and the city of Atlanta and even the state through the years. But in talking with our people, Mr. Adams and his team in particular, they have some issues with the study. And he's convinced me that there are issues with the study. In that light, I convened a meeting yesterday at 2:30 at the offices of ACLU, 1100 Spring Street. I think it's Suite 640, with Ms. Young, the director, and the two people who wrote the report. And I asked them to come here today, get their names right here. Ms. Fallon McClure, Ms. McClure, come on down, and Mr. Ben Lyne. They did their study. What I wanted them to do is to explain to us so we can understand it, because if there are issues with it, I don't want the public to believe that everything that they're saying is completely accurate if it's not. That's why I need Mr. Adams here to refute or challenge, at least at a minimum, challenge what's in this study, because I know of the good work that the ACLU has done in the past, and quite frankly, the conclusions that they reach are not different at all from the things that board members have said to me in the confines of my office, members of the executive branch have said to me privately, sheriff's deputies have said to me privately. But we continue to talk this issue to death, and while we talk, there's one undeniable fact. There are 500 plus inmates in boats in our jail. So that being said, I'd like for you guys take the time to explain to the board how you, what your methodology was and how you reached the conclusions that you did and your recommendations to us, because I appreciate the work that you've done, but if it's flawed, then we need to know that, because we need to have the facts out there, because this problem is not going away, and it's not going away until there are 0 men and women in these boats in our jail. And the other troubling thing about this is as follows. When the public hears about this, talks about this, and it's the Fulton County District Attorney, it's the Fulton County Sheriff, they don't think about that. But they say because Fulton County's name is on it, it's the 7 of us. It's the Board of Commissioners. And we have absolutely nothing to do with running that jail. We don't arrest anybody. We don't indict anybody. We don't let anybody out of jail. We don't put anybody in jail. We provide the funds, yes, we do. But from the physical aspects of that jail, the arrest process, the indictment process, we have nothing at all to do with that, but we, though, get blamed for it. Mr. Manager?
Yes, sir. I've just gotten a note from Mr. Adams that he's walking over now, so he should be here shortly.
Thank you. So if you would begin with, for the board, your methodology, first of all. And Mr. Adams, he's a personal friend, he's a true professional, and a researcher. So when he speaks, it's like, what was it? Not Old Spice, what was it? E.F. Hutton. So when he says something about this, I mean, I listen. That's why I invited him to join us in your office yesterday, because this is serious business. This, in addition to the budget, we do a lot of silly stuff that we probably even shouldn't, but 2 things here: policy and the budget. The budget meaning the taxpayers' money. That's why we're here. It's one thing to campaign and run for office, but this is where you earn your stripes here. So with that said, Ms. McClure, would you like to begin?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the invitation to come here today to speak about our report. It's very important, as reducing mass incarceration is one of the goals, many goals, but one of the goals of the ACLU of Georgia. So I want to be clear that our report was never intended to be the final answer on solving the overcrowding problem. It is a snapshot in time. So it's a snapshot in time of data that we received from the Sheriff's Office for September 14th of this year specifically. We would have liked to do a bigger snapshot, perhaps covering 30 days, 3 months of time, but we were not given the records that we requested. And so we went with the data that we had. Also, so we believe that the Jail Population Review Committee of the Justice Policy Board has always been in a much better position to do this study and have better findings. They have information related to the mental health data. We did not have that in our report. They have all kinds of other breakdowns as well that will add additional information to this conversation. And they also did that report with the input of stakeholders. I believe from all the offices and stuff that you mentioned, they had stakeholders on that panel. Because ours was meant to be a snapshot, we didn't go and interview and ask people about their day-to-day in the particular offices. Let's see. So it's also important to note that in 2011, Governor Nathan Deal and the state legislature identified that the state prison and jail conditions were unsustainable, unsafe, and even unlawful. So they sought to identify data-driven, evidence-based solutions to the enormous overcrowding that plagued the system. And this was done through the Georgia Council on Criminal Justice Reform. And if the members of this body have not taken an opportunity to read through some of those reports and recommendations, many of the issues that particular group identified and sought to correct are the same issues that are plaguing the county today. So like in other parts of Georgia, there's been a long history of chronic overcrowding in Fulton County, as numerous lawsuits and expensive consent decrees have evidenced. We generated this report because we believe that simply increasing jail space will not adequately address the ongoing issues. We believe that leasing 700 beds from Atlanta, especially when as many as half of those beds would be occupied first by depopulating the Union City Jail, at best would only provide temporary relief. And given the scope of the overcrowding as it exists today, it might not even provide that temporary relief. So especially with the staffing concerns that we've heard discussed in this body, we simply do not believe that leasing 700 beds from Atlanta is a viable solution to overcrowding. And I do want to absolutely note that we understand that this is a humanitarian crisis, and we mourn the deaths of the 10 people that have passed during this process, but we want to make sure to help get this right so further people do not lose their lives. So our report was intended to be a call to action for all stakeholders, this body, the Atlanta City Council, judges, prosecutors, and the sheriff, along with others, to commit themselves to recognize that this problem is not going away, and we believe the solutions in our report are viable. So the solutions. First, regarding timely indictment. As a former prosecutor and criminal defense attorney, I was surprised to discover that nearly half of those in custody in Fulton County were unindicted, and 750 of those have been in custody for over 90 days. Prosecutors cannot just indefinitely sit on a case while a person is in custody without their case having gone to a grand jury. Georgia law requires courts to give bond to any individual who has been in custody for over 90 days without having their case presented to a grand jury. Additionally, our Georgia Supreme Court has noted this law is a legislative attempt to ensure that no person is incarcerated indefinitely without grand jury review. And as I said before, 750 people who have not been indicted in 90 days and are still in custody can help lead to that overcrowding problem. Fulton County has also 117 people detained over a year without their case being presented to a grand jury, and about a dozen that had been there for over 2 years. Typically, cases do not get better the longer that they linger. Witnesses leave the jurisdiction, they're harder to find, memories fade, so it's actually beneficial to prosecute cases sooner and not let them linger. Additionally, ideally there should be 0 people detained over 90 days without grand jury review. We understand that there have been impacts of COVID, and Project Orca has attempted to mitigate and get some of that backlog. And we applaud the county for getting through, I think, about 80,000 cases last time I looked at the dashboard, and they've been doing a great job on that. But we also would encourage them to prioritize people that are in custody versus people that are out of custody. Second, one of our recommendations regarding bond. The data we analyzed identified 293 individuals who were held in Fulton County because they were incapable of paying their bond. In effect, only in jail because of wealth-based discrimination. Wealth-based detention is a known problem within our criminal legal system. This is not just a Fulton County problem, and it's a problem that state leaders have attempted to eradicate. However, what is happening in Fulton County is that you have people who are granted a bond, meaning they went before a judge, and a judge has went through the 4 factors to determine bond and determine that they're not a threat to others, a threat to society. But the only reason that they are still in custody is because they cannot afford that bond. The Chief Justice of Georgia and Executive Counsel for Governor Nathan Deal noted in 2018 that courts that have considered the constitutionality of money bail practices have typically held that it is a violation of the 14th Amendment's equal protection and due process clauses to impose money bail without considering a person's ability to pay, or to incarcerate defendants solely because they are unable to post money bail. The Georgia legislature followed suit and required state law judges to make a determination of a person's ability to pay before setting bond. As far as we can tell, we don't know that these determinations are truly being made, and we believe that individuals who are being held on bonds that others would be out on simply because of their ability and their financial status. Finally, regarding holding individuals for misdemeanors, unlike felony offenses where courts must determine whether or not an individual is safe to release back into society pre-trial, those charged with misdemeanors must be given bond. It is not within a judge's discretion to deny them bond. However, despite that requirement, our analysis found, again, that there's 290 individuals in custody for only misdemeanor offenses. In the pretrial detention of individuals on misdemeanor offenses, there's been studies that show that it leads to harsher criminal outcomes and that the use of money-based bail exacerbates racial disparities in the criminal legal system. And so we've heard from some folks trying to distinguish between violent and nonviolent misdemeanors, but the state does not make that distinction. It requires everyone who is charged with any misdemeanor to be given bond on these charges. So I just want to conclude this part, and we're happy to answer questions, but by noting that in the past few years, state leaders have begun to push away from the bipartisan work done by Governor Deal, and we believe that much of the overcrowding that exists today is because of that reversal. And I want to challenge this body that just because the state has moved away from fixing these problems does not mean that you have to. And we believe that any IGA regarding the lease of jail beds should be limited in scope and time and heavily conditioned upon all the stakeholders collectively acting toward solving the causes of overcrowding and finding better solutions.
Mr. Lai, do you have anything to add at this time?
No, Mr. Chairman. Just to say that with regards to the report, our methodology, we were using that snap and time data from the sheriff. What we don't want to have happen, because we think that there's going to be much more concrete data that was provided by the Justice Policy Board later this month. What we don't want to have happen is the nitpicking of numbers that, where we did the best we could with the data we had available, takes away from the overall message, which we think is borne out by the experience of the stakeholders we've talked to in much in the same way you talk to the stakeholders privately who are reassuring you of the same message. But with that, I'm happy to answer any questions regarding how we got to the conclusions we got to, as well as how we generated our recommendations following the review of that data.
Okay. Commissioners, you want to hear from Mr. Adams before you ask questions? Mr. Adams is here.
I've been waiting in the queue for a while. I would like to be able to have the floor, and then
Okay, well, they want to ask questions first. Let me say, I got the information I wanted to talk about here today, and I said I wanted to be as accurate as possible. And I asked Ms. Whitmore, The date stamped on the copy of the order meaning the judge's order for that consent decree, was December 21st, 2005. The date referenced as the release date is April the 22nd. So we, Fulton County, we were under that consent decree for 10 years at a cost of $1 billion. We find ourselves today where we were between 2005 and 2015. We all know what the problems are, but we don't want to talk about it. It's our dirty little secret. But in the meantime, we got 500 plus on the floor. That's undeniable. And I want a solution. I'm just tired of talking about it. I'm frustrated. And if there's one person over there that shouldn't be in that jail, and we'll discuss this, I'm sure, this law about you're supposed to be indicted within 90 days. And you claim that there are 750 in our jail who've been there over 90 days. And when I ask that question, to me, I'm from Jones County, Georgia. Big head, small brain, I say it all the time. The least bright of the 7 of us up here. But when I see 90 days, if not indicted, within 90 days, you're to be released. Well, when I ask that question, there's always an answer as to why there are people in our jail over 90 days, and you're saying that's 750. I just find that hard to believe. So here's the lineup: Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, Commissioner Ellis, Commissioner Hall, Vice Chair Houseman, and I do want to hear from Mr. Adams, who is a trained researcher, not a fly-by-night, but a trained researcher. And as I said before he got here, when he makes a statement and raises questions to me about the validity of the work based upon his professionalism, I believe him and have to get to the bottom of this, because I'm just not going to sit here. I would be derelict in my duty to sit here for another 6 months and have us talking about this with zero money. That's the other thing we need to talk about, zero money. Sheriff is coming, what, 2 weeks, asking for another $30, $40 million? Where is it coming from? I love him, you love him, but we got to look him in the eye. We need an audit of what we gave you before. When my good friend, your good friend, the district attorney comes, same situation. We've provided the funds. We've done our job. We don't indict, we don't charge, we don't house, we don't release. Our job is to provide the funds, and I think that we've done that. But in spite of doing that, we have 500 plus inmates in our jail. Still.
I just want to clarify briefly that the rule is 90 days to indictment or be granted a bond.
I thought I was.
And so we're also arguing that you also should be given a bond that you can afford.
All right, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. I hope that timer's going on today, because I know we're having a discussion here today. We as legislators are to take the information and make an informed decision on our perspective. This is not a beat up on the ACLU or don't trust Alton Adams. Not for me. And I commend you, Chairman, for allowing these individuals to come in front of us, because a statement was made that their report was flawed. That's all that was told to me. So I think it would behoove us to allow them to come here, give us the information, where they got it from, and how they came to the report. But more importantly, since we are having this discussion that we should have already had, I've been here 2 years. The sheriff inherited a mess. Let me be crystal clear about that. And a lot of these board members were sitting here when he inherited that mess. So let's not make this a us versus them. I believe that we can rent beds. I believe that we can pay the officers, and I believe that we can send people home simultaneously. At the end of the day, the sheriff has a critical situation on his hands. But that don't just include beds. And since we want to talk about beds, let's talk about a lice infestation. Let's talk about a malnourished population of mentally ill individuals. If we're going to have some serious conversations about this and not make it political, the sheriff needs help, but we also have been operating in a system that has been broken. And until we have serious conversations about fixing a system that's broken, first, you want to throw the judges under the bus. They're not doing what they need to do. The solicitor's not doing what he need to do. The sheriff's not doing what he need to do. The report's flawed. I don't care about finger pointing. What I care about is this situation predates quite a few people that are in this room. And it's the lack of leadership. I'm not pointing a finger, whoever, because Fulton County has had this problem for quite a while. But to sit up and say you don't want to derelict your duties, that means you got to get information from everybody. I need to listen to Mr. Alton Adams. With all due respect, he is very knowledgeable, but that doesn't mean that he can't be wrong. I respect the ACLU. They could be wrong. At the end of the day, we have to take the information as elected officials. We talked about this morning about open and responsible government. Open and responsible government is sometimes not pretty because we as legislators have not done what we needed to do. There's no reason that we've got a flurry of employees going to other jurisdictions to work. Why? Because we have yet to do what we need to do. So this is not just about beds. This is about a problem that started out probably as a scab, and it's a full-blown cancer now. And you cannot put Band-Aid solutions on open heart surgery. So I will ask that my colleagues ask the questions that they need to ask. The ACLU give the answers, and we go back and do what we need to do. But I want to be on record showing that this was a problem that's been going on a long time that was inherited by our sheriff. But it's also a problem that some of us have overlooked and turned a blind eye to it until it got to the point that we can't do that anymore. So at the end of the day, what I want to see from the ACLU today, how did you get to where you got? Was it comprehensive? And at the end of the day, what can aid us in a solution? Because the calls that I get from not only the parents, the aunts, the grandmas of the individuals have already died, the calls I get from the individuals that say, we can't get him out. He can't stay at my house. I live in a senior high-rise. He can't come live with me, Commissioner Khadija. We don't have an address for him to go to. I would think that would be an easy fix. And at the end of the day, stop politicizing people's lives. There's no reason that this entire board with the executive staff in cahoots with the sheriff that we cannot come to a solution. We know we need the beds. That's reality. But we know some people need to go home. We know that as well. And so I thank the chairman that he allowed these individuals to come and give us the information. It is on us as legislators to make the right decision with the information at hand and to have the discernment to know when it's politics and when it's not. And that's what we have allowed with this. And so as I bring my comments to a close, the elected officials are sitting here, not over there. They're sitting here. Listen to the report, listen to the sheriff, listen to Alton, and follow your own mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, these two individuals are here to answer questions. So I'd appreciate if you have specific questions, you direct them to ACLU. Then your suggestion to me was afterwards we hear from Ms. Adams. So Mr. Ellis, Commissioner Ellis.
Can I answer the questions
Sure.
about mythology that were brought up?
We can't hear you, ma'am.
Can I answer the questions about mythology that
Please do.
Okay, so I didn't do the analysis myself. I'm not a data scientist, but we do have data scientists on our team, and they analyze the data. Again, the data is specifically from September 14th. It is only one day. It's the people that were in the jail in that period. And then from the data that was analyzed, we then put it in Word form. Again, we would have liked to do a bigger snapshot. We were unable to get access to that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ellis.
Okay, we'll start with that question then. We're talking about methodology or mythology? So you did not have full data when you did this study. Is that what I heard you say?
I had the
You had data from one day?
From one day.
One day, and that's what this study is based on?
Correct.
All right. You said you talked to stakeholders. Did you talk, the stakeholders you talked to, how many district attorneys and assistant district attorneys did you speak with?
I said I did not talk to stakeholders.
You did not talk to stakeholders.
I said the Justice Policy Review Board, and this was meant to be a snapshot, and theirs would be a fuller analysis that had stakeholders involved. So
stakeholders were not involved in the report that you put together?
It was just an analysis of the data.
Just an analysis, okay. So with respect to the numbers you presented in terms of unindicted individuals, and you said that you were a prosecutor, could I read this and come to the conclusion that you feel that our DA is incompetent and not fulfilling her duties? I mean, that's essentially what you said, is that she's not meeting, these standards, and that there's a significant number of people that are indicted, so therefore the DA is not doing their job. I mean, is that the conclusion that I'm going to read into that? I mean, we're all just trying to be truthful and honest. Is that what that's saying?
It is an issue that is happening all over Georgia that is not unique to Fulton County. I do think the DA has been doing the best she can with the COVID backlog of cases. It's not an indictment on one player in the system. It's how everyone can work together to come with better solutions.
Okay, but then I heard you said 750 people they aren't there, they shouldn't be there, and utilizing ACDC shouldn't be a solution. It's all a problem that exists right now, and that implies that the person that's doing that role is not doing their job. So it can't be both ways. It's either she's doing the best she can within the constraints of what she's got to operate, or she's not doing her job. And if she's doing the best she can with the constraints that she's got to operate under, then these numbers are fair and they're real, and they will work themselves out over time. Or people aren't doing their job, and the numbers are a problem. What's the conclusion?
Commissioner Ellis, I think one thing that's important to remember is that the unindicted problem is a problem that has been known statewide for 20 years. To indict a district attorney who, when we're talking about especially these cases of these dozen individuals we identified who had not been indicted for over 2 years, those were not she was not responsible for going over the 90-day deadline for those cases. And we're not in the business of going out and trying to point fingers. I think one thing that we really want to emphasize with our report, and the fact that we don't at any point in time look at any actors and say that these are the failings of these offices that cause these problems. What it was our hope with this report, which was a snapshot of data for a specific day, with numbers that we could support the best we could, was that all stakeholders could look and say, we all know what the problem is, and we could find a collective solution together. I don't think that there's any of our recommendations that are included in this report that aren't echoed by the bipartisan work done by Governor Deal's Commission on Criminal Justice Reform. In fact, that was a big part of our analysis, was looking to see what holes had not been filled at that time and could be filled in the future by this kind of collective action. I was also a prosecutor, but that was several years ago, and I understand that, when the backlog comes up, that, having these unindicted cases, you can look at every one of those cases and see, well, maybe that there's a reason for one or two of those. But when we're looking at a crisis, a humanitarian crisis, which I think that everyone that is standing, or that I've heard speak today, recognizes exists, we have to start looking at, well, where are the stress points that we can look towards reducing populations of a jail. I saw on your recommendations for policy that apparently, the goal of this body to reduce the jail population. What our goal was with the data was to show that these are specific areas that we have identified individuals that we believe are in custody unnecessarily, and that by applying these principles would not be in that situation. So this paper is not an indictment of D.A. Willis any more than it is for Judge Brasher or Judge Kirk or Solicitor General Gamage. But what we hope to engender was a collective dialogue among stakeholders, seeing that, okay, well, there is, a different conversation happening now. What can we do to address that?
Well, one recommendation I would have is, this is the wrong group to be presenting this report to. Go get an audience with all the judges and all the prosecutors and put it in front of them and say, are these things real? And get their feedback before this comes to us as an academic snapshot. And I'll follow my next question up. You talked about all of this stuff about the bond stuff. Now, you basically insinuated within this that the judges are not fulfilling the role and looking at, their ability to pay. Is that your conclusion in the report? Or is this is a problem statewide and Fulton County is no different? What is it? Is it Fulton County's got a problem, they're not doing it with the judges? Or is this a problem statewide and Fulton County's just doing what everybody else is doing?
It's a problem statewide, and Fulton County is doing what everyone else is doing. However, not everyone else has these 500 people on the floor.
And just to jump on that, I think when we're looking at, I think it's not a judge problem. It's not, but the reason that it's here, and the reason that we've been talking to the Atlanta City Council, and we've been talking to other organizations with the most, I think you have access to the stakeholders, an audience with them in the way that we wouldn't, is looking at why is it taking individuals so long to be reconsidered for bond? And asking those stakeholders, is there this individualized determination of their financial ability to pay, which is required under state law, before bond is set, and it's a bond that the judge is confident that that person is going to be able to make. I think that those are legitimate questions to ask. I think that the goal of our report was to provide policymakers with a roadmap for questions to ask stakeholders. As this conversation continues, as we look towards the release of the Justice Policy Board report.
Well, again, I think you go direct to the source, present it to all of them, write to every one of them individually, share the report with them, and ask them for a reply. These folks are elected officials. They were elected by the citizens with a mandate. Many of them feel that they were elected with a mandate. We have a significant crime problem in Fulton County that needed to be dealt with. And there are people behind bars that need to be behind bars. And some folks would read this report and say that, okay, the answer seems to be, within the suggestion here, since we have overcrowding, despite whatever the crime may be, the answer is that we should just let a bunch of people out and not utilize another facility that sits right there that's probably the best qualified to deal with our overcrowding problem. And I will beg to differ with you, Mr. Chair, that this board hadn't sitting here and done nothing about it. We've been talking about that for the better part of 2 years. And we've accessed it. We've preached about it. We've stressed the importance of it. But what we've got in return from it is a bunch of people that have come down here and said, that's not the answer. That the answer is that judges aren't doing their job because they're not letting people out on bond, and the DA's not doing their job because you're not indicting enough people. That's the answer. So that's how you're supposed to deal with your overcrowding. Deal with that. That's what this report is coming back to. And then here in one of your recommendations is ACDC not be turned over to us and it be turned into a community center. That's in there, right? That's part of this thing. Is that the end result? Is that what you were aiming for with the design of the study?
We understand that there has been a movement for years for the repurposing of the ACDC into an equity center that specifically is meant to address the needs of a community to reduce recidivism. That's what every piece of data-driven, evidence-based solution suggests, that if you reduce recidivism through that type of provision of services is how you make communities safe. And so, yeah, if it's a recommendation that's in our report, that only reflects that the same way that when now Chief Justice Boggs made similar recommendations for the Bipartisan Council on Criminal Justice Reform.
Those statements in a vacuum may make sense, but they don't make a whole lot of sense when you've got facilities that are overcrowded by, what was our jail population in 2019? 2,400? 2,200? 2,400. May of 2019. And what is it today? So they don't make any sense today. That statement doesn't make sense. I mean, what you're saying is, we don't want to give you access to that. The answer is to let as many people as you possibly can out, and then some more, and tell the judges to bail some more people out, and the DA to indict people quicker. That's what I'm hearing in the report. I mean, is that it, summed up?
As part of a holistic approach to addressing overcrowding, because what's important to remember that if ACDC lease, as drafted today, goes into effect, there will still be people on the floor. That's undeniable in every respect. We saw over 500 people on that board who are sleeping in boats today. The lease depopulating Union City, which will eat up between, my understanding, 250 and 300 of those beds, so 700 beds. So you're talking about at least, approximately 100 that would still be at that point.
Are you the sheriff? I mean, are you the sheriff and you determine what he's going to do if he has access to the facility and how he's going to manage it and how he's going to move people? Or is that an assumption about what he's going to do?
My assumption is that the lease is, that there are specific requirements for where populations come from for the lease. It's depopulating Union City and then 100 people per month until the 700 beds is reached. That's what's in the intergovernmental agreement that we've reviewed. So our assumptions are actually just based on what information has been provided to us. And so what we don't see is that the ACDC lease being a holistic approach that is actually going to reduce the overcrowding in Fulton County. And what the impetus for the report was is a concern that a temporary relief to overcrowding in a vacuum with all the other inputs that are driving overcrowding still existing is only going to allow the problems that have plagued Fulton County for overcrowding for decades will be continued. And what we wanted to offer stakeholders and legislators is an opportunity to say that there are other solutions that we can start looking at. We feel that our recommendations build on the work of this kind of evidence-based, data-driven reporting that's been done for years, and that these are other tools that should go into legislators' toolkits when they look at this pervasive problem.
Okay, the two things that I've seen in your report are the DA should indict more people and the judges need to, apply the issue of economic, being able, affordability in terms of bonding. That's the two things I hear in the report. That would have a meaningful impact. Is that it?
As well as identifying those who are only held on misdemeanors, and also I think that it should be applauded the work that Fulton County and Atlanta have done with not only PAD, but the diversion programs through the Solicitor General's office. In other words, towards looking towards the other type of diversion programs. Those are something that are, again, data-driven and evidence-based, as having a clear effect on reducing recidivism, and that Fulton County and Atlanta and all the other stakeholders should maximize those efforts.
Does a diversion center exist right now in Fulton County? No. The answer is no, and it won't be available until at least next year. Okay, so there's no relief there. That is a program that could exist. It's nice to talk about, but it doesn't exist. Okay? So, I mean, we got a body of people, they are sitting here. Crimes continue to happen in Fulton County, violent crime. The DA has continued to indict or charge, whatever, multiple people. We've had, rings of people sort of just continue to get busted and arrested for all kind of different things. Our population has been, flat. We've got some reduction. But we need bed space. I mean, we need to do all these things, but what I hear out of all this report is, God forbid Fulton County get any more jail beds. That would be the worst thing in the world that could possibly happen. They need to just let all these people out. Let me ask you something. You're familiar with the mental health crisis in the United States?
Absolutely.
Okay? Long term, the decision by several states to depopulate mental health institutions, has it wound up being a great thing in terms of where we're at in terms of mental health services today? And if you give me the answer yes, and I'll tell you you're totally wrong. It's hurt us. Because where it's hurt us, right? So yes, might we have some degrees of mass incarceration in this country? Yes. But we've got the need for actually bed space. I mean, it's here, it's real. I mean, yes, we have this humanitarian crisis. And you come up here and you basically say the two answers for it are the DA needs to indict more people and judges need to let more people out on bond. And if that's the case, then we'll go tell them that and get their response. And we'll see what kind of impact it is. I don't think it's going to have much impact at all under the current way we're approaching it, because I think they probably, and they have said this, I believe, most of them have said they've got some pretty legitimate reasons why the situation is what it is. So, I mean, I'm going to stop talking, but I'm as frustrated as you are, Mr. Chair, but for different reasons probably. In the insinuation that this body hadn't tried to do anything, I don't think that's a fair assumption. I've read some of this stuff that you've done. I've read some of the stuff that some other folks have done. I think it's flawed. And I don't think it reflects, number one, the reality of the situation, but I also don't think it reflects the reality of what the will of the voters has been with the folks that have elected the people into the justice system, the judges and the DAs. And they are the ones that are making the decisions that ultimately result in who's there in jail. Not us. And we're not going to necessarily change their judicial philosophy up here or their prosecutorial philosophy. Yes, we have budgetary control and some things like that, but I don't see us necessarily changing that. And if you all feel like they need to be lobbied harder, go present this stuff to them and get the rebuttal and hear what they have to say.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hall, you had questions for ACLU?
Oh, yes, I have some questions. But first, let me say that what you said, Mr. Chairman, at the beginning of this discussion about ACLU has always been a source of accurate information. And actually, they have been known as an upstanding organization until now. The most significant part of what was said earlier, and I'm sorry, what is your name? I forgot just that quick. I'm not good with names.
My name is Fallon McClure.
Ms. McClure, one of the most significant things that you said at the beginning of your comments were, well, a couple things. you said that the report just has a snapshot of data. It was not meant to be the final solution. You do not have mental health data. These statements alone deem this report as being insufficient. It deems the data as being insufficient, and it discredited the ACLU report. The gentleman, I'm sorry, what's your name?
My name is Benjamin Line, Commissioner Hall.
Benjamin?
Lined, L-Y-N-D-E.
L-Y-N-D-E. I'm sorry, yes, sir.
This is some, excuse me for interrupting you, but we've just been informed that our House Speaker, Rawson, just died. So let's keep him in your prayers.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That was much needed information. But to go back to what I was saying, Mr. Line?
That's correct.
Line, okay. You stated that the methodology, you did not want to have people nitpicking at the data because the data is only a snapshot in time. Why anyone would take data that is not complete and insufficient to create a report and make it public in the news, to have the constituents confused and believing that this is complete and accurate data is beyond me. What exactly, you stated that there was data that you requested from the sheriff that you did not receive. What exactly was that data?
So specifically regarding mental health data.
What was it?
Mental health data, dispositional data regarding to offenses, and there were some other methods that, or some other things that we provide in our report. I don't have my ORR in front of us, but it was our understanding that that request would be voluminous, and like any type of study, there's always going to be limitations in the data. What we did is provided the data, we provided the analysis based on the numbers that we provided that we could defend, in the sense that when we talk about whether cases are indicted or not, that's fairly easy for us to determine, because cases are going to have different numbers regarding whether or not that case has been indicted or not. So that's really easy for us to look at and say, okay, well, here's an individual who has a CP next to their case. That's an unindicted case. And so based on that data, we were able to put, well, that's the people who are unindicted, and we can track through it that way. Bond data is available. We know we have the numbers for who was in jail on that day. Bond data, and as it says in our methodology of our report, which we've emailed to all the members of this body, we just went through the jail system and found what is their bond amount. And so we could look at who has a bond under $20,000, which was a conservative number that we posted that indicated that this is an individual that, but for wealth-based discrimination, would be able to bond out. Understanding that that's a person that the judge has already said, this person is not a threat to society. This person is not a threat to witnesses. This person, meets all the qualifications to be released, and this is a bond that they should be able to make. But we still see them in over a month, despite having that bond. So that's real easy information for us to break down and provide. And then with regarding misdemeanors, we're just going through. We have what their charges are, and so we tried to identify individuals who that was their only charges. And so we feel that our analysis is not as expansive in the sense that it doesn't account for, going to individuals and talking about the nuances of these numbers, about, why, this person versus this person would be released or whatnot, but is a snapshot. And for what the recommendations that we based and what we highlighted are actually pretty narrow, and they were narrow for a reason, because we wanted to just operate on the numbers that we had for that day. I think that our methodology section of our report says pretty explicitly about what the limitations of our data was. And also, we've always come back at every point in time after issuing this report and remember that this report was a call to action for all stakeholders based on what we saw at the time, and but that we looked forward to the Justice Policy Board, report, which had the benefit of more time to, have a much more holistic view of what, could be done to address overcrowding. But we wanted to start the conversation.
So what page does it indicate in your report that you were only working with a snapshot of data and you did not have mental health data and this was not intended to be the final solution? What page can we go to reference that?
It's a section on page, I believe this is 16, where it says assumptions and limitations. And we didn't talk about the mental health
Can
component.
you please read that out loud to us? What does it say?
This research, like all research, has limitations. The study is limited scope, as the data provided and sourced from the Fulton County Sheriff's Office is a snapshot of its custody of one day alone, September 14, 2022. The population of Fulton County Jail varies daily, and further analysis would need to be turned in if bond amounts, length of stay, and charges of people detained on September 14th are typical of individuals detained in Fulton County Jail. Nevertheless, because this data provided from the Fulton County Sheriff's Office to the Justice Policy Board, analysis of this data offers important value and may be directly compared to analysis conducted by the Fulton County Sheriff's Office. Our analysis makes assumptions about categories of individuals who could be potentially released from detention. It necessarily does not fully assess the circumstances of each individual that could make some people deemed eligible for potential release actually ineligible or vice versa. An example would be that we had little visibility into the individual reasons about why a person would remain in custody after bond was set. It's possible that individuals could afford to pay bond but chose to remain in custody for other reasons. In addition, we are not able to determine in all cases whether detained individuals had underlying supervisory holds that may prevent their immediate release from their criminal custody. Conversely, it's possible that some individuals who have been detained for fewer than 90 days were detained due to the inability to pay. Bond data was pulled from the Fulton County Sheriff's Office inmate search website 3 weeks after the jail roster snapshot of September 14th, 2022. Individuals' bonds likely changed during that time period, making the bond information lagging. Though these number of individuals who had dispositions or release dates for bond information have been collected, we restrain the analysis to a single day of September 14th for consistency. Finally, this analysis takes the Fulton County Sheriff's Office data at face value, assuming that the data is complete and true, without confirming bond amounts or independent sources. Any errors, including any errors to the underlying data or the presentation of the data on Fulton County's inmate search website will be propagated in our analysis. The Fulton County website asserts no warranty is expressed or implied to the accuracy or completeness of information obtained through the use of this service.
Thank you so much for reading that for our viewers and our listeners, and also for the recording within our minutes and our records for this meeting, because now we can tell everyone who is a constituent and a resident of Fulton County that they can access exactly what you said to discredit this report because it's based on assumptions, as it said in what you just read, and incomplete data, and they can actually hear exactly what was said in your report about it was really based on assumptions. And let me say this, because I have been on this board sworn in since 2018 and supporting a commissioner of this board, the late Commissioner Joan P. Garner, for 6 years. And I have not seen any lack of leadership as it relates to this topic from this Board of Commissioners. There has always been leadership, but what we have to realize is that the Sheriff's Office is a constitutional officer. As Chairman stated, constitutional officers have their own mandates, and so there are things that they have to do, they're required to do by law. And this body is supposed to provide them with what they need as far as funding to do so. And anyone who wants to check the facts can contact the Association of County Commissioners of Georgia. Their attorney will tell you that this board could be sued by a constitutional officer if we do not provide them with what they need to carry out their duties, the duties of their job. And they would win, and we all know that. So this body has been doing everything necessary to try to help in any way we can. And then let's go back to the fact that there were things inherited. When you have an elected seat, the person before you may leave a mess that you have to inherit. So the sheriff before, Sheriff Labatt, had things that were left behind that Sheriff Labatt is dealing with right now that are negative. The previous sheriff did not have to speak to us at all. Every elected official that is part of county government has their own office. They don't have to talk to the Board of Commissioners about anything. Once they get their budget, they can do what they want, and they never have to even speak to us. So we can't make them talk to us. So let's clear that up as well. The district attorney, she inherited unindicted cases to the tune of thousands of unindicted cases. So she started off in a deficit as well. These are things that unfortunately they both inherited that they're trying to clean up. And thank God for experts like Alton Adams. And I'm looking forward to hearing from him directly. And I just want to acknowledge that we do have some of the people that were mentioned in this report right here in the BOC meeting, and they are welcome to come down and clarify some things and clear some things up. We have our own Fulton County Sheriff, Patrick Labatt, sitting right there. We have our Solicitor General, Keith Gamage, and I see the DA's person was here. So if you'd like to clear up some things, because it was said that the sheriff did not provide information that he was supposedly requested to provide. And I know the sheriff, I've requested lots of information. I see his chief of staff shaking her head like, no, that's not true. So we want to make sure that we're providing our constituents with the most complete and accurate information and not assuming, which we all know what assuming means if you break it down. So, Mr. Chair, if you would allow the...
We requested open records through the portal. I never said that the sheriff himself did not reply. We said we requested records, and we told Mr. Chairman this yesterday, and we have not received them. We also paid $750 for a specific report based on the data that we wanted that was more encompassing, and we've never received that as well.
So you're saying now that you requested this data through open records?
I've said that from the beginning, yes.
Well, we can pull exactly what you said. We have a recorder that's recording everything. So you requested all this through open records, and who responded to your open record request?
Well,
I'm trying to find out. You know who did it?
Well, that's a whole nother question. This whole open records is a mess.
Okay.
Our county attorney is trying to adjust that. It's been my position. I've written to y'all about that. It's my belief that when a outside entity or an inside entity issues an open records request, they should get all of the information requested the next day, if humanly possible. There's a request that's been out there for 6 months. We're getting ready to get sued by some TV stations simply because we've not provided the information. So that's a discussion for another day.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. That's it. Thank you very much.
Okay. Questions for ACLU? Let's see. Vice Chair Houseman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank y'all for being here. I have some questions, but I want to ask Mr. Adams a question first. Would you please address this issue of folks being held for misdemeanors only in our jail?
Yes. The fact is we have, and at last count, I don't have the data in front of me, I'll pull it up, approximately 200 people in our jail booked in misdemeanors. Of those 200, approximately, and half of them are there because they have another charge, right? So it's not just a misdemeanor. They may have another felony. They may have another misdemeanor. And as a result, yes, it shows up at a misdemeanor, but it's not the only charge that they're facing. The other half of those individuals, and I shared this yesterday, by the way, with the ACLU, and they admitted that they hadn't, in fact, taken the research to that next level. Some of those individuals who are there misdemeanor only are there for things like domestic abuse, domestic violence. And my guess is, though I'm not a judge, and I've told you that, my guess is that the judges have decided that they didn't want that individual to be released on ROR because they were concerned about the risk of violence to the witness or to the individual who they were accused of beating the first time around. That's my guess. Now, Judge Taylor is here. He's state judge. He can answer that, and he's much, that's what he does for a living. But I will tell you there are reasons why those individuals, because of those charges, were probably not released without a bond or a bail.
All right, thank you for that explanation. So basically, it's because of the duty to protect the victim?
In some
in crime
cases,
that a
the
lot of these
victim or
folks
its witnesses, that's part of it. That's my understanding. Here again, that's sometimes the rationale for having an individual who is there on a misdemeanor. Here again, domestic violence is a misdemeanor. You could argue that it probably shouldn't be, but that's one of the reasons why sometimes those charges result in that individual being in jail.
All right, and then you also had told me previously that our software system would report a misdemeanor first rather than the other charges that might be involved. So it looks like they're in there for a misdemeanor, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so that's just an administrative issue that we have internally?
That's correct.
All right. So, you know, I think we all wish that we had a society where jail wasn't even necessary. We're not anywhere close to that, as we all know, and we have a significant crime problem in our community that has to be addressed. You've said several times that our goal should be to reduce the jail population. I think our goal is to keep the community safe. That's our primary goal. Public safety does not stop at an arrest. That's really the beginning of the process. The sheriff operates a holding facility. He can't really control who comes in, what they did to end up there, or what's going to happen to the process to adjudicate their case. He just has to keep their custody. That is his job, okay? And he is over a facility that is very overcrowded and very dangerous because it's overcrowded. And there is such an unsafe place that we've had, as was said earlier, multiple deaths there that are unnecessary. And most of the folks that are in that jail are City of Atlanta residents. So it just floors me that our neighbors right down the street that have a 1,300-bed facility that could help us keep these folks safe while they're going through the judicial process won't allow us to partner with them. It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever if we care about the members of our community that we do not keep people in a safe place while their case is heard and keep the victims safe. If we just open the doors and let everybody out, you're going to create more victims. I don't think anybody wants that. I don't want my family members hurt. I know you don't want your family members hurt. Nobody in this room wants their family members hurt. That's what the judicial process is about, is to try and deal with folks that make bad decisions and hurt people and keep their victims as safe as possible. So, you know, I'm kind of really frustrated with this whole situation. We want to fix the problem. This has been a problem since I've been here. We've been trying to fix the problem. We can't find partners willing to help us. Some of the partners we found are 500 miles away. That's not fair to the families that have to deal with their loved ones being so far away. So we have a potential solution right here in town while we deal with getting our jail fixed, renovated, rebuilt, whatever we need to do there. You know, and again, we've heard over and over and over again, we can't control what any of the other elected officials in this process do. We are really at their mercy that they do their jobs as well and as quickly as they can. And we are seeing a lot of progress, but it's not an exact science. And people have rights, and they have a lot of steps in the judicial process that can drag out for a long, long time. Our jail is full of mental health folks that don't need to be there, but there's nowhere else for them to go. That's again, another problem that this body did not create. And we heard one of our commissioners go into detail about that. I'm not going to waste time. You've got bipartisan folks up here, and we're all saying the same thing to you. The problem is not that people should be let out of jail. The problem is that we need adequate facilities to hold these folks while they're going through the process, and that's what we're trying to do.
And I think, just to address, Madam Vice Chair, 2 points in turn. The first thing is that, well, just by way of background, both of us were prosecutors. My grandfather was the elected sheriff for 3 decades in a metro Atlanta county. My entire family is badges. I care about public safety more than you would probably expect from somebody sitting in this space. What I want to emphasize is that when we did this report, we're not abolitionists. We're not activists and we're not agitators. What we did was we wanted to identify individuals who the judicial system in one way or another had identified as someone who's not a threat to the public. And the way we did that was in 3 ways. First, regarding individuals whose bonds have been set. Those are individuals that there has been a judicial determination that that person is not a threat to society, is not a threat to commit further felonies, is not a threat to victims, not a threat to influence victims, and is only sitting in custody but for the fact that they are poor and cannot pay their bond. That is not a public safety crisis. That is a crisis of the problem that we have in this country that over-criminalizes the poor, and it's been an ongoing thing in a way that we're not laying that at Fulton County's feet and saying that it's something that is unique to here. But if we're looking at addressing overcrowding, it is an area to do so. Secondly, regarding misdemeanors, and it's fine to talk about this concept of violent misdemeanors or domestic violence, but state law requires a person charged with a misdemeanor, which includes domestic violence, shall not be denied bond. And when Chief Justice Boggs wrote his report in 2018, and I'm happy to share that with any member of this body, it marks, and I can even cite the name of the page of the 2018 report that said that cash bail for misdemeanors should be eliminated wholesale because of the identification that it makes communities less safe because it increases recidivism to have cash bond and to hold people for misdemeanors. It doesn't make any distinction about the type of misdemeanors that there are. And then regarding the unindicted cases, it's that while that's not a judicial determination, I think that we believe in having some level of experience as former prosecutors that it does reflect the quality of the case if the case has not been indicted within a timely fashion. And that's something that our Supreme Court has observed when they said that it is the legislative intent that these people do not sit indefinitely while waiting to go for their cases to be indicted. And I think that all of this comes back to what the onus of this report was. We recognize that the keys to overcrowding do not sit solely within this body, nor does it sit within any constitutional office in this county or in Atlanta or in any of the other municipalities within Fulton County that feed the overcrowding crisis that we see it today. We know that it's not a problem that we can levy with any one group. What we wanted to have happen through this report was not to engender finger pointing and derision among these groups or towards other bodies, but to start a conversation and find out if there are solutions that do not include increased carceral spaces, because we know, looking through decades of data and analysis, not by us, but by multiple organizations, it's litters law reviews to show that these over-criminalization and over-incarceration makes communities less safe. And so if the reason that that's a recommendation on our point is that, yes, ending mass incarceration is a priority of the ACLU, but it should be a priority for every stakeholder in the criminal legal system because it makes communities safer, it's a good governance action, and it's something that could directly address the problems that Chairman Pitts has identified and his concerns over potential litigation or consent orders in the future.
Again, you're talking to the wrong body. You outlined a lot of problems that are out of our control. Our duty is to provide the money for the resources to hold these folks, and that's what we're trying to do. And I implore the City of Atlanta to hear what's happening here today and to go ahead and make that agreement and give us the rights to have these folks housed in a safe manner, because it is inhumane, and they're not hearing it, they're not acting on it, and then they're throwing it back to us as if we're not doing our jobs, and that's simply not true.
And Madam Vice Chair, we didn't address this piece of work to any organization. We're here today because we were invited to be here. We were invited to be here to be part of this dialogue in which we had hoped to further coalesce to this, bringing groups together to find what the real solutions are. And that is why we're here today. We're not here to say that the Fulton County Commission is doing anything wrong.
No, and honestly, again, if I'm upset, you're taking it out on you because you've got this report we don't agree with that has some big holes in it. You're standing here, but you are giving us the opportunity to publicly voice our frustration with not being able to fix a problem that's fixable. And, you know, whether it's a long-term or a temporary situation, it's got to be addressed. We don't want anybody else to get hurt. That's the last thing we want.
Okay, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, would you yield to Commissioner Morris? We've not heard from him. Commissioner Morris.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll try to be brief. And I know it sounds like we're beating up on you, but part of the frustration I have is in effect, your report is giving ammunition to those folks over at City Hall on the City Council who don't want to make this space available to us. And it seems to me that basically what it seems to me you're saying is we ought not to have this overflow space and relieve some of these crises issues. We ought to just let these people out of jail. Now, that's a real problem for us. For the reasons people have talked about. Just by way of background, I reflect on when I was at Emory Law School, on the law review we did I co-edited a book called Alternatives to Incarceration in Georgia, which I need to find. It was not a well-published spread, but I need to find my copy somewhere. And the rest of my story, just so you know, and part of what I realize, I've been liaison with the Justice Partners on this project Orca, and I know how hard these Justice Partners have worked. And Shay Alexander just left. What an asset she was to help expedite some of these cases. To relieve, to get folks out of the jail that we could get out of the jail. And I don't mean we as a BOC, but we as a county government. We had a terrific team, Alden Adams leading that effort, and Shay Alexander being involved in finding ways, encouraging the judges to let folks out with ankle monitors where that was appropriate, to the Solicitor General worked with folks to resolve cases, to deal with it. So we've worked really, really hard on getting and I'm convinced, having been in most of those weekly meetings, that the folks that are in that jail are not folks you want to have watching your kids or having over for dinner in your home. The misdemeanors, you know, yeah, I understand the legal issues. To some extent, I understand the legal issues about giving them bond, but they're not the kind of folks you just want to let out. I mean, the problem with your argument about cash bond, yeah, the wealthy can put the bond, can buy the bond. The poor can't. So what do? Just let them out with no cash bail? No cash bail? That's a real problem for the folks that we hear from, our constituents who are worried about crime. But I did start making a list, Mr. Chairman. We talked about the crisis with the beds. To me, the crisis really isn't the beds, and this would be a question. I mean, the crisis includes the folks sleeping in the boats. It involves people unindicted, and so they're sitting there waiting to move on with their life, whether it's to go on to state prison or to be found innocent and proceed with their life. That's a crisis. The folks without attorneys, so they can't be tried. The condition of the facilities is a crisis. We've seen the videos of the inmates carving holes in the walls to go from cell to cell. The physical safety of the inmates and the staff. You talked about the deaths in the jail, one a month this year so far, just about. That's a crisis, the shortage of the staff. those with the mental health issues that aren't getting the help they need. Those are all crises here. It's not just the beds, and they're very real. So, I mean, is that part of what you all just aren't concerned, I guess, with making sure the jail is right-sized for the number of people that are in it. These are all crises you've talked about. Okay. And then, I guess we dealt with most of my questions earlier, but again, it seems to me that we're looking for temporary space to deal with these crises that I just outlined. And it seems to me your alternative to letting us have that temporary space at ACDC is to somehow let all these folks out. And again, we've got a bunch of folks over at the City Council who are already inclined to the latter. And your report is giving them ammunition to deny the temporary overflow space. I don't see the problem with the temporary overflow space while we deal with the issues that your report talks about. And that's a question, I guess, to you.
I want to point to the last line of my initial comments. So while not going through with the lease was a recommendation in our report, by the time our report came out, we were of the understanding that the lease was going to happen. And so in my initial comments, I said that we believe that any IGA regarding the lease of jail beds should be limited in scope and time and heavily conditioned upon all stakeholders collectively acting toward the causes of overcrowding and finding better solutions so that we're not right back here in 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. So what we are putting forward is wanting people to have the conversations about long-term policy solutions that make sure that there's not another consent decree, whether, when you build the new facility, it's not like, in 5 years now the population is doubled, tripled. It's just like, hey, how can we, in this process right now, start figuring out how we get it right so that we can continue long-term change that makes the city safer, the county safer, and reduces recidivism.
So are you withdrawing that recommendation that at least proceed?
I'm not withdrawing the recommendation because the ACLU will never commit to saying more carceral beds and space is not the solution for us policy-wise, but we did recognize—
Letting everybody out is your solution. Because it's got to be either or right now.
No, you don't have to, and we're saying letting everybody out, this assumption that, I think we're forgetting that everyone is, for the most part, everyone there is presumed innocent and they have these rights that you were talking about, and we're making it out like everyone there is this violent offender that needs to be incarcerated, and that's not true.
Some of them have mental health issues and they need that help instead of incarceration. And some of them presumably will be found innocent or are innocent. But again, most of them aren't the kind of folks I want to have over watching my grandkids.
Okay, so back to Commissioner Abdul Rahman and Commissioner Hall, and I'd like for Mr. Adams to, at some point, if y'all will allow him to summarize his position on this document. We got one more item that's related.
Can I ask you all, just for the public, to state what your scope was when you started out to do this report? What did you sit down and see as what you wanted to either prove or disprove? What was the scope when you all started with this report?
The goal of the report was we looked at what we saw as a temporary relief valve that would not address any of the underlying problems regarding overcrowding. So what we wanted to do was look and say, well, let's look who's actually in Fulton County to the best we can find out and see, are these people that the best practices that are guided by, bipartisan actors or just state law, are there people who are covered under those that should not be in Fulton County custody? We had no idea how many people that would be. We didn't know if that was going to be 5 people or 2,500 people. But we took the data the best way we could and put it in, through our data scientists with ACLU National, and it came out with this number of individuals based on these metrics that that I believe it was 728 we identified at that time. That if bond was being properly considered, if we were not holding people for misdemeanors, if we were not, letting people stay over 90 days without indictment, which were, the big things we were looking at, those were people that would not be in. So that was the scope of our report. It was an effort by us to determine whether or not there was over-incarceration within Fulton County. And if that could be addressed, would it take away the need for added carceral spaces? And that's simply what the report was intended to do, and that is the results of the report that we've put in front of you today.
Would you happen to know if this data was the same data that you pulled from? Would you happen to know if it was the data that was used when there was a process of seeing if the jail review report that was asked to be a part of by the council members of City of Atlanta, was this the same data that was used when it was presented to the city council members of why the lease should go ahead and the 90 days should not go in effect? Are you aware of any of that, whether that was the same subset of data?
To our understanding, that is correct, but you have to remember that the ACLU was not engaged in this effort at all until after the lease, the intergovernmental agreement had been agreed to by both the Atlanta City Council and this body.
So let me ask you this. Have you all, and I think this will be a good question publicly for you all to answer. Have you all reached out to stakeholders, which would be sheriffs, which would be legislators, which would be community organizations? Did you all reach out to anyone, or did you all just do the report and do the findings?
So this report was done, and you can see several of the report consultants, and special thanks are individuals of organizations such as the Southern Center for Human Rights and Women on the Rise and other grassroots organizations who have been involved in this space, yes. But with regards to actual actors within the criminal legal system, we did not, and that was done, one, because we wanted the clarity of just a baseline, let's look at the data and show what it results for this without taking into consideration a lot of the nuance that we felt would be more adequately represented when the report was produced by the Justice Policy Board. It should come out later this month.
I just want to go on record saying that I don't think it's the ACLU's job to reach out to all those entities. I think it's more or less the Board of Commissioners' job to talk to the judges, to talk to our sheriff, to get the input of all entities when we make informed decisions. I think there has been an effort to say, we let people out that are dangerous. I think it's more, in my opinion, for the sheriff to be understaffed. To me, I think that's just as or more dangerous to be understaffed, and you're understaffed with individuals that some are misdemeanors, but some are killers, and you don't have enough staff. So I think we may be losing the fact that you've got to have the staff. Even when ACDC and this lease goes through, he still needs the staff. And so I would say to my colleagues that we all need to look at all sides, and we need to derive from what needs to be derived of what is needed. When I made the statement of lack of leadership, that lack of leadership, I wasn't not only saying at the county level, but at the city, state, and federal level. When it comes to incarceration, we have dropped the ball, all of us, because you have sheriffs that have asked for community programs and intervention and diversion, and it fell on deaf ears. And so when I say this is a problem that has been a long time, there's no report that you could bring to us that would satisfy everybody. There's no report that you can bring to us that will have all of the answers. So I want it to be known, I appreciate you coming down here. I know it was hard, but sometimes you gotta stand up to the heat and stand on what you believe, and I appreciate you all coming here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hall, Mr. Adams, you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to read something that we get in my office very often, and the sheriff, he knows because he gets even more of these than I do. But here's just one from one mother who sent me a message on Instagram saying, hey, was trying to see if you knew anyone who can help me. My son was tied up and beaten unconscious by inmates that are gangbangers. I was cash apping inmates for his safety, but once I refused, they did that. He was taken to Grady Hospital. The officers at the jail failed to protect my son. He could have died. Do you know anyone that can help? This is the type of thing that's happening in the jail every day almost. And this is why we need ACDC. We've got to stop the overcrowding of the jail. These people are not locked in cells. They're out just in the open area. So imagine the violence that even just our county employees are enduring. So please, do not write stuff saying that we don't need what we need. The sheriff knows exactly what he needs, and so do all these parents and grandparents, brothers and sisters who email us and contact us through all these different social media means and text messages and emails and Facebook, telling us about the horrific things that their family members are enduring in the jail. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had the opportunity, and I want to thank the folks from the ACLU. We had an opportunity to sit down with you yesterday and have a very, I thought, productive discussion, and it gave me a better understanding of what you were trying to accomplish in your report. And I shared, which I will share now, what I consider to be concerns about the report. And you've heard a lot of this already from our commissioners. But I have three concerns. First is that the data analysis used to support the recommendations is flawed. Whether if you take a one-day snapshot as opposed to doing a time series analysis, you're not going to have a thorough understanding of the issues. This is particularly important in this issue because we were at 2,500, 2,400 individuals before COVID. Right? But your analysis doesn't take that into account. It doesn't look at what's happened since COVID. It doesn't take into account the fact that our court system was shut down during COVID. And so as a result, you're doing an analysis based on a snapshot of a situation that, quite frankly, is very dynamic, right? Dynamic in the sense that when you make comments like, well, the sheriff is not going to be able to move people and it's not going to solve the problem, what it doesn't take into account is you got a bunch of actions, including ORCA, that's designed to reduce the jail population. It's going to take us a while. Take us 2 years to get here. The rule of thumb is that for every year, it takes you 2 to 3 years. So it's going to take us a while. Now, we've accelerated that by funding ORCA, but it will not be solved in a short period of time, even though we have made progress, right? We've gotten 80,000 cases off the books in the last year. So the data itself is flawed. It should have been a time series analysis, and quite frankly, anybody who has taken a basic statistics course would have known that. And they would have said, no, we're going to stop here because we don't have the right to make those assertions based on the data that we currently have in our database. Have they had, and if they in fact had done that, they would have realized that we did add 1,100 individuals to our jail population over the last 2 years because of COVID. And not just us, but you look at the jails in Texas, you look at the jails in California, you look at Rikers, they had the same experience, right? Because of the systems being closed down. They would have realized, you would have realized, that our misdemeanors need more research, right? Which one of those individuals charged with misdemeanors had charges in other counties outside of Fulton County? How many of those individuals were repeat offenders, or what's called familiar faces, that the judge took into account but wouldn't have shown up in a cursory review of the data, which is what you did? You made erroneous assumptions not supported by the data. You said that if somebody's in jail for more than 90 days with a bond and they didn't get out, they probably couldn't afford to. Did you run a credit report on each one of them? Did you interview each one of them? How did you figure out that they couldn't afford to get out? Big assumption. Here again, a statistician would have said, probably a bit of a leap. We don't want to do that. Also disturbing is that the researchers and the recommendations that you made acknowledge the issues associated with the data around bonds, around PAD, and around length of stay information. Here again, a researcher would have said, we don't have the right information, let's stop there, let's not make recommendations based on that impacts people's lives. A data scientist would have said, we don't have the data available to make informed decisions about the recommendations we're making. The second issue I have is that these recommendations seem to have been predetermined before even looking at the data. You referenced that the recommendations came from the Georgia Council of Criminal Justice Reform, which I think is about 8 or 9 years old.
It's 2018 report.
2018, okay, so from that report, so 4 years old. So you already had the recommendations, so you fit the data to fit the recommendations that you're already gonna make. The things like cash bail, the things like misdemeanors are in that report. I read it, right, or parts of it. The fact of the matter is you already knew what your story was, but you figured, okay, let's do a shortcut on the data and then figure out how to tell a story utilizing the data that we have, even though we know it's flawed. So it seemed like you already, my market research professor said, if you already know the answer, don't do the research. You knew your answer, right? It was the stuff that you had done based on the Georgia study in 2018. And what I would say is, while these recommendations have little to do with providing a better place for the individuals currently incarcerated, right? These are long-term recommendations, and a lot of them do make sense. There's no debate about that. But at the end of the day, I akin it to a house with the roof on fire, and you're trying to re-architect the rooms in the house. And what we're trying to do is put the fire out, right? That's our priority right now. And we're not saying it shouldn't re-architect it. We don't need a better kitchen, or we don't need to fix things, but what we are saying, the roof's on fire, and when the roof's on fire, that's what you start with first. And our fire is the fact that we have more people in the jail than we can safely manage on any particular day because we've had this increase due largely to COVID. And then finally, the third issue is the conclusion that having access to ACDC does not address the policies causing overcrowding. I agree with you. You're right. The causes of overcrowding stem from state laws, historical approaches to crime in the South, lack of opportunities for black and brown individuals in the South, homelessness, and a bunch of others that we don't have time to talk about today. Those are the things you ought to be focused on if you want to solve the root cause, not keeping us from being able to keep individuals, right, detainees, people, the folks who provide health care, our limited, and we know we have deputy issues, providing a safer environment. You make the comment that, well, if you start moving people, the sheriff doesn't have the people, and we're really not good. Well, you don't know that. The fact of the matter is just having that space gives us flexibility. It gives the sheriff the flexibility to say, I'm going to move some gang members over there. May not be 100, might be 20. I'm going to move the GED programs over there because I don't need as many deputies to supervise them. You don't know what his plan is, right? So to be able to say he can't do it is uninformed and irresponsible. And in fact, even with all the stuff, and let me step back. You said that you didn't talk to any stakeholders. When I look at your report consultants, it includes folks from the Southern Center for Human Rights, Devin Franklin. So obviously you reached out to some.
And we, just to push back, because we did acknowledge that when we talked about stakeholders, what we didn't talk to anyone who is actively involved within regard to the criminal legal system in Fulton County. At that time, we didn't talk to the PD, we didn't talk to the circuit public defender or his staff or the district attorneys, solicitor general, or judges. However, that we did partner with grassroots organizations.
The individuals who have been trying to stop us from getting access to it. Those are the same individuals that come down here and testify, right? So the same people. So you did have some people you talked to. You just didn't talk to the solicitor, who's the person charging the misdemeanors. You didn't talk to the DA.
Point of order,
Can
Chairman.
Can I finish, please?
But what I'm asking you, Chairman, point of order, he should be addressing us. We need the information.
Okay. Can I
Do
finish?
you understand? I'm talking about protocol, Chairman.
I will be finished in 2 minutes, Commissioner, if that's okay. So, in fact, if I can finish, one of the things that wasn't acknowledged is all of the measures that Fulton County has taken over the years, right, to try to solve this problem. Funding of ankle monitors, a best practice. I don't know of any other county in the state that does that. Management of the jail during COVID. We had one fatality over 2 years. Extensive use of diversion by the solicitor, the DA, accountability court, misdemeanor health court, and a number of others that I don't have time to mention. The sheriff's use of different programs, the GED program, cosmetology program, and others designed to be more humane in the treatment of the individuals. By the way, he doesn't have enough space to do as much of that because of the overcrowding. The use of virtual courts to keep the court system going through COVID that allowed us to keep first appearances and other things happening. 54 courtrooms we outfitted. We have more than 80 Zoom rooms at the jail, right? Not only our jail, but Cobb County, because it allows individuals to have discussions with their attorneys and to have discussions and have their court cases moved. This body spent $75 million to address the backlog. That Project Orc has become the model for the rest of the state. We've had other parts of the country come in to say, how did you actually do that? We raised salaries for the public defenders so that we could have more public defenders, and we talked earlier today about C3, so we can, in fact, make sure that happens. Funding for conflict attorneys. Funding of reentry programs for inmates about Rice Street and Union City. Many of these programs are considered a best practice, and in many cases, Fulton County is the only place in the state implementing them. Fact is, Fulton County has a lot of good people working on a lot of good programs. And it would have been appropriate, in my view, for the ACLU to inquire and say, hey, are you guys doing anything to help address this problem? So you provided recommendations to us. I'll return the favor. I think you should do a better job of data analysis. I think you ought to be more objective and inclusive when you make a report that people are going to take as seriously as this one. And I think that balancing the political agenda with old-fashioned empathy that says, how do we in fact do both of these things so that we can make it safer for the people who show up at the jail tomorrow would have been the appropriate approach. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, y'all have been very generous with your time. You got closing comments. You've been very generous with your time, and I deeply, deeply appreciate it. Commissioner Ellis. All right, Mr. Abdul-Rahman. Okay.
No.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. We have one more item that's related. Madam Clerk.
At the bottom of page 13, 22-008-0889, reasons for jail overcrowding and options for reducing the jail population in Fulton County, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
Okay, what I do not want to do is to be here 2 weeks from now, a month from now, having the same conversation, and I guarantee you we will. We're still going to be fiddling while Rome, who's burning? Rome was burning? Nero was fiddling, right, while Rome was burning. And all of you, at one point or another, have used this term that I started out with, just frustrated with the whole process. And I'll state again, we know what the problem is, but we're just refusing to solve the problem. We've thrown money at it, we raised salaries, not only for the constitutional officers, but their staffs. And the undeniable fact, the one undeniable fact that we all can agree upon is that there are 500 plus inmates still in boats in our jail. And from 2015 to, no, 20, oh, that 10-year period, I forget the starting and the end date of that consent decree, was $1 billion that we spent. And if we don't fix it, that's what we're going to be faced with. And Mr. Adams, while you were out, I referenced the fact that you made a proposal to this body some time ago that we turned down. We probably wouldn't have this problem now, but based upon some shenanigans, that was a jail that you had proposed and done some great work on. But this board, in its wisdom or lack thereof, decided not to do it. And I said at that time that the blood would be on our hands. And in fact, that blood has translated into 10 deaths. Every time I get a telephone call from the sheriff, I think it's another one. And 9 times out of 10, it is another one. So, Commissioner Ellis, so what do we do now? And maybe, here's a question, another question. Maybe there is no solution. Maybe we're kidding ourselves. Is there a solution? We're not going to raise the millage rate. I don't know where you're going to get the money from to build a $1 billion jail. You left $200 million on the table in the loss discussions. Where's the money coming from? Sheriff has a great track record. My buddy, my friend. He gets $5 million every time he comes down here. In fact, not closing statements, but what are our options? And maybe there aren't any. Maybe we should just wave the red flag, throw in the towel. We can't solve the problem. Mr. Ellis?
Mr. Chair, number one, I think Mr. Adams sort of outlined the action plan that we have been on. And the fact that this is not going to happen overnight. So, I mean, I think that needs to be recognized, and, you know, I candidly would sort of disagree with some of your characterization about some of, you know, the situation. We have indeed identified certain solutions to this. One of them involves execution of this lease at ACDC. Hopefully that will occur, right? We've all worked towards that. Hopefully that will occur, and then we can begin to see sort of the play out of the benefit of that at Rice Street. And then, the continuation of the actions related to what we set in force with Project Orca, and then aggressively managing, our cases through the system. And it's not any one individual's fault. And, I have heard a lot of sort of pointing fingers at stuff and all that sort of stuff, and defamation of Fulton County today. We just heard it embodied within this report, and I appreciate Mr. Adams artfully and more articulately, more politely probably picking it apart than what I chose to do. But, but you're right, you're spot on. I mean, this nonsense that we've sat up here and done nothing is a joke. I mean, there have been a lot of significant steps that we have taken where this problem could have been significantly worse. So I do think a plan does exist. And it starts with getting access to that facility. And that's, and then working our way through this backlog of cases. We don't have the jail feasibility study in front of us and tells us what it's going to do. Yes, we have to identify longer-term means of funding for it, and that will involve tougher decisions that may require certain people to vote for increased millage rates down the road, to go pursue higher bonds, to go, or whatever the case may be, right? But, that's not a decision before us as right now. And so I don't really understand what we were trying to, if the purpose was trying to refute and rebut this ACLU nonsense, I think we effectively did that today. But, the other stuff, it's like, look, we got to get this ACDC lease. And then we got to execute and continue to execute on moving cases through the system. And I think those are some of the answers. And then, I think there are bigger things that, that probably go beyond us that, that probably need to be, you want to get in discussions about, policing in individual cities. Choice is there, and how lenient we are in certain situations. I mean, you want to get into all that, I mean, those are other kind of topical things that, are beyond our control. You get into causation of crime and all that sort of stuff, some of the stuff that Mr. Adams noted, right? Some of that stuff not within our control at all. But what is within our control is managing these cases and finding a place for, to house people. And we got some of those solutions right before us, and I think the plan's been laid out. We just need to execute it. And a linchpin of that plan to be able to execute is something that we need access to that facility, and we're dependent upon the city of Atlanta to ultimately, kind of follow through on that agreement with us, and hopefully we're pretty close to it.
Commissioners? Options? Nuclear options?
Chairman, I just believe this is not a problem that happened overnight. It's not going to get solved overnight. But I do believe that we need to maintain mutual respect for any positions that may not be ours. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you and I disagree if somebody is losing their life. It doesn't matter if you and I disagree and somebody has an outbreak of lice. It doesn't matter if you and I disagree and the sheriff is understaffed and those people are going to work every day in a dangerous situation because he don't have the amount of staff. So I would say we can disagree and still be respectful. We can also work together for a solution at the end of the day.
All right, Sheriff, Mr. Gamage, any closing thoughts? You've heard a lot. It's not necessary. Don't feel obligated. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Vice Chair Houseman.
Well, I was just going to ask, where are we with ACDC? Are we not at a point where it's either going to happen or it's not? Good question. And hello, Mr. Sheriff.
Hello, how's it?
We don't have $5 million today, Sheriff.
I got 30 seconds. I was going to leave with the way of the $5 million.
Hold on to your pocketbook.
Yeah.
No, literally, I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your understanding. I do believe we have made a lot of progress. And so, and Alton, Mr. Adams, not only represented us well in the earlier meeting, but certainly thank you.
Speak up a little bit, Sheriff.
Not only represented the county well in an earlier meeting with some of our constituents across the street, but today as well here, first and foremost. And again, thank you all. Right, I'll be quick. I'll leave. So
no, take your time.
No, I appreciate it because I could have literally come up after each one of you spoke and said, ditto. Right? We have had this conversation for months on end. I think we've been very transparent about our approach. I will take an opportunity because I want to make sure I've been completely transparent. One of the things with the open records request, and I know you all have been dealing with that endlessly, but when these organizations come before you and they send the open records request to the wrong individual and we get it, and not even a wrong individual, wrong office, and we get it 4 or 5 days later, and more importantly, the specific request that was mentioned earlier that we were going to, we're still charging for, was a HIPAA violation. And so we couldn't release the information. I'm very transparent, and I know a number of us have had the conversation. We've taken an abundance of data over to the city council. I've done that. Again, we will continue to be transparent. And next time I'll ask for 10 million instead of 5 since I'm short today. But again, thank you, and really wanted to say thank you. But I do believe we have some good feedback from earlier that will put us in a really good place.
Well, is Friday a day that we should all be expecting some good news, perhaps?
I can't quote on Friday because from my understanding, the report has been pushed out for a week or two.
Repeat that?
So from my understanding, the reporting of the data has been pushed out. There was a draft that was leaked earlier, from my understanding. So again, an opportunity for us to dissect that, right? A lot of that information was gleaned on the way over, but I do believe, and I wouldn't sit here and say that otherwise. I believe we are really on the doorstep of some positive change. We'll figure out what that looks like. I will tell you, we have, on some good news, right? We started a veterans unit, and so we're actually going to take those veteran units to the now open Alpharetta facility. And so there's space to, I think someone mentioned earlier, just getting people off the floor and allowing spaces for other programs will continue to help us churn through this. So we're excited about where we are right now.
Well, good news with Alpharetta, but your meeting today did not bear any fruit?
It did. It did. Let me put it this way. Give me a day to digest the report and get you our next plan, our next steps. Is that fair enough? I don't want to run out here in front of the bus and get hit. So
I hear you.
It was very good meeting.
I hope that our friends down the street hear of this conversation we had today.
I believe they are all watching.
Good. Very good.
Yes,
So back to wasn't the deadline for this report the 18th?
Actually, the deadline was yesterday. And
Okay,
so by a number of days. And so the report is, again, I was not asked to produce the report. I'm not a data analysis or what'd you say, scientist, right, earlier. But from my understanding, the draft is out, and we're starting to digest it from an organizational Fulton County perspective. But I think it will yield, not the report, I think the conversations have peaked to the point that it will yield some positive information.
But back to the agreement, and I need to, the date was, what was it, the 16th, 17th, or the 18th?
Yeah, from my understanding, today is the date the report, or yesterday, was supposed to be produced and concluded.
But failure, hear me out now, so failure to meet that deadline, what are the consequences of that?
So Mr. Gammett says it's the 18th, I'm sorry.
Yes, I understood the sheriff to be saying that the report may be in before the deadline. Is that correct?
And from my understanding, it's in draft form, as I was corrected. The 18th is the actual date. And
so it was the 18th, but it didn't say draft form, it didn't say, any of that. It said report on the 18th. So my question is, if we do not have that study, document, whatever they're doing, by the 18th, what does that mean? What are the implications of that?
The ordinance doesn't have a specific penalty or outcome based upon the failure to produce the report on that date.
Can I speak to that, Chairman?
I'm telling you.
My understanding is not tied to it. 90 days is 90 days. There was a courtesy for the November 18th day. But my understanding, as someone who sits on that judicial review, is that if they don't have the report done in 90 days, then they don't have it done. It implicates, no implications is in the ordinance, you're to move forward. That's what was explained to me. Now, if there's a difference understanding, I'll go back and have a conversation. But to my understanding is the report is due. If it's not done for whatever reason, shame on them. But it's not tied to you getting the keys, and it was never, ever told to me that it was tied. Because I asked that. I said, are you going to have the report in 90 days? And if in 90 days you don't have the report, is this going to hamper what the sheriff is trying to do? I was told it is not in the ordinance. That's what I was told.
And that was the purpose, in question.
I agree. It is correct that the provision of the report nor the content of the report is determinative of whether the agreement moves forward. That is correct.
Exactly.
Correct. I mean, you know, we can pussyfoot around with it. I mean,
What's your solution, Mr. Chairman?
I don't have one. My solution, I take that back. I had one, was that offered to buy the jail, we wouldn't have this problem. But that was, you know, that didn't happen. We went into a lease.
Well, we all agreed that that would have been a good solution, but since that didn't happen, now we are where we are. What's your solution?
I don't have one.
Commissioner, if I
Maybe there is
can,
no solution.
just to expand on the sheriff's point, we had, I think, a productive meeting. The plan of record is to see what to allow the report to be delivered on the 18th, which is Friday. And at that point in time, we will have, in fact, as far as I understand it, have fulfilled the requirements outlined in the ordinance. And the plan of record is then to work with the chairman, get his signature on the contract, walk it over, figure out how to get them to $50,000 and get going.
Is the contract ready to be signed now?
It is.
Okay.
So, Madam County Attorney, I mean,
What I would expect to happen based upon the way the ordinance is written is that once the 90 days elapse and the opportunity for the policy board to provide the report has been given, and that time has elapsed, is that the rest of the ordinance terms would be executed. The city attorney for the city of Atlanta would prepare the document for the mayor's signature, and the mayor would sign according to the way that the ordinance is written.
May I ask a question?
yes, ma'am.
So they're preparing the document, not us?
We have prepared a document. The ordinance, may I have this back? The ordinance provides
Speak
for.
up, Madam County Attorney.
We have prepared the document. That is what this body approved already. The city attorney is charged with approving as to form and preparing it for the, forwarding it for the mayor's signature.
Are you in communication with their attorney to make sure that we're ready to go?
I was in communication with the members of the city's negotiating team several weeks ago. They said that they have a final draft that they provided to me, which matched the draft that we had provided to them, and that their only impediment to signing was the provision, waiting for the 90 days for the policy board to elapse, and that they could not enter the agreement prior to that.
Okay, perhaps we should verify that, there's no change to that, so that when their report is issued, then we are ready to go.
I will reach out to the city attorney.
All right, thank you.
Sheriff, you about to say something?
No, I concur. The assessment of Commissioner statement with respect to what my understanding is, as soon as the 90 days, the report has been given, as our county attorney has eloquently put it, we're prepared to move.
You ready to load up?
Yes.
Thank
you. You know I am.
Thank you.
You know I am. So.
All right, Mr. Gamage.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chairman. Good to see you all, and members of the board. I would just tell you this. We have built with regard, and I should first say thank you for listening and understanding that what was presented earlier by the ACLU was flawed as storied of an organization they are in many respects. But we have built, because of ORCA funding and because of you all's investment in the work we're doing, we have built the very best and most efficient model for moving misdemeanors out of the jail, certainly in this county's history, and I believe across the state. We created the Solicitor's Expedited Accusation Calendar 2 Decembers ago based on your investment. And we work about 18 hours a day to do so. We either charge, dismiss, or divert those cases and bring them to state court 18 months quicker than they've ever been brought to those judicial proceedings before. It's because of you all's investment in the work we're doing together. I want you to rest assured that you can cross-examine that work. And right now, Henry County, Solicitor General Henry County, has adopted the method that we created. The new Solicitor General in Gwinnett has asked me to set up a training to teach them how to do it, and I will expect that across our state it will be happening, and it's only because of you all's investment and a little bit of vision and hard work. I would say thank you, and I wanted to be available for any questions related to misdemeanors.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all.
All right. Any other items, Madam? Wasn't there one put from the?
Yes,
consent
Mr.
agenda?
Chairman and members on the board, on page 4 of the consent agenda, item removed for separate consideration by Commissioner Ellis, 22-0838. Real estate and asset management, request approval of a change order less than 10% for construction management at risk services for the new Fulton County Animal Shelter Facility to modify existing contract for additional funding.
Mr. Chair, I think I got my question answered within the context of the report that was given. So in the interest of time, we'll just go ahead and move approval.
All right, I'll second. All right, motion on the, I'm sorry, Commissioner Vice Chair Houseman.
Well, I just want to say, I saw on something today, my mind is kind of foggy, that we're at 22% completion. Is that about right?
That's correct.
Okay, so people are really asking us a lot of questions about this because, you know, we broke ground a long time ago. When are we going to have it open, do we think?
It should be opened in the fall of next year.
Fall of 2023?
Correct.
I'd like to publicly say that I would appreciate being invited to the groundbreaking or the opening of the facility, since I think we started this thing about 5 years ago. So please, somebody make note of that, because I'd really like to be there.
You'll most assuredly be on the list.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, motion on the floor is to approve. Cast your vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
All right,
Thank
any
you.
other items to come before us?
No further
matters
items.
to come before us, we are adjourned. Thank you for your attendance and participation. Madam County Attorney.
For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.